Hey friends, how are you? Welcome. Please like a video of What If Naruto x Shaina and Yuji x Kazumi movie. I am off to school, Okawa-san, Sakai Yuji shouted. He waited for his mother's response, while he held the door to his house. Receiving a cheerful response from his mother, he quickly shut the door and went on his way. While he way towards his new school, he thought of his life until this point. He, so far, lived a pretty normal life. He passed his middle school with quite good grades, and as accepted into Masaki City Municipal High School with his best friend Hayato Ike, a genius in his own right, and an overachiever as well. His second best friend was, strange to say the least. Who is his second best friend, you may ask? His other best friend is Namikaze Naruto. Naruto was a great guy to be around, and he was just as smart as Ike, a possible genius, not to mention that he always made the teachers seem like fools. But, the only problem with Naruto was that he was cold towards everyone for some reason. When Yuji first met the blonde, and extended a hand of friendship to him, the blonde merely stared at his hand, before he completely dismissed him with a cold glare. Even though Yuji was a bit disheartened by his cold dismissal, he didn't give up on trying to befriend the blonde. It took a while, but he finally got to be the blonde's friend. The story of how it happened was quite simple. One time Yuji spent too long hanging out with his friends, so understandingly he was late for dinner. He had missed the tram, and as such didn't have time to wait for another, so he took a short cut through the bad side of Masaki, and of course, a couple thugs had him at a dead end, and they demanded all of his money, but he had spent almost half his money with his friends in the arcade. The thugs weren't very satisfied with the amount he had, so they began to move on him, so that they may beat him a little. However, before they could get any closer at all, another voice that Yuji knew all too well, because of the amount of coldness in them, interrupted them. To Yuji's surprise and shock, it was Naruto who interfered, his trademark cold glare on all of them. Yuji, not wanting the blonde to get hurt, yelled for him to leave and to save himself. However, the blonde merely scoffed at Yuji and told him to shut his mouth. The thugs apparently didn't like the blonde's attitude, and moved to jump him. And Yuji, much to his shock and disbelief, witnessed the blonde take on at least 5 other guys down like they were nothing. The way he deflected and countered all of their strikes against them were simply amazing and quite simply awe-inspiring. For every strike and move they made, the blonde merely deflected and countered at the last moment where they seemed like they would get away. Every time they tried to attack him at once, the blonde merely used that to his advantage and forced them to attack each other. The fight, if it could be called such a thing, didn't even last 4 minutes, and by then, the thugs were covered in bruises and blood, and were panting in exhaustion. All while the blonde himself looked fine, not even a scratch on him. His eyes never lost bored cold indifference in them. When Naruto had enough of them, he simply told them to scram and to get lost, and that if he ever saw them again he wasn't going to go easy on them like he had now. That shocked Yuji. He had basically taken all of them on, for 4 straight minutes, and was basically saying that was a warm-up. The thugs were quick to obey the blonde. They scattered like the cowards they were. Yuji got up to thank the blonde, only to have his backpack and remaining money shoved in his face. The blonde merely told him to get up, and that he was escorting him home since they were still in the bad part of the city. Yuji agreed, and during their little walk, Yuji tried to speak with the blonde. But to his dismay, the blonde merely stayed silent for most of the trip, only speaking when Yuji said something that caught his interest. When they reached Yuji's home, Yuji thanked the blonde repeatedly, but the blonde merely scoffed and said that it was no problem and to not go through the bad part of the city again. Yuji agreed, and thanked him once more. Before he entered his home, he turned around to offer the blonde dinner, but to his dismay the blonde was already gone. The next day, he saw the blonde walking to school and walked with him, offering small talk along the way, but the blonde was silent throughout the walk. But he did stop and tell Yuji that just because he saved him, didn't mean they were friends or anything of the sort. But Yuji wasn't deterred in the slightest, and constantly spoke with the blonde. After several weeks the blonde to mellow out. And after 2 months, the blonde actually began to start small chats with him, until they turned into conversations. Then Yuji introduced the blonde to Ike. The blonde merely stared at Ike for several moments before he gave him a small bow of acknowledgement. The 3 of them became good friends over their time together. At one point Yuji became curious of the blonde's life and spoke to the blonde about his life. What he learned was a bit disheartening. He learned that his parents died when he was only the tender age of 20 minutes, in a crime that was tragically too close to the hospital they were in. The doctors tried the best they could to save their lives, but they were too late, as the bullets hit major organ, and they died shortly after saying their tearful goodbyes to their son. The blonde then spent the first 9 years of his life in a small orphanage run by an old man named Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife Sarutobi Bawako. Then he was adopted by his adoptive parent. Yuji inquired about his adopted parent, but the blonde remained tight-lipped about him. Yuji understood, and didn't pry seeing as it wasn't exactly his business. Over the years Yuji learned one important thing about Naruto. He treasured his friends above all else. Every time he and Ike were bullied in school, the blonde would always beat the snot out of anybody who messed with them. Pretty soon, the entire school knew to never bully or bother Ike and Yuji again. The blonde even got some fangirls because of how passionately he protected his friends. Most girls wanted to be the blonde's boyfriend and often at times tried to get a date with him, but the blonde merely gave them all a cold dismissal. The blonde still kept his cold attitude towards everyone, but around Yuji and Ike, he softened up a little and sometimes acted like a true and great friend to them. The blonde's grades were excellent as well, nearly all A's, with a few being a B+. No one knew how the blonde was so smart, but teachers soon stopped trying to get the blonde to answer questions seeing as he got them all right. Heck, the only reason he got a B+ was because of his lack of interest in most classes. Yuji was pulled out of his reminiscing when he heard his name being called. "Yo Yuji," a voice casually spoke. Yuji turned his head in the direction of the voice, only to see the object of his thoughts leaning on the traffic light pole. The blonde in question had on the same uniform as Yuji. He had wild spiky golden blonde hair with 2 bangs framing his face. He had a set of whisker marks on his cheeks that made most of his fangirls go wild imagining what it would be like if they scratched them. His cerulean blue eyes held merely indifference in them, though when he stared at you it would feel like he was looking in your soul. Around his neck, he wore a beautiful blue gem as a necklace. "Hey Naruto," Yuji greeted with a smile. Naruto gave him an indifferent look, before he jerked his head to the side. "Let's go. The light just changed," he replied. "That, and the air around us just got rapid with bugs," he added. Yuji rose an eyebrow, before he noticed a couple of girls giving him friend the terrible hard-eyed expressions. Yuji chuckled at his friend's hidden annoyance before resumed their trek towards the school, making small chat along the way. "So Naruto, any girl in the school that you like?" Yuji curiously asked. Naruto gave Yuji a deadpan look. "Yuji, you know that none of those girls even remotely interest me," he answered. "Oh come on, there has to be someone whom you may have an interest in," Yuji persisted. "I said that there is no one whom I even have the slightest dim of interest in," the blonde replied, annoyance seeping into his voice. Why couldn't this guy just understand that he wasn't interested in dating any of the girls here? "Naruto, how are you ever gonna find a girlfriend if you are always like this?" Yuji said, shaking his head. The blonde merely scoffed at his friend before they both rounded a corner, catching sight of the school and many students entering it. "Oi!" called a voice at the other end of the school gates. A boy with light brown hair, light blue, almost gray eyes with glasses fitted under them, and in their school uniform ran up to them. "Yo, Ike," Yuji greeted. Naruto merely gave him a small nod of acknowledgement before he remained silent. Ike gave his 2 friends a small smile. "Being with you two doesn't make me feel like I am at high school. It lacks in freshness," he commented. Yuji made a face. "Don't blame it on us. You should have gone to a higher level school," Yuji proclaimed. Ike looked ahead and stuck his chin in the air. "Well, closer schools are easier to commute to," he replied. Yuji sighed. "What makes it worse is that you were chosen here for that reason," he said. Ike brought his chin down. "I barely made it in," he solemnly replied. Yuji laughed. "Whatever you say, you're the type who gets what he wants," he retaliated as all 3 walked through the doors into the school. "I might just be lucky. It can also be said that you're shrewd," Ike shot back. Yuji smiled lightly. "You think?" he asked as he replaced his shoes with his white ones. As he closed his locker, he looked over to see 2 young males with dark hair, with the shortest of the 2 having his a bit darker. The taller one closed his locker and smiled lightly. "Yo," he greeted before. He then turned and moved away with his darker-haired friend in tow. Yuji stood for a second, before smiling. "Morning," he greeted. The taller boy's companion turned to him with a bored look. "I can hear you." Then the darker-haired boy moved around the corner. Yuji heard Naruto mutter "asshole," and he gave his friend a look. "What?" Naruto quietly demanded, giving his friend an annoyed stare. "Nothing, it's just that he's hard to talk to," Yuji answered, before he turned back to his locker, while Ike spoke to Yuji about the dark and mysterious boy named Sato. Naruto quietly picked up his gem, as it was pulsing slightly. "What is it?" Naruto quietly asked, as to not draw attention. The gem instantly lit up with crimson flames and the gem turned from blue to ruby red with a slitted pupil in it, and a bestial voice rang out, but only loud enough for him to hear. "It's a bit hypocritical to call that young man an asshole, seeing as you were or rather still is the same," the voice stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto gave a glare, and flicked it making yelp from the jolt. "Shut it, Kurama, now what do you want?" Naruto silently hissed. Kurama, otherwise known as the Kyuubi no Kitsune in the Crimson World, huffed a bit. "I get no respect around here, I tell ya," he muttered. "Look outside and you'll see what I am trying to tell ya," Kurama ordered. Naruto looked out the door and just spotted a mop of black hair belonging to a small Lolita girl, before she suddenly vanished, unseen by everyone except the blonde. "I know that Flame Haze has been following me for the last few days," he said. Kyuubi let out a quiet hum in understanding. "She's just curious, it's not every day you find another Flame Haze in the same city as you now, is it?" he replied. "Curiosity killed the cat, Kurama. If that Flame Haze begins to annoy me I will kill her," Naruto darkly said. Kurama gave a sigh. "Like I said, Naruto, she's only curious. She'll leave you alone after a few more days, I am sure of it, though I can't help but feel a familiar energy around her," Kurama observed. "Regardless, if she gets too curious to my liking then I will confront her," Naruto said, a tone finality in his voice, effectively ending their conversation. "Naruto, you ready to go?" The blonde in question turned to his friends to find them ready to head to class. The blonde merely nodded, and the trio silently began heading to their classes. Naruto twitched as he felt the girl's presence once again. This had been going on for a whole week. Every time he thought he was alone, he would feel the girl's presence watching him. It annoyed him to no end. The girl seemed to know that he was sensing her presence but never did anything, just watched him, and that annoyed the blonde. He felt like he was being stalked. Every time when he was about to eat his precious ramen, he couldn't as he old feel the girl's gaze upon him. It pissed him off. Kurama constantly told him to be patient and that the girl's curiosity couldn't last so long. That was over a week ago. Naruto idly noticed Yuji talking to a girl in the midst of class, and the teacher called on him, seeing as the teacher must have heard them talking. But Naruto could care less at the moment. He turned his head towards the window, and he paid special attention to a rooftop near the school building just a short walk away, to be more specific the small figure currently gazing upon intently. The same girl that was watching him for nearly whole week was there watching him, again. Naruto twitched. He stared at the girl. The black-haired girl seemed to notice him looking at him, but didn't do anything but stare back. Naruto gave her the darkest and most intimidating glare he could muster. This was the glare that made other students instantly shut up, made teachers sweat, made street gangs cringe, and made crimson denizens and their Tokugoma stiffen in pure fear. In a nutshell, this was Naruto's strongest, darkest, and most intimidating glare he had. No one has ever been immune to its effects. So imagine his shock and surprise when the girl glared right back at him with equal intensity. Oh hell no. He was not gonna let this girl glare at him. He was the one who was supposed to do the glaring. He glared right back at the girl. If any other student or the teacher bothered to pay attention they would see the girl and Naruto seem to exchange lightning between their eyes. Naruto's gem changed to ruby red as Kurama silently chuckled. Well, Naruto, looks like there's someone who can take your glare and throw right back at you," he silently commented. Naruto's eye twitched before he flicked the gem, causing the Crimson Lord inside it to yelp once again. "Shut it, Kurama," he silently hissed, before he went right back to having his glaring contest with the girl. The girl was all too eager to resume, it seemed, as she readily returned his glare. Naruto tightened his jaw as he tried to increase his glare's intensity, but the girl merely intensified her glare to match his. A deep growling noise came from the back of his throat, making several pairs of eyes start looking around the room in confusion, but the blonde could care less. He was gonna show that girl that you do not mess with him. Kyuubi chuckled. Looks like his Flame Haze found a girl he could actually take an interest in. "So, what are you doing today?" Yuji asked his friends as they walked out of the school, the bell ringing behind them. Naruto grunted no idea. He answered in an indifferent tone, though he twitched when he sensed the Flame Haze again. Ike took his chance at boasting a bit. I am taking a mock exam at cram school, he stated. Yuji looked at him like he had grown a second head, while Naruto looked as if he could care less. You're preparing for college already? Yuji asked. Overachiever, Naruto muttered. He twitched again when he sensed the girl wasn't leaving anytime soon. Ike chose to ignore him and continued. I have to keep my parents happy, or it affects my allowance. What about you? I got nothing to do, so I guess I'll walk around the station and check out CDs, Yuji answered. Ike nodded to his two friends before they separated at an intersection. See you guys tomorrow, he said, giving his blonde friend a glance before walking around the corner. Mind if I join you at the CDs store? Naruto asked, wanting for something to distract him from the girl's presence. Yuji smiled and nodded at his blonde friend, before he began to move through the multiple crowds, with his friend stepping beside him. It wasn't long before they were in the denser part of the city and moving down the street in silence as, to Naruto's immense relief, the crowd had all but disbanded. As they entered the CD store, Yuji noticed the girl from his class. Naruto rose an eyebrow but kept silent, moving to some CDs he saw on the rack. He twitched. That girl was following him even through here. The girl turned her head and smiled. Oh, so your house is on this side, too, Sakai-kun? She questioned him, but Yuji shook his head. No, I am just here with Naruto to check out CDs, he answered. The girl tilted her head and looked around for the blonde and spotted him browsing through some CDs. The girl gave an unnoticeable blush before she quickly returned to her conversation with Yuji, as the blonde looked up for a moment before he returned to browsing through the racks. While Yuji and the girl spoke, Naruto felt a slight pressure. Another damn Tomogara, he thought in annoyance. He tuned in on Yuji's and the girl's conversation, and he twitched when the girl asked about him. And another girl who has a stupid crush on me. Oh joy, he sarcastically thought. They spent some more time in the store before it was time to go. I'll see you in school tomorrow, Hirai-san, Yuji said, waving goodbye to the girl. Goodbye, Sakai-kun, and take care, she cheerfully said, before she turned around and headed for the station. Who would have thought that girl would have a crush on me? If you ask me, she's just wasting her time, Naruto stated. Yuji looked at Naruto in annoyance. Seriously, it's like his friend didn't care for others' feelings. Didn't he feel guilty for denying his fangirls dates? He saw the heartbroken expressions on their faces when they were denied dates before they could finish their sentences. It made him wince at how harshly his blonde friend rejected them, but his blonde friend didn't seem to give a damn. They soon began to move through the crowds once again, but then suddenly the ground glowed with a circular seal and suddenly, everything froze as it all gained a red hue. It was as if time itself had fallen still. It's here, the blonde thought in annoyance, as he heard its irritating laughs. What is happening? Yuji stuttered. A large crash sounded behind him. He quickly turned, only to see some type of huge creature that remarkably resembled a human child, only it was hideous to look at. The monster-like child grinned evilly and the creature spoke in a childish and distorted voice. Yes. Preparation complete, the monster child said in a gleeful tone. Another creature, only it was ball-sized, which seemed to comprise of mostly human faces, spoke. It's not a lot of humans, but it's enough to sustain master for a while. Let's have some dinner, shall we? The ball-sized creature said, as all of the faces grinned maliciously. The monstrous child grinned, exposing sharp and deadly teeth. Chow time, it cheerfully said. It opened its mouth and suddenly, every human, besides Yuji and Naruto, all burst into blue flames and started to be inhaled into the creature's mouth. It grinned gleefully through its strange feast, if you could call it that. It's so good, so good. Master will be pleased, the childlike monster exclaimed. The ball with human faces turned and scolded the child monster. Do not speak with your mouth full. It's disgusting. Shame on you. The monstrous child put his head down and obeyed its apparent master. Yes. Naruto heard Yuji mumbling something, but he could care less. He was too busy looking at the flame haze that was watching the entire thing from her perch on a nearby rooftop. He narrowed his eyes at her. Why wasn't she doing anything? The girl turned her eyes to him, and they narrowed as well. Hirai-san. Yuji yelled as he caught sight of the frozen Hirai, though looking back, it wasn't such a smart decision, as he now had the attention of both monstrous creatures. The child monster choked a bit before it turned its attention on both Naruto and Yuji, the latter looking like he was gonna shit himself, while the former kept his eyes on the girl. Huh? What are those? It asked. The ball of human faces flew over to inspect them. I don't know. They're not Tomogara, the ball-sized monster answered. But they're moving within the Fusuetsu, the monster child retaliated. They must be Misty's, the ball replied, sinister tone of sick glee and anticipation. The monstrous child turned to the ball of human heads. Misty's? You mean a torch with a treasure in it? It asked in slight confusion. That's right, and it's a real special one. We haven't had a good souvenir like this in a while. Our master will be extremely pleased. The ball answered, its tone going from lecturing to gleeful. The monster child threw his arms up in the air and began waving them like a baby, a very disturbing baby, but a baby nonetheless. Yay! 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 We did a great job, it exclaimed before it picked up Yuji and began inspecting him. Naruto growled and held up his blue gem. Looks like I actually have to step in, seeing as that blasted girl won't do anything, he muttered in annoyance. The ball-sized creature glanced at the blonde, and it noted the gem he held, and as it realized what it was, it felt a surge of pure panic. No. What? A flame haze all the way out here? Impossible! It yelled out in terror. Tay. I am gonna enjoy ripping you apart for yelling in that irritating voice of yours, Naruto darkly stated. There a bright flash, and suddenly Naruto's entire appearance changed. His eyes were crimson red with sltted demonic pupils. His hair was a crimson red color just like his eyes, which was letting out small embers that burned away as they floated in the air. Over his school uniform was a long black robe with a blood-red nine-tailed fox adorning the robe, with its tail seeming to curl around the blonde in a protective manner, and an angry snarl on its face. Two katana handles jutting out from either side, however, nothing came out the other end. The blonde gave his katanas a displeased look, before he returned his attention on the monstrous beings. However, a signal glance to where the girl he was keeping his eyes on was revealed that she'd decided to stop lazing about, it seemed. The blonde slowly removed one of his katanas. I am gonna rip off that disgusting mouth of yours, he stated in a matter-of-fact tone. This time, there were two flashes, and suddenly Yuji fell from the height he was being manhandled from, and he gazed up at Naruto and a girl with the same hair and eyes, minus the slitted pupils as him. He looked over at the creature to find it had its arm sliced cleanly off. However, said arm was now in two pieces on the ground. Tay. What took you so long in acting flame haze? Naruto asked, keeping his dark glare in the ball of faces and child monster. The girl next to him gave a huff of annoyance. I should be asking you that, why didn't you act, huh? She demanded. Tay. Curiosity, I wanted to see what you would do, Naruto answered in a huff, and besides, you were the one standing on a fucking rooftop and watching this entire thing. So tell me, where the fuck were you? He asked, a cold edge in his tone. The girl glanced at him. I was waiting, Urusei, she answered in embarrassment. What were you waiting for? Summer. Sorry to burst your bubble, but summer isn't for a whole fucking year, the blonde taunted darkly. Urusei. 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 The girl angrily exclaimed. Why didn't you do anything? Huh? Don't put this entire blame on me, she yelled in rage. As I said, curiosity, Naruto indifferently stated. That doesn't mean you couldn't have done something, the flaming-haired girl exclaimed. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but Kurama however spoke. She has a point, Naruto, you could have done something. Naruto let out a huff of annoyance. Shut it, Kitsune, he said. The pendant around the girl's neck suddenly spoke. Kyubi? Kyubi no Kitsune? Well, isn't this an interesting development? I never expected to be meeting you here. I knew I sensed something familiar about this boy. If the Kyubi could blink outside the gem he was currently residing in, the large fox would most certainly have. Is that Alistair? Alistair, that you? Goddamn, I hardly recognize you. Hey, I have to say, the form of a pendant M is strangely fitting for your ass. Naruto sighed in annoyance as Kurama spoke with his old friend, and kept an eye on the creatures as they eyed them warily. If Alistair could grin, he would have shown a demonic grin that would have no doubt frightened off little children. Why yes, I rather like this form as well. This form is my favorite one by far. I haven't seen you in what, 500 years or so? Since my last flame haze, and speaking of flame hazes, is this one your flame haze now? The Crimson said, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Kyubi grunted. Well, what can I say? I got bored one day, and got myself another flame haze. This brat was just fortunate enough that I came across him that day, Kyubi stated. Alistair released a curious hum, before he dropped the subject when Kurama wouldn't elaborate more. The girl spoke up with anger and impatience evident in her tone. Can we please get back to the Tomogara? Naruto scoffed, but nodded to the girl's question, and gripped his second katana, and slowly drew it from its sheath. His bright red eyes dulled, and suddenly the feeling of indifference around the blonde disappeared. There was just nothing about the blonde now. Nothing, not even a speck of emotion could be felt around the blonde. It was as if a black void had just replaced the blonde. His eyes were blank, devoid of any and all emotion. Yuji shivered at his friend's new attitude. Before, the blonde would give off emotions such as annoyance, indifference, and sometimes, though it was rare, anger, but now, there was absolutely nothing about the blonde. He felt so cold and void. Naruto, is this really you? The Naruto I knew was distant, but kind now doubt when he wanted to be, but now, what are you, Naruto? Yuji thought, swallowing a lump in his throat. The flaming-haired girl noticed the change in Naruto, and glanced at the blonde in curiosity, though a shiver did run down her spine. When she caught sight of his void and emotionless eyes, it was almost as if all of the life and happiness was forcibly taken from the blonde, like someone didn't want him to have any type of emotion or attachment. The child monster roared as it furiously sprang to its feet. I'll kill you for this. The monstrous being wailed, before it lifted its last arm to smash it over the two flame hazes. The girl brought her sword back till its point was inches from Yuji's face. Naruto, like the girl, brought one sword back until its point was inches away from Yuji's face. He placed his other sword in front of him, until it was merely inches above the ground, the point merely hovering above it a few centimeters. Then both he and the girl seemed to phase out of sight and appear behind the huge monster child, as two large vertical cuts appeared on its body on either its shoulder or chest and let out large amounts of blue fire as its blood. The monstrous being fell to the ground as Naruto and the girl landed gracefully on the ground, and turned back to face the creature. As the monster child pushed itself up, the girl moved towards it, her katana gleaming with bloodthirsty intentions. However, the large ball-sized creature of human faces decided to finally act. It sprang into action and rushed towards the girl's position. However, Naruto had other ideas, it seemed, and the blonde brutally kicked by the monster higher in the air. The blonde seemed to be playing with the blonde, merely kicking around for a little while he finished it off with a brutal and bone-shattering kick to a nearby building. As the ball-sized creature of faces crashed into the building's 5th floor, the girl continued to move towards the child monster as it struggled to obtain a proper footing, her katana gleaming menacingly as she leisurely moved towards the monstrous being. What are these guys? The child monster yelled in fear and pain. Then realization crossed the creature's hideous face, and it fearfully looked towards Shana's direction. I understand what these two are now. The small girl slowly raised her katana up above her head, in an almost judging and taunting manner. The creature had just enough time to yell, "Wait!" before the girl severed its head from its body, causing it to explode into more of the blue fire. And for its life to come to an abrupt halt, as its face stayed in its expression of sheer terror and horror, right before it faded into blue flames. It was a shell. Naruto spoke up from behind her, his blank and void eyes searching the area. If Alistair could nod, he would. Yes, it seems the main body left at the last moment. Both Naruto and the girl looked over to Yuji and looked back at the girl's necklace. Is this a Miste's? The girl asked. Yeah, and it seems like a unique one, Alistair answered. Naruto suddenly rocketed from his place behind the girl, moving at speeds that pure shocking as Shaina was sure that it must have broken the sound barrier, as a small sonic boom was heard. The blonde hesitated for a small moment, before he struck his gleaming katana towards Yuji's direction. Yuji gasped in shock, before he covered his eyes. However, when he felt no pain he looked towards Naruto, and then behind him when he heard a scream of pain, only to see a human-like arm fall to the ground beneath him, blue flames bursting from the arm. He looked back to find an older woman, in her early 30s at least, holding her severed arm and screaming in pure agony. The girl stepped forward and menacingly pointed her sword at the screaming woman. You wanted what was inside the Miste's, didn't you? She stated more than asked, red eyes narrowing dangerously. The woman spoke with fear evident in her eyes and voice, flame hair and red-hot eyes. No, that's not possible, unless you're Alistair, the flame haze of the holy flames, and you. She paused, and looked in Naruto's direction, are the Kyuubi, the flame haze of cursed flames. You're both tools of hunting, she finished in fear. The girl opened her mouth to speak, but Naruto spoke, his emotionless voice sending shivers down everyone's spines. You're right about the girl being a tool of hunting, but you're wrong about me. I am not a tool of hunting. I am the flame haze of cursed flames. I am a tool of destruction, he proclaimed. Everyone's eyes widened, except Alistair and Kyuubi, at that statement. Now you will be silent, as I destroy you, denizen, Naruto stated, taking a small step towards the woman. The woman snarled fearfully, my master won't stay quiet about this. Hell hunt you down and destroy you like the dogs you are, she yelled. The girl smirked. You're right, he will be screaming his last words soon, after I slice his head off, she said. The woman's face turned into a more angry but still fearful snarl, why you? She couldn't even finish her sentence as Naruto suddenly rocketed from his position, once again creating a small sonic boom in the process, and brought his sword forward to slice the woman in half. However, Yuji foolishly jumped in front of the woman and protected her with his own body, forcing Naruto to stop his attack. Naruto's eyes narrowed blankly. Step aside, Yuji, Naruto blankly ordered. However, Yuji didn't listen, and continued to try and protect the woman with his body. He didn't see the woman smirk behind him, and suddenly he felt her plunge her arm into his back. He let out a gasp and puked up saliva, blood, and some of his breakfast. He could feel the woman plunging her hand deeper inside her body, causing him to feel even more agony. What is this? Stop. Someone, help me, he thought in agony. A brief flash was seen, before suddenly Naruto vertically sliced Yuji in half with his katana. The black-haired teen heard the woman scream in agony, but that didn't matter to him. All he could do was look at his friend in betrayal, and hurt. He sliced me in half, one of my best friends, cut me in half, he disbelievingly thought. As he hit the ground, a strange doll flew out of the woman's body. The doll flew up above Naruto and the girl's head, and it turned in the air to look down at them, and it gave them disdainful glare. The girl sprung into action and gave the doll a harsh and cold glare, her katana at the ready. So that's the main body. Behind you, Alistair shouted. The girl quickly turned around and watched as the ball-sized creatures of human faces, which had recovered from Naruto's attack, and rushed straight towards her intent on killing her, but she was saved as Naruto jumped on top of it and harshly drove his katana, which was ignited with pure black flames, into its top. It let out a scream before it exploded, mixers of black and blue flames pelting the ground below. The doll took the chance of their distraction and shortly vanished to return to its master. The girl sighed and placed her katana back into her coat, where it then promptly vanished. It got away. Her hair and eyes lost their bright shine, however, they remained the alluring red color they were, from the way it was talking. Sounds like someone strong is behind all of this, she commented. You have a point, flame haze of holy flames, though you could be wrong. It could have been any Tomogara, and their Crimson Lord, though I have a possible suspect, Kyuubi commented, keeping the last comment to himself, making sure that only Naruto heard him. The girl nodded at Kyuubi's assessment, and she turned back to face Naruto and Yuji, the former having put away his own katana in his robes. Putting that aside, I am surprised this could move, she stated, looking at Yuji with curiosity. Yuji gave her a look of pure fear and shock as he held his hand out to her. Please help me, he pleaded. They ignored him, and it was Kyuubi that spoke this time. Yeah, it reminds me of Tenmoku Ikko. Alistair grunted in agreement. The girl turned to look up at the sky, and she spoke, but that time, we knew we were going to fight and that it could move, too. Yuji spoke again, having mustered up the courage. Please, call an ambulance. Shut it, Yuji, it's your own fault you're like that, Naruto stated in a nonchalant manner. The girl turned to Yuji with an annoyed look. What he said? Urusei. 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 You are the most annoying thing I've ever met, she exclaimed. Naruto turned to her with an indifferent and slightly annoyed look. Then, all-knowing flame haze. Maybe if you take the time, fix him, loud ass. Hell, stop, he said. The girl gave him a hard glare. And you shut your mouth too, she yelled. Naruto glared right back at her. Oh. And what makes you think I will? The two flame hazes continued to glare at each other, and Yuji could almost see the lightning strike between their eyes. Though he was more focused on the fact that he was dying, more lack of thereof. I've got to stop it from bleeding, the blood, he whispered to himself. Then he blinked and did a double take. Where the fuck was the blood? There isn't any blood. What's going on? He yelled at the both of them. Seriously, he can only take so much. Naruto gave off a scoff. before he moved towards Yuji. Hold still, Baka. Naruto placed his hand on Yuji's head, and suddenly Yuji lit up in blue flames. Yuji jumped and began screaming about the fire, until it vanished and all of his injuries were gone. The girl lifted her finger in the air and it lit up with a bright light, so bright that Yuji had to cover his eyes. He surveyed the area and noted how nearly everyone was covered in blue flames again. Then the thought Hirai's safety crossed his mind. Hirai-san. He exclaimed, looking over to find her reappearing. However, he didn't notice the dull expression on her face. She's back. Thanked Kami, he said in relief, holding a hand to his chest. The girl lowered her finger. Once she was sure she was done. That's it for the torches. Now all's that left is to repair this place. I'll just use them for fixing, she said. They sure ate a lot, didn't they? Alistair stated. Her master must be a real big eater, the girl commented as she lifted her finger once again, and it lit up with a bright light. Yuji looked the entire streets and sidewalks, only to find the battle-scared area fixing itself. Craters were repaired, broken glass restored, telephone poles fixed, finished, the girl said as she lowered her finger. In a flash, everything returned to normal for Yuji. There was no longer a red hue, and everyone was moving and going about their business once again. No one knows what happened, he thought in slight shock. He turned around and looked towards Hirai's direction, only to find her moving down the street at a sedate pace. He looked at her longer and more intensely and he found a blue flame burning in her chest. What is that? He thought. Hirai-san, he muttered. He surveyed the area once more, and to his shock, he noted that almost everyone had the same blue flame in their chests. What is all this? What the fuck is happening? He sweared, having a bit of Naruto's influence on him. He turned towards Naruto's and the girl's direction, only to see them moving down the streets. However, they appeared to be arguing about something important. Naruto scoffed as he gave the girl an annoyed glare. You do realize he's gonna start asking questions now that you've shown him that? Why didn't you just erase his memories? The blonde asked. His hair once again being blonde, and the girl's hair now being black. Now that Naruto could see her up close, he noted she had long black hair with antenna-like strands sticking out at the top. While her eyes were an enticing brown, the now black-haired girl glanced at him. Curiosity, she replied, using Naruto's own word against him. I want to see his reaction to the truth of the world, she finished. Naruto let out an annoyed huff, but he remained silent. After several moments of silence he spoke, almost teasingly. You forgot how to erase someone's memories, didn't you? There was dead silence for a few moments before the black-haired girl spoke. Urusai, Baka, she said, anger and embarrassment evident in her tone as her eye twitched almost uncontrollably. Hey, wait up. They stopped and turned around to find Yuji running to catch up to them, and judging from the face he wanted answers. What was that all about? Inside Hirai-san and others there Yuji began once he reached them. However, he made the mistake of trying to take the girl by the shoulders. The result? Yuji's hand being held in iron grip, making him yelp in pain. Shut up already, Alistair, should we dispose of this? She asked, looking at Yuji in annoyance. Naruto let out an annoyed scoff, before he poked her cheek, idly wondering why they were so soft. No, you most certainly cannot get rid of this. Do you know how reckless that is? Naruto asked. The girl's face turned slightly red at his actions, before she slapped his hand away with her hand. She was about to rant when Alistair spoke up. He's right. We mustn't open mistakes so carelessly. Have you forgotten the chaos of Tenmoku Ikko's case? I know, but this one is so noisy, the girl argued back. You don't see me threatening to carelessly open a mistake just to shut up, Naruto muttered, making the girl glare right at him. Naruto glared right back, making lighting shoot between their eyes again. Kyuubi, if he could have, would have sweat dropped. Just tell it the truth, then it should quiet down too, Alistair calmly said, though he was in the same state as Kyuubi. Yuji pulled his hand free and took a jump back from the girl who was still glaring at Naruto, rubbing his now bruising hand. Stop talking about me like I am an it or this like I am an object, he said. The girl turned her glare towards him. That's right, you're not human. You're an object, she began, and Yuji let out a surprised gasp at her seriousness. You're not the only one, she continued. All of those with a burning light in them are the same. They're replacements for the humans that got their power of existence eaten by Goose no Tomogara. They're torches, she finished. Replacements? What are you saying? Yuji stuttered, every cell in his body screamed at him to not listen. Basically, Yuji, you are not really Yuji. Just a replacement until you are no longer required. Naruto took over, his tone cold and detached. So, in other words, Yuji trailed off fearfully. That's right, the girl interrupted him. The real you's existence was eaten a long time ago and has disappeared. The you right now is only the remainder. Yuji slowly looked down to his chest, and nearly screamed in terror when he saw the same blue flame inside his chest. I am, already, he trailed off. The girl looked at him for a moment, before she curiously looked around city. Naruto sighed, and he clenched his fist, drawing blood. The girl noticed this, and lost any interest in the city and instead, looked towards him. Naruto grit his teeth, and he looked towards the ground beneath him. The very thing he tried to prevent happened. His friend would soon not only learn the truth of this world, and he will soon learn of his importance as well, something he has tried to prevent for quite some time. He just hoped he could protect Yuji well enough to prepare him for what's to come. I am dead. But how? Yuji stuttered, looking at both Naruto and Shaina in shock, and no small amount of disbelief. We told you, Yuji. The real you died a long time ago. The real Yuji was eaten by a crimson denizen. Naruto answered, breaking his gaze away from the blue sky to give his friend a cold glare. Crimson denizens? Why, you mean those monsters? Yuji couldn't help but ask. No, those were simply known as rinne. They are collectors for Theory Crimson Denizen Masters. The rinne collect, and their master eats, the black-haired girl answered, giving Yuji a disinterested look. The real you was probably eaten a long time ago, probably long before I arrived here. Maybe your friend here knows how long ago you were eaten, she finished, sparing Naruto a glance. Naruto scoffed, but he answered nonetheless. The real him was eaten 2 months ago. As Naruto spoke, his voice was detached and empty, almost as if he were practicing this conversation. Curious, most curious, Alistair commented. What is it, Alistair? The girl asked. The flame haze of cursed flames says that this torch has been here for the past 2 months. However, take a closer look at his flame, the Crimson Lord suggested. Everyone except Naruto and Kurama took a closer look towards the flame burning in Yuji's chest, and they noticed right away how bright it was. It was almost as if he were only just turned into a torch. What? The girl uttered, surprise and shock evident in her tone. The flame haze beside her said that this was a torch created only 2 months ago. If that was true, then he should have burned out after 3 days, and less. The girl spun around towards Naruto, and she gave him a harsh glare. You've feeding this torch power of existence, haven't you? She exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger towards the blonde. Naruto gave a low growl at the smaller flame haze in front of him. However, he couldn't risk telling the truth. If the knowledge that Yuji possessed that within his body, the results would be disastrous. If the Crimson Denizens learned that Yuji possessed that, then any chance of a normal life Yuji could have at having a normal life would be destroyed, as he would become a target of both Crimson Denizens but also Crimson Lords. So, he would take the fall, and say that he has been feeding his friend power of existence, if only to protect it in him. Even if it would mean to lower himself in the eyes of other flame hazes, he would do it to protect his friend. And so what if I have flame haze of holy flames? Naruto coldly and blankly replied, a harsh glare of his own coming onto his face. Kurama slightly pulsed in the blonde's gem, and understood what the blonde was planning, even if he didn't agree to it. The girl clenched her fists tightly, and she gave the blonde a glare of both anger and disappointment. It is against the rules of the flame hazes to give power of existence to a mere torch. So what if you have an attachment to a torch? You should have given him power of existence in the first place, she yelled. Naruto clenched his fist in rage, as this girl recited the rules and laws of the flame hazes to him. He knew exactly what the rules were, but they were just rules, and besides, most flame hazes hardly ever worked together. Flame hazes tolerated each other, yes, but to like each other? That was extremely rare, for even other flame hazes were enemies, even if they are on the same side. I don't care for rules, flame haze. I don't care even if 1,000 of you were to tell me this. I don't care what you have to say, Naruto stated, before abruptly turned around, and began moving through the crowd. Hey, where are you going? The girl yelled, away from you. I don't have to hear any of this, Naruto replied, before both Yuji and the black-haired girl lost him in the crowd. If Alistair could, he would have shaken his head, so instead, he merely let out a small sigh of disappointment at the partner Kyuubi chose. The girl huffed before she began moving towards the opposite direction of where Naruto was going. Don't get her wrong, She wasn't done with the blonde yet, she just wanted to buy some melon bread. Yuji uncertainly glanced between both directions at both Naruto and the girl left towards. He sighed and began his trek towards Naruto's direction. After all, maybe it would be better if his friend could explain this whole flame haze business. By the time Yuji reached Naruto, it was already sunset, and the blonde was walking alone through pavement near the riverside. As Yuji glanced at his friend's face, he could help but notice the hidden pain and loneliness that was deep in the blonde's eyes, but before he could confirm it, they were replaced with cold indifference and empathy. "What is it, Yuji?" the blonde asked. His left eye twitched when he sensed the female flame haze's presence once again. "You never finished explaining the whole torch concept. What are flame hazes? What are crimson denizens? What are you exactly?" Yuji nervously asked, not sure at all if his friend would even respond to his questions. "In order, if a building is going to fall, then they would need shock absorbers, right?" the blonde asked. At Yuji nod he continued, "Think of torches like that. If a person's existence is eaten by a crimson denizen, then a shock absorber is placed so that the balance may remain and stabilize. Once stabilization is done, the shock absorber is simply no longer required. So they disappear, almost as if they never existed, and no one will be none the wiser. To others it never existed in the first place," he finished. Yuji's eyes widened. "Then that means, Okami. How many people had been erased from existence? How many of them did he know? How many of them did he forget?" Naruto seemed to sense the Yuji's distress, and he spoke, "Don't worry, nobody you knew personally was ever eaten." Yuji relaxed slightly at that. "What about these flame hazes?" Yuji asked. "Flames hazes, huh?" the blonde mused. "In order to explain that, I must first explain to you about crimson denizens and the crimson lords. So get ready for a long explanation," he warned. At Yuji's nod, he continued. "A crimson denizen is an inhabitant of the crimson realm. The term denizen was coined for them by a poet who had knowledge about them, though they originally did not have a term in which to call themselves, as they are originally not from this world. They have to consume power of existence in order to manifest themselves," the blonde began. "Crimson lords are denizens whose power stands out among their peers. Lords represent themselves as magical objects called vessels, and they can manifest fully, but to do so requires tremendous amounts of power of existence and in turn, would be detrimental to the balance of the world." Naruto paused to let that information sink into Yuji's head, before he continued. "And then there are the crimson gods. Crimson gods is a term used to describe crimson lords that possess more power than most crimson lords, and each of these gods are bestowed upon the duty of materializing the very laws of the crimson world. For example, Alistair is known as the god of atonement. Alistair is the pendant you saw around that girl's neck," the blonde added, when he saw Yuji's confused look. "What about the one around your neck?" the torch asked curiously. Before Naruto could speak, Kurama spoke. "I am known as the Kyuubi no Kitsune, god of destruction in the Crimson Realm," he said. Yuji's eyes slightly widened. Basically he had just met two godlike beings in a single day. Holy fucking shit. "And now for the flame hazes," Naruto began, getting Yuji's attention. "A flame haze is a former human that has made a contract with a crimson lord to gain power. A flame haze's main job is to protect the balance of the world, which means destroying all denizens that devour people to take away their power of existence. A person normally becomes a flame haze because they wish revenge on a being that has devoured or taken something away from them," he explained. Yuji blinked repeatedly at that. Did that mean that someone was taken away from his blonde friend? And if so, did he get the revenge he wanted? "What about this power of existence?" he asked, deciding to later ponder on the enigma that was Namikaze Naruto. Power of existence, primarily how something gives an impact on its surroundings. It can be found on any object, be it living or non-living. It is also somewhat present on dead people or animals. This is because power of existence, like what its name implies, is the amount of existence something has in the world, the blonde curtly explained. And finally, even if you didn't ask for it, unrestricted spell is the general term used for powerful magic spells in which power of existence is consumed. Spells classified under this term can be used for any purpose, and sometimes requires time and or an incantation for it to activate. To quote Merihim's remark about power of unrestraint, "Power of unrestraint brings forth impossibilities or makes the seemingly impossible possible, at least that's the gist of it," Naruto said. "Though example would be the Fusuetsu you experienced," the blonde mused. "Fusuetsu?" Yuji asked. Tasting the word on the tip of his tongue, Naruto sighed in annoyance. The Fusuetsu is the most common of all unrestricted spells. It also refers to the special dimension the method creates. Here the Crimson Realm and the real world intermingle, and all sorts of causalities, including time, are stopped for ordinary living beings, he shortly explained. Meanwhile, Yuji was still trying to get all of this over his head. All of this just seemed so unbelievable, and yet, the proof he needed was standing right next to him. Yuji then recalled something the black-haired girl said. "What was it that girl said about you, feeding me power of existence?" he asked. Naruto abruptly stopped, and gave Yuji a harsh, but strangely reluctant glare. He sensed the flame haze's presence near him, once again, apparently curious about this side of the conversation. "Naruto, you have to tell him," Kurama commented. The blonde remained strangely silent throughout an entire minute, before he spoke. "In order to ensure that you do not disappear from reality, I did something that is considered taboo for flame hazes. I fed you power of existence, to ensure you would never disappear," the blonde lied. Yuji gasped in shock and surprise. He was feeding him this power of existence? And this was considered taboo for flame hazes? If so, then what were the repercussions of such an act? If you're wondering what the repercussions of such an act is, it is commonly execution without trial, Kurama seriously said. Yuji gasped in pure shock and fear for his blonde friend, and shock that his friend would go so far. Why would you go so far? For my existence? He asked. Naruto was silent for several moments before he slowly lifted his head and he looked towards the sky with a blank expression on his face. Flame hazes live for a long time, Yuji. I became the flame hazes of cursed flames a century ago. Yuji's eyes widened at that, as did the hidden female flame hazes. I have witnessed the worst and best of humanity. I have felt both betrayal, emptiness, and sadness for the first 15 years of my human life. The blonde lifted his hand and gently caressed the gem around his neck, making Kurama purr slightly. Then I met Kyuubi. Back then I had no purpose whatsoever. I didn't become a flame haze because of revenge or something like that. I became a flame haze to have a purpose. After I became the flame haze of cursed flames, I was naturally feared for both my contractor, and because of my flames. The tool of destruction was the title they bestowed upon me. Here the blonde released a hollow chuckle. For years I was feared, and secretly envied by, feared because of my abilities, and envied because of my powers. All of this power, though, is completely useless without something to call friend. I fed you power of existence because I was a bit selfish on my part. You and Ike were the first friends I made since a long time. I can't even remember the first friend I made, the blonde explained. Go home, Yuji. No doubt you still need to get all of this inside of your head, so go home, and let all of this information sink. We'll talk more tomorrow. I promise, Naruto said. Yuji didn't want to leave his blonde friend alone to deal with whatever pain he must have, but reluctantly he admitted his blonde friend was right. He was still trying to get over the fact about the whole Crimson World, denizens, and whatnot. He just wouldn't be able to comfort his friend at all at the moment. Plus, there was a small silver of fear in his heart after the blonde had ruthlessly cut him apart in the Fusuetsu. Patting his blonde friend on the shoulder, he slowly turned around, gave his friend a final glance, and moved towards home, to get over everything he heard. Naruto sighed, before he moved lower down the hill, towards a small food court, completed with a food stand. He ordered some ramen, and silently sat on one of the benches, and quietly began to eat his late dinner. While he was eating, he heard the unmistakable sound of someone sitting beside him, and eating their own dinner. He glanced toward his right, and to his slight surprise, he saw the same flame haze girl, calmly sitting beside him, eating melon bread. Something. I can help you with flame haze? The blonde questioned, after getting over his initial surprise. The girl gave him an annoyed look, before she spoke. We're both flame hazes, can't you call me something else? Naruto snorted. All right then. Can I help you, Nieto no Shaina? The blonde released a mirthless chuckle after that sentence. What's so funny? The girl asked. If she were honest, she didn't like the blonde's laugh, it hollow and dead. Shaina, I think I just found out what I can call you, Naruto mused, returning to his blank state. Shaina, the girl uttered. Yeah, from now on, you're Shaina, whether you like it or not, Naruto declared, silently slurping his ramen. The girl, or rather Shaina, mused on her name, before she gave a small nod. To be quite honest, she liked her new name. It was strangely fitting, that, and she didn't want to be simply known as Flame Haze of Holy Flames anymore. It got old after a while. So what do you want, Shaina? The blonde-haired flame haze asked, glancing at the female flame haze beside him. Curiosity. The female flame haze replied, taking a bite out of her melon bread. I want to know why a flame haze has been staying in this city for so long. Most flame hazes would have moved on to the next location, she said. Normally that would be true, however I guess you could say I became attached to this city, the blonde replied. Shaina frowned at her male counterpart in confusion. Attached? Is it because of that torch you call friend, or is it because of those others in that school that you yourself have spoken to? The black-haired flame haze asked. Naruto took a slurp of his ramen before he answered, out of everyone in that entire school, I have only actually spoken to 2 others. I don't have many friends. I much prefer to be alone if at all possible, but that torch as you call him managed to actually become my friend. Shaina rose an eyebrow, before she furrowed them. The confusion on her face was evident, and she looked as if she were struggling with the answer. Her face was scrunched up in thought. Naruto, even though he was cold and distant, thought she looked a little cute with that thoughtful look she had. Even so, your friend is a torch. It's useless to befriend a torch. They're just going to disappear, Shaina said, taking a bite out of her melon bread. Naruto scoffed slightly. Yuji won't disappear, he confidently spoke. Because you're feeding him power of existence, right? Shaina said, her voice taking on a cold edge. Naruto readily returned the glare. As I said before, that is none of your concern, he coldly replied. The 2 flame hazes glared at each other in equal intensity. Naruto, however, was quickly becoming irritated with this girl. Why couldn't she just knock it off with her glare? If there was one thing Naruto hated, it was when he was curious with something or someone. His curiosity was one of the main reasons why he befriended Yuji after all. Naruto, how much Naruto denied him, he still tried to befriend the blonde, so naturally Naruto began to wonder what made Yuji tick, so he slowly began to warm up to the brown-haired boy. Naruto didn't realize it, but he actually began to consider Yuji a friend. When this realization reached Naruto, he tried to distance himself, but he couldn't. He wanted a friend, someone to hang out with, someone he could talk with, someone to try and save him from a dark path that he knew he was starting to fall into. Since Naruto met both Yuji and Ike, they have been his light up to this point, the only thing keeping him from falling into insanity. But that light was still so small. Naruto knew what was happening, but he didn't want to accept it. He was slowly losing himself to insanity. It's a slow process, but it is happening. Kurama is doing the best he can to slow down the process. But the Crimson God told Naruto that he must find a reason to remain sane, a reason to not lose himself. He must find a new light. But now, however, his curiosity with this girl whom he had just met was slowly coming up, and Naruto did not want to be curious about the flame haze. He was the flame haze of cursed flames. He was a tool of destruction. His foster parent would have been deeply disappointed with Naruto for even thinking about anything other than his work. How Naruto despised his foster parent. He wished that the bastard had never adopted him, but then how else could he have met Kurama if he didn't adopt him? Naruto didn't even want to think about not meeting Kurama. Even though Naruto won't admit out loud, he views Kurama as the father he never had. Likewise, even if Naruto doesn't realize, Kurama also views Naruto as the son he never had. The very thought that Naruto was slowly losing his sanity was deeply troubling for Kurama. Kurama knew that the only way for Naruto to truly recover from the dark past of his adoptive parent is to find a bright ray of light, something to cleanse away the sins Naruto was forced to commit at the hands of his adoptive father. Someone to save Naruto from the darkness. Naruto was shaken from his thoughts when the female flame haze spoke. Aren't you afraid of the repercussions of such an act? Shaina asked, a twinge of curiosity in her voice, though she kept her harsh glare on the blonde. I am not afraid of the repercussions, Naruto coolly answered, keeping his glare on the girl. If anyone were to pass by them, they would see lightning shooting between their eyes. And why are you not? The black-haired female flame haze asked. Because it is foolish to fear something that is a way of life. Death happens, and if I were to die at the hands of another flame haze, then so be it. However, that doesn't mean I will make it easy on them, Naruto answered, his tone going dangerously low at the end as a low growl erupted from his throat. Shana's eyes widened slightly at the blonde's answer. So he didn't fear death, huh? That was a bold and solemn statement to make. It was almost as if the blonde wished for death. Unknown to Shaina, the blonde did wish for death, for not only would it save him from losing his mind, he believed it was the only way to atone for the things he did under his adoptive father's command. Naruto slowly stood, making sure to throw away his now empty ramen cup into a trash bin. As much as I'd love to stay here and chat, I have to go. Need to make sure that Yuji hasn't done anything stupid, the blonde said, before he began walk down the lone and empty street. Shaina watched her fellow flame haze go for a moment before she turned towards her pendant. What do you think of him, Alistair? She asked. Alistair hummed in thought for a moment, before he gave his answer. I don't why Kyuubi no Kitsune chose that young man as his flame haze, but I am absolutely sure that the flame haze of cursed flames is hiding something. What that something is, I am not sure. Shaina nodded at the Crimson God's assessment. She'd thought the blonde was hiding something. However, it is his eyes that caught my attention, Alistair began, gaining Shana's attention. His eyes seemed to speak about terrible things he may have done in his life as a flame haze. However, I have the feeling it's more than that, and the emotions behind his mask of indifference, they speak of pain. What that pain is, I am not sure. However, I fear Kyuubi's flame haze has suicidal tendencies, Alistair solemnly finished. Shaina gasped slightly. The blonde was suicidal. But that wasn't possible, right? What makes you think that, Alistair? She asked. Think about it, Shaina. During the battle with the Tomogara, the flame haze of cursed flames did not do anything but stare at you. Even when the Tomogara was moving towards him, he didn't act. He only acted when the Tomogara picked up the Misties. And even then he purposely moved at a speed at which the Tomogara could easily have slapped him away, Alistair explained. Impossible. He was moving at the same speed as I was, Shaina countered. That is true, but didn't you notice that when the Misties was no longer in danger he moved at a much slower speed than yours? The Crimson God countered, not to mention that during the rest of the battle he was purposely moving at a shocking speed to reach his opponent, only to slow down drastically when he was in front of them. Then he waited for a second for them to react, Alistair finished. Impossible. He doesn't seem like the suicidal type, Shaina asserted, shaking her head. Nonetheless, it does change the facts, Shaina. That flame haze is suicidal, no doubt about that, though I wonder why that is, and for some reason the name Naruto sounds familiar, Alistair mused softly. No, I don't believe he's suicidal, Alistair. It just don't all add up. I don't. No, I refuse to believe that someone like him is suicidal, Shaina stated firmly. Alistair sighed. Very well, Shaina, if you truly believe he isn't suicidal, then I will trust you for now, the Crimson God of Atonement said. Shaina smiled at her contractor. Glad you can trust me with this, Alistair, she said. The black-haired girl returned her attention to the distancing figure of the blonde. He was certainly a mystery that Shaina was interested in. However, like Alistair, she couldn't help but think the name Naruto sounded familiar. It was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't figure it out just yet. She shrugged as she took a bite out of her melon bread. It probably wasn't important anyway. Unknown to Shaina, the reason why the name sounded so familiar was because of something that happened over 100 years ago. Every flame haze and crimson denizen had heard about the incident in passing. After all, no one could forget the massacre of the organization known as Root. Naruto watched blankly as Yuji entered his home at the dead of night. It had been 3 hours since Yuji had been told all he needed to know about the Crimson World. The blonde hoped his friend wouldn't get involved, but knowing Yuji's nature, the brunette was bound to get involved one way or another, and with the treasure he has in his body. Naruto prayed that the treasure in Yuji's body wouldn't be discovered until much, much later, and now he had to deal with another flame haze. Should his former master be here, he would have said, I do not care about your foolish and useless concern for your friend's boy. You are a weapon to be used and cast aside when I see fit. Now go and destroy my, and by extension your enemies, like the weapon you are. Naruto snorted. Even after 100 years his old master's cold and harsh voice still ringed in his ears. Maybe the process of him losing his insanity had increased because of the amount of stress he received today. What do you plan to do now, Naruto? There's no doubt that the treasure in Sakai Yuji's body will be revealed sooner or later. What will you do when that happens? Kurama asked. When, and if that happens, I will eliminate all witnesses, Naruto coldly answered. If the god of destruction have raised an eyebrow, then he would have. Oh, what about that girl? Shaina, as you named her. You act as if I care about that girl, Naruto commented. Do you? Kurama pressed. No, I do not care for that girl. She and I are completely different. She is the flames of light and atonement. I am the flames of death and destruction, the blonde blankly stated. Tay. Here you go with that nonsense about flames of destruction and holy flames again, the Crimson God complained. It's true, she and I are completely different. Her flames can give both life and death. However, my flames only cause destruction and death, Naruto stated, his voice cold and unfeeling. Correction, Naruto. All flames are capable of giving life, including my black flames, Kurama asserted. Naruto made a soft growling noise at the back of his throat. Why are you pressing me about such a useless thing anyway? Before the girl showed up you could care less about how I handle my situations, Naruto commented, staring at his gem with suspicion. I am not up to anything, Kurama innocently answered. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his contractor. I find that very hard to believe, Furball, the blonde responded. Kurama growled lowly at the insult. Oh sure. Why not insult the defenseless gem hanging around your neck? The fox responded, making it seem like he was the victim. Naruto scoffed at Kurama's attempt to rile him up, and he opened his mouth to respond, only to shut it when he felt Shana's presence enter his range. He glanced around only to find Shaina on the roof of Yuji's house, and she seemed to be looking at him with an expectant look. Naruto blinked, and she blinked. Naruto blinked once more, and Shaina once again blinked. The blonde glared harshly at the black-haired girl, and Shaina returned the blonde's harsh glare with her own. Lightning began to shoot between their eyes, and Naruto felt the sudden urge to just throw a tantrum. She is getting on my nerves, Dadbao, the blonde uttered. However, when he uttered that last word he froze. God damn that verbal tick of his. It has been at least 100 years since he uttered that phrase. And in those 100 years, not once has he ever said that word. So why did he utter that phrase just because this girl glared right back at him? The answer Naruto did not have. However, he knew that this girl infuriated him. The glares she would return back, the way she talked back to him, it all infuriated him. Not once in the entire 100 years has he been a flame haze did he ever met such an infuriating girl. Naruto glanced up at the sky as he noted it began to rain. He tsked in annoyance before he got up and began to his slow trek to his apartment. However, for some reason he glanced back at the female flame haze, only to find the rain pelting her small form. As she blankly stared at him, Naruto sighed, and against his better judgment, he lifted his hand and motioned for the black-haired girl to come over to him. Shaina rose an eyebrow, and the blonde saw her exchange a few words with Alistair before she blurred in front of him. What? Shaina asked curtly, as she stared at the blonde in curiosity. Come on, the blonde merely answered, gesturing for Shaina to follow him. Why? Shaina asked with narrowed eyes. To get you out of the rain, of course. You obviously don't have a place to stay, so I figured that as a fellow flame haze I should provide you with a place to stay, at least until you can afford your own place, Naruto answered, giving Shaina a bored look. Why would you do that? The black-haired girl asked suspiciously. Naruto groaned in annoyance. I try to be a nice guy, and look how this ends up. Fine, stay out here in the rain, the blonde said, annoyance dripping in his tone. The blonde then shortly turned around and began walking towards the edge of the roof he was on. Hearing footsteps beside him, he glanced to his left, and to his non-existent surprise Shaina was there, walking beside him. What are you doing? The blonde asked in feigned curiosity. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from her mouth. Isn't it obvious? Shaina snapped. You offering to house me for a while, so I am taking you up on your offer, she answered. Whatever, Naruto idly commented, before he jumped off the roof and softly landed on street level. The blonde then resumed his trek towards his apartment. Shaina rose a small eyebrow. Wasn't his house closer to this, Yuji? Was it? Anyway, wouldn't it make more sense for the blonde's house to be closer to Yuji's house? She shrugged, not really expecting an answer, and she quickly caught up with the blonde just as he turned a corner. Shaina continued to follow the strange, in her eyes, flame haze of destruction as he called himself. He was strange to her. Usually a flame haze wouldn't stay in a city such as this for so long, yet if what she heard was correct, he had been in this city for a couple years, and he had taken living accommodations as well. This flame haze of cursed flames was definitely strange. Not to mention he supposedly had been a flame haze for at least a century. Truly he was an enigma, one that Shaina was interested in solving. Not to mention she might feel inclined to break him of his indifferent and distant nature. At first glance she could tell right away that the blonde was distant. She assumed that the blonde didn't know how to communicate with others. And so far, with what she observed of him so far, she was right. She was brought out of her thoughts when she noticed the blonde stop moving, causing her to nearly bump into him. She was about to begin reprimanding him, before she caught sight of his apartment. That was not an apartment, it was a fucking mansion. The blonde's apartment had 4 floors. What the blonde did with those floors she didn't know. It was at least several cubic meters long, and the color of the apartment was white, but mostly black with white and red streaks, and the property the apartment was on stretched on for at least half a mile. Shaina twitched. What could he possibly need this much land for? And where did he get the money to even afford all of this? Her musings were cut short when she noticed Naruto enter the apartment, but turned around and gave her a gesture to enter. Shaina mentally shook her head, and tried to enter the apartment as casually as possible. Once she entered, she noted how the entire place looked bare. The only thing that was in the place was furniture, a TV set, a couple paintings, but above any of that, there was nothing else. It was dead and empty. She would have to rectify that. You'll be sleeping on the couch, Naruto spoke, breaking her from her thoughts. Shaina twitched. Why'd I have to sleep on the couch? She asked in female fury. Naruto gave her a bored look. The reason for this is because I only have one bed in this place, and I am not sleeping on the floor, the blonde responded. Shaina glared at the blonde. Did you not see the size of this place? You should have at least 7 other beds here, she accused. You're right, there are at least 14 rooms in this place. 4 are currently used as my libraries, another 4 are mixed together as a training room. There are 2 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a basement, and finally my bedroom, Naruto nonchalantly said. Shaina glared. Then let me have the bedroom, while you have the couch. No, why not? Because I do not want you on my bedroom, little girl. Urusai. 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 I want the bed. Well, you're not getting the bed. Grr. Teme. Snot-nosed little brat. As the two argued, their foreheads were clashing against each other. If it were not for the angry glares they were giving each other, or the gritted teeth they had, this scene could have easily have been mistaken for something else, as it looked like they were close to kissing. Meanwhile, Alistair and Kurama would have sweat dropped if they could have. Might I make a suggestion? Alistair said, more like asked. Both Naruto and Shaina turned their attention to Alistair. Urusai. Butt out. They both yelled, before going right back to glaring at each other. Alistair gave a deadpan sigh. He. Now this is somewhat amusing, Kyuubi quietly commented. How so? Alistair asked. Well, if you think about it, they are acting like lovers instead of people who hate each other's guts, and this is more like a lover's quarrel if I've ever seen one. Just how exactly is this a lover's quarrel? Okay, so imagine like this. Shaina is the one who wants to take their relationship to the next level, but Naruto, who is still inexperienced and shy, won't allow, and thus an argument is born. I don't see it, Kyuubi no Kitsune. Bah, damn it Alistair, what did I say about formalities? Oh right, you said whenever we're alone to call you Kurama. Exactly, we're old friends, there should be formalities between us. Anyways, back to our conversation. What do you mean you can't see it? It's obvious to me. Those two are gonna be a couple. As I said, Kurama, I just don't see it. They seem to be the exact opposite of each other, yet so similar at the same time. Obviously you haven't been around these humans for very long. These are merely the first stages. Soon the two of them will start feeling an attraction to each other. Shaina will start getting possessive of Naruto, and Naruto will begin to spend more time with Shaina. I've seen all before. Oh, and how are you so sure? Isn't obvious? I've been with Naruto for at least a century, and in that 100 years, I've seen how various couples interact with each other. Very well Kurama, I'll just your judgment on this, however I still think you're wrong. Alistair relented, glancing at the arguing duo. Kyuubi had a smug expression on his face. Not that anyone could see it. I am telling you I am right, Alistair. Now then, how to get them to stop arguing? Kurama mused. Alistair was about to speak, but Kurama once again spoke, apparently having an idea. Wait, I have an idea of how I can get them to stop arguing. If Alistair could have, he would have risen an eyebrow. And what idea is that? Might I ask? The Crimson God of Atonement asked. If anyone could see Kyuubi, they would have seen a large fox-like grin cross his features. Hey, will you two lovebirds shut the fuck up? Why don't you both share the bed? Both Shaina and Naruto's heads snapped right towards the gem around Naruto's neck. They looked towards the gem with disbelief, before annoyance crossed their faces. We are not lovers, the two of them exclaimed, pointing at each other. There is no way I would ever be with such an infuriating man. Shaina shouted. And there is no way I would ever be with a midget with an attitude problem, Naruto yelled. The two glared at each other heavily. Urusei, Urusei, Urusei. Baka. I am not a midget, the black-haired girl angrily said. Well, you could have fooled me with your small size, little girl, the blonde shot back. Seeing that they were going to continue arguing again, Alistair chose to speak. Now, you can continue this fight tomorrow. No doubt the both of you are in need of rest. Suddenly, both Naruto and Shaina felt a wave of exhaustion hit them. Shaina yawned cutely, and she rubbed her eyes tiredly, while Naruto gave a fox-like yawn, while slightly arching his back, making some joints crack. Now that you mention it, I do feel tired, Naruto managed to yawn out. Me too, Shaina sighed. Just get to sleep you two. Besides Naruto, is the bed not a king-sized? That means the both of you can stay on one side each, Kurama offered up. Fine, me and her will share the damn bed, but if you try anything, I will hurt you girl, Naruto said, an edge in his tone. Urusei. I should be telling you that Baka, Shaina managed to say before a yawn escaped her lips. Whatever, the blonde said, heading up the stairs. Shaina followed the blonde, as it seemed to be the most logical action. 2 rows of stairs later, they were on the 3rd floor. Shaina followed the blonde through the hallways, and after 1 or 2 minutes, the both stood outside main bedroom. The blonde opened the door, and Shaina bore witness to the sight of a large king-sized bed, with sheets all black as night, while the blankets were a blood-red color, and the pillows being golden yellow. Naruto pointed to the right side of the bed. You stay on your side, and I'll stay on mine. That was all the blonde said, before he flung himself on the bed, his clothes disappearing, and being replaced with white shirt and black shorts. Shaina glared, before reluctantly he began to move towards the bed. She glanced at Naruto in order to see if he was peeking, and she sighed in relief when she saw he wasn't. Her clothes disappearing, and were replaced with a white t-shirt, with white shorts, she gently laid herself on the bed, and pillow. She idly wondered what the next day would bring, before darkness overcame her. The world is full of arrogance. Most of the world's problem is because of human arrogance. I believe that instead of fighting over the most trivial of things, we, as humans, should work towards a brighter and much more beneficial future. All these recent wars, tensions, and problems we currently have right now is because of one simple thing, human arrogance. We humans accomplish so much in life that we forget one important thing. We are not gods, it is true. Some humans become so arrogant because of their ancestors' accomplishments, or their own, that they forget that they are mortal like the rest of us. This is why root exists Naruto, to quell people like these. The birds chirped cheerfully in the air as the sun shone from the confines of darkness from which it rose from. Dozens of animals, whether they be small or large, began to awaken, and prepare for their normal day of hunting, surviving ext. However, Shaina groaned in displeasure as she attempted to snuggle into the warmth she had lost only several hours ago. In her unconscious state of mind, she honestly had no idea what she was doing. To her, she was snuggling up to an unbelievable feeling of warmth and protectiveness. It was so strange. The warmth which she had been snuggling up to was so very warm, and it made her feel far safer than she could have ever imagined. Yet, it felt so sad and cold too, almost as if it didn't want anyone else to be near it, as if it didn't want anybody to get close to it, and to help it ease its pain. By then, Shaina was no longer snuggling up to the warmth so that she may dwell in its warm presence. She was snuggling up to it, to show that it was no longer alone, that it didn't have to go through all of the pain it has, that it could rely on her to help ease its pain. Though she didn't know why, the warmth seemed to understand her intentions, and tried to back away from her. However, she would not allow such a thing, and she clung onto it with a vice-like grip. The warmth struggled for several minutes, before it slowly began to relax in her arms, and then she was finally able to understand the warmth for but a few moments. She felt grief, regret, and most of all pain. So much pain, she didn't understand. How could something so warm, and so safe bear such pain? She never wanted to let go. She wanted to stay with this warmth, and prove that it didn't have to be alone to endure this pain it held. But then suddenly, after several hours, the warmth she had been tightly snuggling to, had promptly vanished without a trance. She didn't understand. How could it have vanished, when she was clinging onto it so tightly that not even a Crimson Lord could escape from her grip? So how could it have escaped her grasp? She whined slightly. Where was the warmth she so desperately carved? She wanted to hold it once more, to comfort it, to show it was not alone, and to care for it. She began looking for it more intensely. Where was it? She wanted to find it, she needed to find it. Shaina. She needed to know where it was. Shaina, please don't let her be taken away from finding warmth she so desperately wanted to find. She needed to find it. Her heart was aching for it. Shaina. She'll do anything to find the warmth she wants to comfort. She just wanted to find it, to snuggle with it. To be the light that is preventing it from falling into the darkness, that was all she wanted. Shaina. Shanna's brown eyes snapped open, and she shot up from her position on the bed she was laying in. She panted slightly, before she began to survey the area around her. Just where was she to begin with? She didn't recognize this room. The walls were a dark whitish gray, while the windows were a dual type of color between black and blue, while bed she was on had sheets as black as night, while the blankets were a blood red color, and the pillows being golden yellow. The small girl rose an eyebrow, wondering why she was here, before yesterday's memories began crashing into her brain, the meeting of that strange flame haze, the torch, which the very flame haze considered friend, the battle within the Fusuetsu, the flame haze's conversation with the torch, her conversation with said flame haze while he was having dinner. She blinked, as she finally registered everything into her mind. Absently, she glanced around the bare room, and she didn't see anyone other than her inside the bedroom. She rose an eyebrow in confusion, and she idly wondered where Naruto went. Her thought process was interrupted by Alistair's voice reaching her ears. Shaina, I am glad to see you are awake. I've been calling you for the past 20 minutes, Alistair said, a hint of concern in his usually calm voice. What? Alistair, where is that warm presence that was near me? The black-haired loli asked. If Alistair could have been seen, a raised eyebrow would have been shown. What warm presence? The god of atonement asked, already having a vague idea of what she meant. The warm presence that was near me, it was so warm, yet so sad, Shaina whispered, glancing around the room. That was when she noticed something else. Where was Naruto? I am not sure what warmth you are talking about, Shaina, though you did have a rather late night, so it's understandable that you would have such a dream, Alistair stated, keeping the knowledge that it was in fact Naruto who was the warmth she was speaking about. Though he did find what he was learning rather interesting, to think that the cold and emotionless blonde they met had such a warm presence, that was truly interesting, and quite surprising. Perhaps he had been too quick to judge the flame haze of cursed flames. Alistair, where is Naruto? The black-haired girl asked, looking around the room with curiosity as she searched for the blonde. He left the room a few hours ago. I don't know why he left, but I assume it was something important, Alistair answered. Nah, the Gaki isn't doing anything noteworthy, he's just making breakfast, Kurama spoke, his sudden voice causing Shaina to jump, and for Alistair to leave a short intake of surprise. Kyuubi no Kitsune, why aren't you with your flame haze, might I ask? Alistair asked. If it could be seen, you would have witnessed Kurama raise an eyebrow. The Gaki always leaves me here in his room in the morning, the god of destruction nonchalantly answered. Isn't that irresponsible? Shaina interjected. Nah, it's not irresponsible if I ask him to do that in the first place, Kurama answered. Why would you ask him to do that? The black-haired girl asked, with a raised eyebrow. Most Crimson Lords wouldn't such a thing of their flame hazes. Heck, most Crimson Lords don't ask for anything at all. Kyuubi and Naruto must be the oddball of the bunch. Isn't obvious? Kurama said, slight seriousness in his tone. Shaina leaned forward in interest, while Alistair, well, if you could see him, he would be face-palming because he knew what was coming next. Tell me, since I obviously don't know you well enough, Shaina said. So I can sleep some more, the god of destruction stated. Shaina face planted on the ground below. You mean, you ask your flame haze to just leave you here in the morning, just so you can sleep? She demanded, springing to her feet and glaring at the blue gem. Yeah, so? Kurama asked, with an unseen quirked eyebrow. He really didn't see any problem with that. What if he's in danger and needs to transform? She yelled, anger in her voice. Shaina, keep it down, there's no need to raise your voice, Alistair calmly spoke. Shaina took a deep breath to quell her anger. You're a feisty one, aren't you? Kurama idly commented. Naruto will love that, no doubt. Call Kyuubi a mother hen, but he never really approved of any of the girls who had their eyes on the blonde. To him, Naruto was the son he never had, so he sure as hell wasn't gonna let some random hussy, least of all a Shutter fangirl, be with the blonde if he never approved of him, as it would be a loveless relationship. However, throughout the years, he took note of Naruto's subconscious habits, like he would stare a bit longer at a girl with a feisty and fiery personality, and based on this Shaina girl so far, she was almost perfect for the blonde. Now once Shaina got the blonde to smile, Kurama was going to label them as soulmates, and he was so gonna tease the blonde about it. Just answer the question. Shaina snapped. Alright, sheesh. No respect around here, Kurama muttered. The reason why I asked Naruto to leave me here in the morning is because I know the brat can take care of himself. It's not like I am asking the brat to go fight an entire city full of denizens. Besides, Naruto is powerful, even when he is not using my power, the Crimson God answered. Shaina rose an eyebrow in interest. What do you mean when you say that? She asked. With his own power, Naruto is still able to fight a Crimson Lord to stand still for about 5 minutes, before he needs to use my power. It's one of the many reasons why Crimson denizens fear my flame haze, Kurama curtly explained. To Kurama, not only was Naruto his son in a sense, he was the best flame haze he ever had, and Kurama rarely gave out praises. Even if you say that, Shaina trailed off, not sure how to respond to that. Kurama quirked an unseen eyebrow. Oh. Do you happen to have a crush on Naruto by any chance? The god of destruction asked. Shana's face quickly gained a bright red color, whether from anger or embarrassment. Kurama didn't know. Don't be such a baka. I could never have a crush on someone like that blonde, she yelled. Then why are you blushing? Kurama teased. Urusei. The question was unexpected. The black-haired girl retaliated. Kyuubi no Kitsune. Please stop irritating my flame haze, Alistair interjected. Knowing Kurama was going to add another comment. Seriously, why did his oldest friend had to irritate people, especially other flame hazes and the other crimson gods? HMPH, always ruining my fun Alistair, damn your boring personality, Kurama said, his gem lighting instantly into a crimson color as his eye appeared inside. The eye regarded them with annoyance and slight mischief, before the gem faded back into its blue color, and the slitted eye disappeared. Perhaps if you stopped annoying others long enough, you'd see why the other crimson gods dislike being alone with you. Alistair shot back, a hint of annoyance being detectable. Nah, that'd be boring, Kurama returned. Now just pick me up, and take me downstairs would ya? I can't move, he added, stating the obvious. Sometimes he hated being a gem, that meant he could not fucking move. Shaina gave the crimson god an annoyed look as she picked him up. Fine, just let me change clothes first. With that said, her entire form was covered in a bright flash of light. When the light faded, she was revealed to be in the same attire she was in when she first fought alongside the blonde. Seriously? Black? I mean, yeah, black is an awesome color, but come on, my flame haze always has black on. It gets tiresome after a while, Kurama commented, an unseen tick on his eye. Shaina ignored the immature god, and instead picked him roughly, getting a small yelp from the kitsune, and moved towards the door. As she opened the door, her nose was instantly hit with a wonderful aroma of smells. This smelled simply godly. Almost robotically, she went down the stairs, her nose becoming her guide. Several minutes later, she came into the dining room, where she found 2 plates on the table. The 2 plates were filled with pancakes, bacon, a couple onigiri, eggs, and, was that, melon bread. She idly thought she smelled ramen as well, but her attention was set on the melon bread. The girl's mouth watered slightly, as she stared down at the food before her. A flicker of movement caught her attention, and she turned her head, to see Naruto quietly sitting in one of the chairs, reading a orange book. She blinked, and paid close attention to the book's title, Icha Icha. Paradise. She blinked. What was Ika Ika? As if feeling Shana's presence, the blonde closed the book with a loud snap, and turned his attention towards her. Sit down, and eat. I was being considerate enough to make you break fast, so don't all that time I spent in making it be a waste, he said, after a minute of silence. Wordlessly, Shaina slowly took a seat. She placed Alistair on the table, and slowly brought the food to her mouth, giving the blonde a single glance. She took single bite, and her world exploded into heaven. A childish smile appeared on her face, as her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. She ate the delicious at a speedy, but controlled pace. After she was done, she turned her attention towards the melon bread, and she promptly unwrapped it, and began to take savory bites from the delicious bread. She glanced at the quiet blonde across from her, only to see his own plate empty, and he took chopsticks full of ramen and placed them in his mouth, while reading the orange book again. Kurama, who Shaina placed on the table after she sat down, gave an unseen grin at the blonde. At first, when Kurama suggested the blonde find a hobby, like reading a book or something, the blonde was reluctant, and when Kurama suggested he try out the franchise that was Icha Icha, the blonde refused instantly, but after 30 years, he finally got the blonde to read Icha Icha. And got the blonde hooked on it. It felt so good corrupting the blonde. As if hearing Kurama's thoughts, the blonde lowered the book slightly to give him a small glare. The Crimson God merely innocently whistled. "What are you reading?" Shaina asked, swallowing a piece of melon bread and taking another bite. With even glancing at the black-haired, instead keeping his eyes on the book in front of him, the blonde answered a book. He took another bite of his ramen. A small tick appeared on Shana's forehead. "I know you're reading a book, but what is it about?" she asked, gaining control of her twitch. "Nothing you would be interested in," the blonde answered in an emotionless tone as he turned a page. Shaina twitched, but focused on eating her melon bread, glancing at the blonde each few seconds. After several minutes, the blonde sighed irritably. "Would you stop that?" he asked, demanded. "Stop what?" Shaina asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Stop staring at me," the blonde responded. "I wasn't staring at you," Shaina snapped, glaring at the blonde. How dare he say she was staring at him? It wasn't true, damn it. "Then what were you staring at then?" the blonde shouted back, returning the girl's glare. Lightning shot between the two's eyes, as they glared at each other with equal intensity. "I was staring at your whiskers," Shaina answered, still glaring at the blonde. "And what's wrong with my whiskers?" Naruto questioned, keeping his glare on the girl. His book lay forgotten on the table. Are they real?" the black-haired girl asked a bit shyly. A shiver went down the blonde's spine as he thought about his whiskers. One of the many reasons why he never let any girl near him was because they always wanted to touch his whiskers. His whiskers were sensitive. Every time someone touched them, he would, much to his anger and embarrassment, would purr like a cat, and the blonde refused to become some purring mess in front of anyone. "Yes, they are real, and no, you can't touch them," the blonde added. Once he saw Shaina open her mouth, Shaina pouted for a few seconds before she returned to eating her melon bread. "So why would you eat ramen so early in the morning?" she asked after a few minutes of silence. Kurama, who was on the verge of falling asleep, suddenly let out a small fuck as he stared at the blonde. Alistair, having heard Kurama's curse, spoke a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Something wrong, Kyubi?" Kurama made a small groan. "Just answer me this question, before I answer yours," he said. The god of atonement made a grunt of approval. Kurama, hearing Alistair's grunt, spoke his question. "Does your flame haze have any kind of obsession with any type of food?" Alistair hummed for several minutes before he spoke. "Well, I guess her food obsession would be melon bread." "Why?" "Oh fuck," was Kurama's answer, as both crimson gods turned to Naruto and Shana's conversation. "Ramen is not the food of the gods Baka. That detestable dish which you call food has nothing on melon bread," Shaina shouted, glaring angrily at the blonde. The blonde glared at the girl before him, making sparks of lightning shoot between their eyes. "And I told you, that little kitty food is nothing but a side dish compared to ramen," he shouted. The both of them clashed their foreheads together, glaring at each other all the while as they threw out various insults about the foods they liked. Both Kurama and Alistair sweat dropped. "That's why," Kurama suddenly said. "I see what you mean," Alistair commented, not sure how to deal with this type of situation. Both crimson gods' sweat dropped even more when they noticed their argument somehow went from which food was better to who was the better fighter. "I can kick your ass 7 ways to Sunday, you annoying blonde bastard." Tough talk coming from such a little girl. Urusai, 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 I am not little, you are just a giant." "Tay, is that gonna be your excuse for when I kick your ass?" "Gur teme. Snot-nosed little brat." The crimson god's sweat drop grew larger in size as they heard the heated argument. Both Shaina and Naruto were clashing their foreheads together, and the two of them exchanged lightning between their eyes. Kurama and Alistair sighed in unison, and they wondered how they were going to separate the duo. One thing was for sure, however, things were going to be very much interesting with the two of them together. Yuji blankly walked out of his house and into the sidewalk, his mind somewhere else entirely. He never noticed, others giving him a friendly wave. He never noticed how a car nearly ran him over when he crossed the street. He never even noticed when a bird flew by, did its business on his shoulder, and then promptly flew away. However, he did notice a sudden sharp pain on his head, almost as if someone had clocked him upside the head. Groggily, the brunette turned around to face the person who hit him, only to come face to face with the object of his thoughts standing right in front of him. Naruto, Yuji muttered, staring at his friend, who was glaring at the brunette with indifference and a twinge of worry in his eyes, but it was replaced with a coldness so icy that Yuji may as well become an ice statue at the moment. Again, Yuji felt the sharp pain of Naruto driving his fist into his skull. The brunette gave a slight yelp of pain, and he nursed his head. "What the hell, Naruto?" the high school student asked, holding his head. "Shut it, Yuji," the blonde commanded harshly. Yuji instantly shut his mouth at his friend's harsh tone, and he wondered what he did to deserve this. The blonde pointed behind him, and Yuji finally noticed the man shaking his fist at him from behind the blonde. "Yuji, what do you see?" the blonde demanded sternly. Yuji gulped. A man shaking his fist at me?" he asked questionably. "Correct. Now why is he shaking his fist at you?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "Because I may have crossed the street during a red light?" the blue-eyed brunette nearly squeaked. Again, the brunette felt Naruto drive his fist into his head, making him give another cry of pain. "Correct, Yuji. Next time, pay attention, otherwise you'll get run over by a car, baka," the blonde stated, before he pulled out a small rag, and proceeded to clean the bird poop from Yuji's shoulder. It was then that Yuji noted the shit on his shoulder, and he blushed in embarrassment. He glanced at the blonde cleaning his shoulder, and Yuji noted how the blonde softened only slightly as he cleared his shoulder. With the blonde focused on cleaning his shoulder, Yuji was able to return to his previous thoughts. He still couldn't believe the whole flame haze and power of existence thing. To think that life, human life, could be so meaningless to these crimson denizens. To think that all humans were to these beings is just food that could easily be replaced. It was unbelievable. At first Yuji was in denial when he returned home. However, he noticed the flame in his chest did not die out at all during the night, and when he woke up the next morning, his flame was still burning bright, only a little more smaller. And there was the fact that his blonde friend was in fact one of these flame hazes, whose main purpose was to protect the balance of the world. It was unbelievable, and simply put impossible, yet the proof was right in front of him. And then when Naruto told him that he had been a flame haze for over a century, Yuji very much nearly had a heart attack. The Naruto he knew was a cold, yet gentle person when he wanted to be. However, the Naruto he saw in the Fusuetsu was a cold, ruthless, and heartless killer who had no hesitation in cutting him down in order to get to him. That frightened Yuji. To him, it meant that the blonde was willing to cut him down, if it meant to protect balance. However, then the blonde had said that he had been feeding him this power of existence for months now in order to him keep existing. Even if the repercussions was that of death, the blonde did it anyway. Yuji didn't know what to feel about the blonde. All he knew was that he didn't know his friend as well as he thought he did. Yuji was shaken from his thoughts when he noted the blonde snapping his fingers in front of him. "Yes, Naruto?" Yuji asked nervously. The blonde paid Yuji's nervousness no mind, and instead jerked his head forward. "Let's go. The air is rapid with insects again," he blankly uttered, giving a sidelong glare at a group of girls pointing and giggling at him. Yuji's sweat dropped. It seems Naruto's dislike towards the girls who admired him didn't vanish. Shrugging, the brunette followed his friend throughout the crowded street. Yuji glanced at the blue gem around Naruto's neck, and he gulped when it turned blood red, completed with a slitted pupil, which seemed to give him a glare. Later it showed amusement, before it faded, and the gem turned back into its normal blue color. After several minutes, Yuji noted a familiar figure walking in the same direction as them. "Hirai-san," he muttered, gaining Naruto's attention. "Leave her be," Naruto stated, after a more minutes of silence. "Judging by her flame, she has only until tonight before her flame gives out, and she will no longer exist," the blonde finished. "Then, wouldn't it be better if we let her have the time of her life for her final day on Earth?" Yuji asked. Naruto snorted slightly. "You seem to misunderstand. I said that she doesn't have long for this world. That much is true. However, it wouldn't even matter if you were able to show the time of her life." "What do you mean?" The blonde sighed irritably. Kurama, sensing his flame haze's irritation, took over. "What Naruto is saying, that no matter what you do for her, it wouldn't matter. Look closely at her eyes, the Crimson God suggested. Yuji did so, and he noticed the blank and emotionless look in her eyes. That is what Naruto was trying to say, make no mistake, that is Hirai. Only it isn't her at the same time, it's merely a shell of her former self. A shell meant to keep the balance of this world. Like we explained last time, torches are shock absorbers. No matter what you do for her, she'll ignore you, until she is no longer required to keep balance in check. No worries though, after today. No one will remember her, not even her parents, Kurama nonchalantly finished. Yuji felt a surge of anger course through him, and he glared at both Naruto and the Crimson God. No, I don't believe that, I refuse to acknowledge such a thing. I will make her last moments on Earth the best of her life. Yuji shouted with conviction, before he sprinted towards Hirai's form, and proceeded to try and make conversation with her, keyword being tried. Your friend is quite foolish, a voice spoke from behind the blonde. Sighing, the blonde turned around to come face to face with Shana's small form. The black-haired girl was giving Yuji's form a blank look, before her brown eyes turned towards the blonde, and they lit up with curiosity as she gazed upon him. So why are you hanging around that torch? It's like you said, it wouldn't matter if you made his last days the best of his life, if he's just gonna disappear, Shaina stated, referring to Yuji. Yuji won't disappear, Naruto said, with firm conviction in his tone. Because you're feeding him power of existence, Shaina stated, giving the blonde a small glare. As I said before, it should nt matter to you what I do, the blonde retaliated. Wrong. Me and you are alike, Shaina asserted. Naruto rose an eyebrow, and he gave the small girl a slight interested look. What makes you say that? He asked. We are both flame hazes of two gods. We are able to control the powerful of all flames, and others fear us greatly, Shaina said, giving the blonde an intense look. The only difference between us is that your flames are black, while mine are red, she finished. That's where you're wrong, the blonde sharply stated. The difference between us and your flames is that I am a tool of destruction, while you are a tool of hunting. My flames cause nothing but death and destruction, while yours can give both life and death. We are both monsters, that much is true. However, I am a demon, the blonde darkly stated, his eyes flashing blood red, with a slitted pupil. Shaina noted a gleam in the blonde's eyes as well, yet, she couldn't identify the emotion behind the gleam. Alistair, however, could easily identify the gleam in the blonde's eyes. He had seen that gleam on countless humans. It was the gleam of someone who was close to losing his sanity, and they wanted to die before they could lose their sanity. This only proved to him that Kurama's flame haze wanted to die. The gleam in the blonde's eyes disappeared, and his eyes returned back to normal. Now I would love to stay and chat with you, Shaina. However, I have to keep an eye on Yuji. How can you do that, if you're not wearing your school clothing? She deadpanned. It was true, the blonde was not wearing his school clothes. Instead, the blonde wore a dark black long-sleeved shirt with a dark orange stripes running down the sleeves, black pants with a blue trim around the edges, along with black slacks, along with dark green streaks running along the sides, a black watch, with a gold clock rested on his wrist. And finally, a thick blackish red neck lance that had Kurama's gem attached to it. Shaina's sweat dropped. That was too much black. I always skip school on Thursdays, the blonde nonchalantly stated. Without another word, the blonde turned a corner, leaving Shaina standing there, blinking owlishly at his sudden departure. Before Shaina could chase after the dark flame haze to give him a piece of her mind, she felt an intense gaze trying to bore itself into her head. Battle instincts honed from years of battle took control, and the black-haired girl instantly began surveying the area for any denizens. However, to her confusion, she couldn't sense any denizens at all, yet, the intense gaze was still set upon her. After several more moments of trying to locate the source, the black-haired girl finally found it. A girl from across the street was glaring at her. The girl had long blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, a pink hair clip to the right side of her hair, and a large bang covering the girl's left side. Two bluish-green eyes glared heatedly at the black-haired girl, and Shaina noted the girl wore the girl version of the school uniform of the school Naruto went to. Shaina rose an eyebrow. Why was that girl glaring at her exactly? Did she do something to offend her? She didn't think so, so why did it seem that girl was upset with her? She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that she knew. Shaina shrugged. It wasn't her problem what that girl's problem was. Besides, she was merely a human, a weak and normal human. She can't do anything to harm whatsoever. Without a second glance, Shaina turned her back towards the girl, and went about her task of finding the blonde flame haze. Naruto grunted in annoyance as he saw Yuji exit the school. For the remainder of the day, the blonde kept a close eye on Yuji, making sure the brunette didn't do anything stupid or foolish. The blonde sighed, and he idly wondered why keeping an eye on his friend had to be so damn boring. Regardless, he bore witness to the sight of Yuji making somewhat of a fool of himself as he tried to integrate the shell of Hirai back into society. The blonde firmly believed Yuji's efforts were wasted, however, as every time he tried to place Hirai into a group, they would speak with her before they would commence ignoring the torch. To Naruto it was expected, so he saw Yuji try countless times to have Hirai into a group to interact with, only for it to end with the same result. At some point the blonde actually chuckled as he saw Yuji make a fool of himself. It was amusing, as did Kurama believe so, judging by how the Crimson God chuckled every time he saw Yuji do something he deemed foolish. However, the reason why Naruto sighed in annoyance was partly because of the boredom he was facing, and Shaina had somehow found him, much to his annoyance. Since then, she had been helping him keep track of Yuji since she arrived. It was reluctantly welcomed by the blonde, as he now had more time to read his orange book. However, Shaina was extremely curious as to what was in the book he was reading, and tried dozens of times to sneak a peek, only for her to fail as the blonde would shut the book and give her an annoyed look before, after several minutes of watching Yuji, he would open the book again, only for her to try again. The routine went pretty much the same for the remainder of the day, and now that school was over, they could finally approach Yuji, though to their annoyance, they found Yuji once again trying to get Hirai to join him in an arcade with Ike. The two flame hazes sighed tiredly, and began to observe the trio as they moved to the arcade. As expected, it was the same thing happened. No matter how much Yuji tried to get Hirai to talk to Ike, or to play with them, Ike would forget the young girl, and instead focus on what he was doing before. They ended the day, with the trio taking a picture. However, Ike stated he had to leave, so he bid Yuji farewell, not even bothering to bid Hirai farewell. Now the duo approached Yuji, as he finished speaking with Hira, only for her to burst into blue flames, her existence finally coming to an end. "I told you it was a waste of time, Yuji," Naruto coldly stated, stopping a few feet away from the brunette. Yuji glared at his friend. "It wasn't a waste of time, Naruto. I am positive she had the most excellent time of her life," he spoke with conviction. Naruto and Shaina snorted simultaneously. "Really? Then look at the picture you took with her and that other boy," Shaina stated. Yuji blinked, but took out the photo, not really seeing a point. However, his eyes widened in horror when he noticed that Hirai was not in the picture at all. She just faded away, like she never existed. It was then the true reality of what it meant to not exist anymore. Did Yuji understand? Not only would people not remember them, but everything that ints belonged to them, everything about them, everything, even the pictures, would disappear. "Do you understand now, Sakai Yuji?" Alistair calmly asked. Yuji slowly looked towards the pendant around Shana's neck. "No matter what you do to try and make their existence better, a torch is just that in the end, a torch. They will just disappear like nothing. Everything about them will cease to exist. Nothing about them will remain. That is what it means to not exist anymore," Alistair solemnly stated. "What Alistair says is true. So long as balance is required, torches will always remain, and they will always disappear shortly after. This is the cold and harsh reality of the world. There is nothing you can do about it, Sakai Yuji. In the end, without Naruto feeding you power of existence, you will end up just like a torch," Kurama grimly added. Yuji glanced at Naruto's form, and the blonde only had a blank and emotionless look in his eyes. The brunette glanced at Shana's small frame, and looked Naruto. The black-haired girl had the same emotionless and black look as well. If Yuji wasn't so sure they weren't related, then he would have called them siblings. "Even if you say so, then I just have to make the best of whatever existence I have left," Yuji shouted with conviction. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, while Shaina only rose an eyebrow. Kurama gazed upon Yuji with surprise, as he knew those words very well. However, he snorted a second later. "Naruto's beliefs are so similar to yours, Mito. Yet Yuji's beliefs are so similar to Kushina's. Is this what others call fate?" the Crimson God thought, remembering his two previous flame hazes. Alistair quietly hummed for several moments, before he, unseen to everyone of course, gazed upon Yuji with an unreadable expression. Not receiving a response from the others, Yuji turned around, and began walking down the sidewalk, with his head held high, conviction in his steps. The flame hazes, and their contractors blankly gazed at Yuji's distancing form. What a foolish torch, Shaina said, idly grabbing a piece of her eyes still sparking flames. Yuji has always been foolish and naive, Naruto stated, though his eyes were softened somewhat. Kurama snorted. That's one defective torch if ever there was one, he added. For once, I agree with you, Kyuubi, Alistair commented. Still though, you have to admit, that's surprisingly inspiring, Shaina said, looking at the piece of her eyes flames. Naruto sighed, and he extinguished the flame in Shana's hand. Hey! What the hell? The black-haired loli asked, glaring angrily at the blonde. Her existence is already gone now. I know what you were planning on doing with that piece of her, and I won't allow that, the blonde firmly stated. Why not? Shaina asked, demanded. The blonde glared at the black-haired girl. Did you ever think about her parents? What they would feel? Not only that, by using her existence, would she in a way still exist, but the memory of her will still be active as well, meaning her parents will be worried sick for the daughter that will never return home, he harshly stated. Shana's eyes widened slightly. I never thought about it like that, she whispered, a hint of shame in her tone. The blonde's eyes softened slightly. Come on, let's go home, he softly said, unaware that he referred to it as their home. Kurama's eyebrow shot up in surprise. Naruto speaking softly? That was uncharacteristic of him. However, both Crimson Gods watched with interest, as both flame hazes walked through the streets, subconsciously walking a bit closer than intended. Alistair's eyes twitched. He hated it when Kurama was right. Meanwhile, Kurama felt like throwing a wild party. Both Crimson Gods knew that the future would be quite interesting, with a broken flame haze with a dark past, a stubborn and feisty flame haze, and one defective torch. Yeah, that just spells chaos. Hiruzen always was a fool. I bet you would have never had guessed that your caretaker in the orphanage used to be my teammate, did you, boy? I do not care how much you cry. I do not care how much you plead. I adopted you, boy, and now you will show me your thanks by becoming my weapon. Is this understood, boy? From this point on, you are longer Namikaze Naruto. You will be simply known as Subject 9. Codenamed Fox. I won't lie to you, boy. The methods to break you will involve torture and other things. However, I'll leave that as a surprise for you to figure out. Doctors, proceed with his conditioning. Naruto sighed irritably as he walked into the school building. The male students were giving him a wide berth, while the girls drank in his every movement like wolves stalking their prey. If anything, the girls were like love-struck dogs. Once they see a male that they deem as alpha, they'll either try to obey his every command, or mate with him. In Naruto's case, they wanted to mate with the blonde. Naruto shuddered lightly as he felt them watching his every movement like starving hawks. He did not like being ogled at so openly, and without even a hint of shame as well. Heck, he was pretty sure he just saw a teacher giving him a predatory-like look, a teacher. The blonde debated on seeing the principal of the school and to tell her that a teacher might be seeking a relationship with a minor. That is unital. Naruto realized that he was physically 17, but in actuality that he was over 100 years old. That and the principal knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't allow some girl to play with his feelings. Sometimes it sucked having friends in high places. The blonde sighed in relief as he finally reached the only place where he can truly relax, without any student trying to either date him, ogle him, or try to pick a fight with him. This place was his safe haven, his home away from home. The principal's office. The blonde casually entered the office, and he silently sat in one of the chairs in front of the principal's desk. The woman in the principal's seat glanced up at him for a moment, before he returned to writing on a few documents. The woman had short, chin-length black hair. Her eyes were a dark black, her skin was pale, but fair. She wore a woman's business suit, with a skit instead of pants. Atop her desk was a pink pig, who was handing her some documents from time to time. The pig seemed to have a prominent blush on its cheeks, while it wore a shirt with the kanji for Taunton on it. The black-haired woman continued writing on the documents for several more minutes, before she stopped, and gazed upon Naruto with a warm smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun. What brings you here today?" she asked. Naruto grunted. "I came to avoid the other students, Shizune-san," he answered curtly. Shizune frowned slightly. "Naruto-kun," she began sternly, "it isn't healthy to cut yourself off from other students. I know that you have Ike and Yuji as your friends, but I believe you should make more," she said. "And I told you. Call me Ne-chan while we're in private, she added, a small pout on her face. Naruto sighed at her behavior. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he did view the black-haired woman as a sister figure, though he simply refused to acknowledge that, if anything, he had always tried to distance himself from her. You're probably wondering how the two met. The story isn't anything special, at least in Naruto's mind. It had all began when Naruto was simply doing his rounds around the city. It was the first time he had set foot in the city, and he patrolled the city that night looking for denizens. The blonde had found nothing during that time frame, and he set out to return to his apartment, manor. However, he didn't even get 4 blocks down the street when he heard a brief struggle coming from an alley. Curiosity getting the better of him, he entered the alley, and caught sight of a couple thugs trying to rob a black-haired woman. When they got the money from her, they apparently decided that what she had wasn't enough, thus they moved in to defile her by forcing themselves on her. The blonde was not having any of that. If there was one thing he hated in the world, it was rapists, so Naruto mercilessly beat them within an inch of their lives, and told them that should he ever see them again, he would end their lives without a hint of remorse. The thugs quickly got up, and ran away after that, with the trash, as Naruto put it, gone. The blonde turned his attention to the woman, and offered to escort her home in case they come back. The woman readily accepted, and introduced herself as Shizune. The two walked towards her home, with Shizune asking question about the blonde, wanting to get to know her savior better. However, the blonde was silent, and never answered any of Shizune's questions. That left Shizune a bit disheartened, but she kept trying. After escorting her to home, the blonde shortly disappeared, and Shizune never saw him again. 3 months later, Shizune learned that the blonde had been attending her school for the past 2 months. She had immediately called his name on the announcement, and called him to her office. The blonde has entered indifferently, and there the relationship between the two would hit off, with the woman slowly worming her way into the blonde's heart, until finally, she was viewed as a sister figure by the blonde, and Shizune had called Naruto her precious little Odoto. Up till this day Shizune had never gotten Naruto to call her Oni-chan, but she was determined to get him to call her that. I lost count after 300 Shizune-san, Naruto indifferently answered, setting his cold blue eyes outside her window. Shizune sighed at his behavior, and she felt a little hurt at the blonde's refusal to call her Ne-chan. So tell me Naruto-kun, how have you been this past couple days? You haven't been in my office like you usually do, Shizune asked, patting Tauntaun's head as the pig sighed happily. Naruto grunted business, he answered, being as vague as possible. Shizune frowned slightly. What type of business? She asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Private, Shizune gave a hard and stern scowl. Naruto-kun, you're not involved in any gangs, are you? The blonde twitched. No. Why would I ever associate myself with the scum of society? He coldly answered. Shizune nodded, and her hard and stern visage faded. Good, and you keep it that way, young man, she said, a warm smile on her face. You act like I got myself a girlfriend, the blonde said, shutting his eyes, and letting the sun's rays to brush against his face. Shizune giggled almost menacingly. Naruto-kun, you know that I will destroy any girl that tries to take away my precious Odoto, she happily said, a bright smile on her face. However, the aura of death swirling around her negated the effect of her beautiful smile. Not like any of these girls interest me, Naruto trailed, his mind flashing to Shana's angry face for a moment. The blonde blinked, and he wondered where that stray thought came from. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Naruto opened his eyes, and he gazed upon Shizune's gentle and warm eyes. I am fine, Shizune smiled, a tint of sadness in her eyes. We need to get you some more friends, Naruto-kun, she quietly said. A cold look entered Naruto's eyes. I don't need any more friends, he coldly stated. Shizune sighed, and opened her mouth to argue against the blonde, but was interrupted when someone knocked on her door. She sighed, and glared at the blonde, silently saying this argument wasn't over. Come in, she shouted. A second later, a small girl with a mop of black hair entered, her brown eyes locking onto Shizune's black ones. Hello, I am here for my appointment, she said. Naruto twitched at the familiar voice. He slowly turned his head, and he glared at Shaina, who was wearing the school's female version of their uniform. Shaina, feeling a glare on her, turned her head, and instantly glared at the blonde. Lightning shot between the two, and Shizune blinked at the tension in the air. Shaina, what are you doing here? Naruto coldly asked. I told you to remain at my house. Shaina folded her arms. Urusai. Urusai. Urusai, what I do is none of your business. If I don't want to stay at your house, then I don't want to. She shot back, her eyes glaring at the blonde. Naruto opened his mouth to resort to her response, but they both suddenly stiffened, and slowly turned their blank looks to Shizune, who had an aura of death swirling around her. You have a girlfriend, Naruto-kun. My precious little Obito has a girlfriend. Naruto-kun even lets her stay at his house. This is unacceptable, she muttered, her voice being heard clearly in the office, her bangs overshadowing her face. Taunton shivered, and slowly inched away from her owner. Kurama himself shuddered at her tone, and he silently prayed for his flame haze's safety. Was it possible for a god to even pray? Alistair, likewise, prayed for his flame haze. Even as a god, I am still wary of a female's wrath, the god of atonement thought. He isn't my boyfriend, girlfriend, both Naruto and Shaina shouted. Shizune slowly lifted her face, revealing her cold, lifeless, and seething eyes upon Shana's now shivering form. This crazy bitch was terrifying. Admitted, Shizune lowly snarled. You went and deflowered my precious little Obito, didn't you? You took my little Obito's virginity, and enjoyed it. How dare you take away my Obito's innocence? Come closer, so that I may kill you. I will avenge my Obito's innocence with your blood, she ominously whispered, her hand slowly reaching for a pencil in her cup holder. Shaina shivered in terror at the woman's threat, and she slowly backed away. And Naruto, a little help? Shaina squeaked, her voice pleading. Naruto blinked, and his response was slowly reaching into his jacket, and pulling out a small book in a black leather cover. The blonde opened the book, and went back into the chapter he was lost on, and began reading his Icha. En Naruto. Shaina shouted, disbelief in her voice. How dare you say my Obito's name with such familiarity? Shizune hissed, lifting a number 2 pencil Michael Myers style. Die, she snarled, lunging from her chair. Shaina screamed, and ran away from the crazy woman who was chasing her around the room. All while Naruto silently read his book. Aren't you gonna do something? Kurama silently asked. No, the blonde answered, flipping a page. Why not? You how Shizune-san gets when she's like this. The last time she got like this, she nearly castrated a police officer with a toothpick. I may have a death wish, but even I do not wish to suffer her wrath, the blonde quietly answered. Point taken, Kurama conceded, looking upon the scene of Shizune chasing Shaina around. After nearly an hour of Shizune chasing Shaina with a number 2 pencil, Naruto decided that enough was enough. The blonde shut his book, placed it back into his jacket, and his icy tone made both Shaina and Shizune freeze. Enough. Shizune, you are acting like a child, and you Shaina, I expected better, the blonde coldly stated. Shizune looked down in slight shame, though she was planning on making sure that this girl did not take away her precious Obito's innocence. In her opinion, Naruto was much too young to have a girlfriend, let alone have his innocence taken. Shaina glared at the blonde, and she pointed her finger towards Shizune. Not my fault she wanted to kill me. Who the hell chases people around with a pencil anyway? She shouted angrily. Serves you right for seducing my Obito, bitch, Shizune hissed. Shizune, Naruto sharply reprimanded. Shizune scoffed, and looked away. Now Shaina. Why are you here? The blonde asked, ignoring Shizune's scoff. Shaina sighed. Isn't it obvious? I have an appointment here with Shizune-san, so that I may attend the school, she answered, glaring at the blonde. You just want to get close to my Obito, admitted. Bitch, Shizune lowly muttered. Shaina glared at Shizune, with Shizune returning her own glare. Naruto sighed. He wondered why he had to have such an immature sister figure, not to mention she was very, very protective of him, not that he minded, since it kept most girls away from him in fear of her wrath. Regardless, the blonde glared at Shizune, silently commanding her to stop being so childish, and he coldly glared at Shaina for leaving the house in the first place. Shizune pouted, but pulled out some documents from her desk. You just need to sign these, and you will be allowed into the school, Shaina-san, Shizune said politely, with a strained smile. Cautiously, Shaina began to write on the documents, keeping a wary eye on Shizune, looking for the slightest twitch, so that she may have a reason to get the hell out of there. Shizune merely held a blank expression on her face the entire time. Naruto merely rolled his eyes at their behavior, before he silently left the office, making sure to give both Shaina and Shizune a warning glance. The air was thick with tension as both Shizune and Shaina stayed silent within the room. Finally, Shaina could take no more, and left, chasing after her fellow flame haze. Shizune sighed, and she picked up Taunton in her arms. Taunton, maybe I overreacted a bit, what do you think? She asked. Taunton merely tilted her head slightly, and gave out a small oink. Shizune sighed. Yeah, not much of an answer Taunton, she silently said, returning to her work. Seriously though, that bitch better not defile my Odoto. Naruto sighed annoyance when he heard Shana's footsteps fall in step with his. So why did you really decide to attend school? He asked blankly. Curiosity, Shaina easily replied, giving the blonde a well-masked curious look. If Shaina were honest with herself, she believed that Naruto was a very interesting person. He was an enigma that she must solve, and she wouldn't rest until she solved the puzzle that he was. Tay, you keep using my word, and I'll begin using your words, Naruto icily said. You wouldn't dare, Shaina lowly snarled. Saying Urusei 3 times was something unique only to her. She would never allow someone else to steal her favorite word. If she ever found anyone using her word, then she was gonna set them on fire. Then stop using my own words, Naruto coldly hissed. Whatever, the black-haired girl said, waving the blonde off. Now I need to figure out my blasted schedule, she grumbled, her eyes locking onto the piece of paper in her hands. Naruto sighed, and curiosity getting the best of him. He looked over her shoulder, and his eyes twitched. Kami-sama, why do you despise me so? He muttered. Kurama silently snickered, while Alistair merely rose an unseen eyebrow. Shana's ears perked up slightly, and she glanced at the blonde. Something wrong? She asked. Naruto could not suppress the sigh of annoyance that escaped from his lips. Your schedule is the same as mine, he answered, his eyes twitching slightly. That means all of our class are going to be the same, Shaina concluded, her eyes twitching at the fact that she was going to spend even more time with the flame haze with an attitude. Living with him is enough. But now she was going to spend almost the entire day with him. That is going too far. Naruto sighed in annoyance. You might as well just follow me, the blonde muttered irritably. Kurama quietly snickered at his flame haze's annoyance. Shaina huffed, but followed the blonde silently. During their walk down the hallway, Shaina noticed various girls giving her fellow flame haze hard-eyed expressions, only for them to glare at her when they noticed her walking alongside him. Though she wouldn't admit it, it actually made her a bit nervous. She wasn't used to this much hostility. Sure, she was used to fighting and insulting comments from denizens. But to have such hostility from humans, who don't even know her, it pretty much made her want to turn invisible. Heck, she didn't even know why they were glaring at her in the first place. She wasn't experienced with crowds or normal girls. She had been a flame haze for a long time, and for as long as she could remember she was being trained to be a flame haze. As such, she never had friends, more like caretakers and sparring partners. Alistair? He is more like a stern father than a friend. Some part of her hoped that some of the students in this school would befriend, but another part of her, the flame haze part, knew that any normal friendship, or relationship for that matter, was impossible for her, as her duty was that of a flame haze first. Yet, she wondered, even though she had dedicated herself to the duty of a flame haze, why? Why was it so difficult to take the blonde next to her into custody? One of the most important rules of a flame haze is to never prolong a torch's existence. Yet she had met someone who had did it so casually. A sense of duty demanded that she turn in the blonde, yet the other part of her was begging her not to. The mere thought of turning the blonde in, only for him to be executed immediately after, made her ache for some reason. Maybe it was because he was her somewhat first real friend. He was the coldest person she had ever known. Even with others that he considers friends, he was still a bit cold to them. Yet she was somehow able to feel a warm presence around him. Yet that warm presence was blocked out by the cold mask of indifference he usually had. Heck, she doubted she would have been able to detect that warmth in his presence if she hadn't been hanging around him as much. Hey midget, Shaina whirled around to glare at the blonde. She was not a midget, and she made that clear with her next sentence. I am not a midget. You are just a giant, you overgrown blonde, she angrily snapped. Naruto scoffed. Whatever midget. Anyway, we're in front of my class homeroom, so I am going to enter, and you are going to wait out here, the blonde stated. Why? Because I have to tell the class instructor that we have a new student, the male flame haze muttered in annoyance. The blonde glared at Shaina, before he silently entered the room. Shaina huffed. Who does that bastard think he is? She said under her breath. I believe he is the flame haze of cursed flames, while he is also Kyuubi's flame haze, Alistair chimed in. You know what I meant, Alistair, Shaina deadpanned. I know what you meant, Shaina. I was merely trying to lighten the mood, the god of atonement said. The black-haired girl blinked. You should try to do it again. You suck at trying lighten moods. I can't be that bad, Alistair said. The last time you tried to lighten the mood, you pissed off 7 denizens, and they ended up destroying a portion of Times Square in New York. It took a large amount of power of existence to fix the damage done, Shaina countered. I see your point, Shaina nodded approvingly, glad that she won the small argument. Seriously though, how do you piss off 7 denizens with only just a few words? Shaina was still trying to figure that out. Shaina patiently waited for several more moments, and she was just about to lose her patience when she heard her name being called. Taking a deep breath, the black-haired girl entered the room, and she blinked as all the students' eyes were now upon her, various students paying attention to her, and only her. It made her a bit nervous being the center of attention like this. But when she caught sight of Naruto's disinterested look as she came into classroom, and instead he turned his attention to the window, she felt both offended and angry. She gritted her teeth, and she strode into the room confidently, her head held up high. That appeared to have caught Naruto's attention, and Shaina was almost unable to pick up on the approval in the blonde's eyes, before he turned his head back to the window. Yuji, who was sitting a rows away from the blonde, tilted his head slightly, before he shrugged. Unfortunately, Yuji was not the only one to notice Naruto blasé over at Shaina. Naruto's fangirls caught sight of the blonde giving the girl even a small amount of attention, and they instantly began glaring at the girl in hatred. Shaina felt a bit pleased when Naruto had approval in his eyes, though she was a little worried about the girls, and what they would attempt to do to her. Introduce yourself, the teacher of the class spoke, giving Shaina a stern look. Shaina took a small breath, and she lightly bowed. I am Hakare Shaina. It's nice to meet you all, she politely said. The students, except for Naruto's fangirls, gave her welcoming looks, while the teacher had approval in his eyes. Nice to meet you, Hakare-san. Now for your assigned seat, why don't you? The teacher trailed off when he noticed Shaina begin to walk down the rows of desks. The students all gave her curious looks, and Shaina sat down in the empty desk next to Naruto. The only reason why she sat down next to the blonde was because out of everyone in the school, she knew him the most, and she was most comfortable around him, though now the girls were giving her murderous glares. How dare she sit next to their Naruto-sama? They all gave Shaina glares that would have sent even Kurama cowering, but Shaina stayed firm, and she glared right back at them. This is what Naruto had to deal with every day. Girls throwing themselves at him left and right. Not to mention, from what she was able to glean, obsessed with him to an extent. If so, then Shaina gave the blonde no small amount of pity, though for some reason, the mere fact that the blonde had so many girls after him bothered her. She just didn't know why. Class continued on as normal for Naruto, though the only thing that actively caught his interest when was Shaina made a complete fool of the teacher during class. He took a sadistic delight at how the teacher's expression was both sour and fuming at his humiliation at Shana's hands. However, the teacher was able to suppress his anger and continue on as normal. 2 hours into the lesson, the teacher reached a topic that made Naruto stiffen. Now then, who can tell me about the massacre of the Black Ops agency known commonly as Root? The teacher asked, looking at his students. A female student stood, her long platinum blonde hair flowing slightly, while her bangs covered the right side of her face. The agency known as Root was generally a mysterious group. They claimed that whatever work they did, it was to protect the country. And yet, most of their operations caused more harm than good. The ending results of their missions usually ended with more lives being lost than necessary. Yet, despite all of Root's faults, they were still able to maintain funding. That is until the agency was mysteriously massacred all in one night, the girl explained. She shivered with her next sentence. Shaina vaguely remembered that this was the same girl who was glaring at her the other day. It is said that the body of the leader of the group was found chained to a wall, with a tomahawk wedged in his skull, and another tomahawk impaled deeply into his chest. It is speculated that he was tortured for hours before he was finally allowed to die, the female blonde finished. The class all had pale faces, while the teacher's own face was a bit grim. Shaina had an interested face, while Yuji looked a bit paler than normal. Inside his pendant, Alistair thoughtfully hummed. Naruto merely scoffed. That was the watered-down version of what really happened. Kurama only snorted from within his gem. Humans, always quick to edit history when it could possibly ruin their image, he knew what Root's operations really were. He knew that out of all the humans in the world, Root was the one with the most blackest of hearts. The things he saw in that group were behind traumatizing. The things he saw would have made any man kill himself with pure disgust and fear. Yet, with all of that darkness, he found a very small, yet bright light within Naruto. It was one of the reasons why, when Naruto became his flame haze, that the first thing he told Naruto to do was destroy that disgusting group, a group the blonde was a part of. Naruto had followed his orders without question, and within a single night, the entire organization was dead. He could still remember the screams of horror and terror when they realized that their weapon had turned against them. He remembered how the blonde ruthlessly killed every single one of his comrades, people he grew up with, people who nurtured him, people who trained him, taught him. The blonde killed them all, without any shred of mercy. No emotion set upon his face at all. He was just one blank, emotionless killing machine who knew neither mercy or restraint. Kurama shook his head of any thoughts about the past, and instead focused his attention back on the human world. "Thank you, Yamanaka-san. I am pleased that you paid attention in class," the teacher said, giving a small nod of acknowledgement. "Ino, I am pretty sure it was obvious after I said the last name," smiled at the teacher's praise, and she turned her hopeful eyes upon Naruto's form, only to find the blonde looking at the window, looking completely uninterested in what was happening in class. Ino sighed, and she sat down in her chair. The blonde turned her head towards the new girl, and she narrowed her eyes when she saw the new girl quietly poke the blonde in the sides. The blonde turned his attention to her with an indifferent gaze, and she noted how the girl quietly spoke a few words to the blonde male. She noted how Naruto gave off a sigh of annoyance. Before he nodded slowly, she noticed Shaina turned her head back to the teacher, a smug smirk on her face. She narrowed her eyes, wondering what they were speaking about. Naruto once again sighed in annoyance as Shaina flashed him a smirk. Honestly, he wished she would stop doing that. He may have agreed to go buy her some melon bread, but that didn't mean that he was going to like. How she managed to convince him to buy such a trivial thing he would never know. He grumbled slightly, and he shut his eyes, allowing the sun's rays to brush against his face. He was well aware that someone was watching him, but he didn't care. He wanted to enjoy the sun's warmth. It was one of the fewest of pleasures that he had in this world. His peaceful moment was destroyed, as instantly he felt a Fusuetsu begin to form, and he opened his eyes irritably. He growled lowly, and he glanced Shaina, who gave him a small nod. Time around the school began to freeze. The only people who were unaffected were Yuji, Shaina, and of course Naruto. What? Not again!" Yuji exclaimed. Naruto noticed Shaina roll her eyes slightly at Yuji's shout. The blonde grunted, and he stood, his school uniform being replaced with his black robes with a blood-red fox on it, his hair becoming crimson red with embers floating about, his eyes a crimson red with a slitted pupil in the middle. Shaina underwent a similar transformation, though there wasn't a slitted pupil in her eyes, and her black coat was worn over her school uniform. "Guys, what's happening?" Yuji asked. Shaina was about to snap at Yuji, but Naruto beat her to it. "Yuji, just shut up and remain that way," the blonde harshly ordered. Yuji fell silent. Kurama hummed slightly. "So, any idea on why the fuck a Fusuetsu was created? I didn't sense any denizens." Alistair was the one who answered him. "A crimson denizen is around, though I'm not sure what they are here for. They are not here to devour any power of existence, otherwise they would have done so already. Shaina tsked, so we can only assume that they are targeting flame hazes specially," she said with a scowl. "That's pretty much what I am gonna assume," Kurama nonchalantly said. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted when Yuji yelled out, "Guys, look out." Instantly both Shaina and Yuji turned their attention to the window, only for it to be too late, as the glass shattered, and an explosion to occur within the classroom. Shaina coughed as she removed a desk that landed on top of her. She groaned, and grabbed her head, which had a long, thin line of blood running down her from her forehead. "Careful, Shaina. You hit your head as the impact of whatever entered the classroom was enough for you to be blasted from your position," Alistair advised. "I am fine, Alistair," she uttered in return. "Yuji, get your ass out of my face." She heard another voice dangerously growl out. She heard shuffling, and Yuji's nervous laughter. Sorry, Naruto," Yuji apologized. She heard Naruto grunt, and his form finally came into vision. "There you are," he uttered, moving to Shana's slowly standing form. The girl heard Kurama snickering. Ah, that was funny. Yuji having his ass in your face. So unlucky aren't you, Naruto? If I hadn't known you for so long, I'd have thought you were gay, the god of destruction snickered out. Naruto grit his teeth tightly shut it, Baka Kitsune. So what do you think happened? Shaina asked, ignoring her fellow flame haze for the moment. Hard to say, though if it is who I think it is. Alistair trailed off. He knew of only one denizen that can mask his presence completely, and that was Hunter Fryane. But why would a powerful Crimson Lord such as he go after a flame haze? Let alone two for that matter, unless is it one of his Rinne. Tay, Master won't be pleased that you survived that, a voice remarked. Everyone shifted their attention to the large and bulking humanoid man that stood before them. He looked at them with a steely gaze, and he glared at them with a cold look. Who is your master? Shaina demanded, summoning her sword, and pointing directly at the man. The large Tomogara merely picked something from his ear. I am going to kill you, all for the sake of my master, he darkly said. Ike! Yuji shouted, seeing Ike on the ground, his glasses cracked, and he was bleeding. However, with the flow of time stopped, the injuries, and the blood that was supposed to flow, did not flow at all. In fact, everyone in the classroom was either dead or heavily injured. This is horrible, Yuji whispered. Shaina could have cared less. Instead, the black-haired girl kept her eyes on the Rinne in front of her. Meanwhile, Naruto merely had his blank gaze upon Ike's still form. The blood began to bring up memories. Memories of how he brutally killed people. The blood wouldn't stop flowing. The screaming wouldn't stop. The blood. Red, 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 red. The blood wouldn't stop. It was still flowing. The screaming. The terrified faces of everyone he has ever killed. They were chewing away at his subconscious. They eating away at his self-restraint. The blood. The beautiful red color of blood. And finally, whatever self-control Naruto had on himself vanished. The tight hold he had on his sanity finally snapped. After nearly 100 years, the firm grip he had on reality was shattered. His insanity was released. His mouth began to set into a large grin, and his crimson red eyes turned feral, an insane gleam inside it. Shaina was about to demand for the Rinne to speak, and demand for his master's name once more, before she felt an incredible wave of bloodlust wash over her, and she shivered. This bloodlust, the killing intent, what was happening? Everyone, the Rinne, Yuji, including Alistair, felt a bead of sweat run down their face. You must think you are plenty powerful to be able to deal with two flame hazes, let alone me. They turned their heads toward Naruto, only to find him slowly walking forward, much like a zombie, his bangs overshadowing his eyes and face. You think you are powerful, don't you? Rinne scum. The blonde spoke, however. There was something in his voice that unnerved them. Can you hear it? The blonde asked quietly. Everyone's eyes showed confusion at what the blonde was talking about. I can hear it quite clearly. I can hear it. The blonde lifted his head slightly, and Yuji, Shaina were shocked to see a overly large grin on the blonde's face. It was the first emotion that they had ever since the blonde express, besides anger and annoyance. However, that smile, it was unnerving, and it held an insane quality to it. The blonde began to slowly chuckle, and that chuckled only frightened everyone. It's whispering to me, it's telling me, to kill you, Naruto suddenly roared, and everyone was finally able to see his eyes, but those were not the eyes of the same Naruto they knew. No, these eyes spoke of insanity, bloodlust, hatred, and starvation for destruction. The Rinne was barely able to dodge out of the way as a black blur shot past him. Everyone's eyes were wide at the speed of the attack, and the Rinne froze when he felt Naruto's breathe directly in his ear. Scream was all he heard, before his back erupted in pain. The Rinne roared in pain, and spun around to hit the blonde. The blonde had the same grin on his face as the blow connected to his face, launching his body into a wall. Shaina and Yuji were worried, while Alistair merely kept a close eye on the battle. The Rinne smirked. Flame hazes are weak, he said. However, he froze when he heard that same malicious laughter. Weak, so weak, you do not have the power to kill me, the crazed Naruto whispered, the grin not leaving his face, despite the blood trailing down his cheek. Naruto gave a fanged grin, and he blurred to the Rinne's form, driving his fist into the Rinne gut. You are weak. You don't have enough hate or power to kill me. With that said, the blonde kicked the Rinne in the face, blasting the Rinne away from the sheer force. Shaina and Yuji watched the entire scene in shock. Was this really Naruto? Why was he like this? Did something trigger this? Inside his pendant, Alistair was wondering why Kurama wasn't even reacting to what's happening. The Rinne burst from the rubble, a hint of fear in his eyes. However, that fear was quickly washed away with rage when he saw the bored look Naruto had. The Rinne roared, and he began to attack the blonde with wild strikes and swipes of his claws. The onlookers only watched in shocked silence when they saw the blonde not reacting to any of the attacks, merely standing there, and letting the Rinne attack him. After several minutes, the Rinne swiped his claws against the blonde's chest. Naruto stumbled back slightly, and the Rinne smirked at the blonde. "I bet you're regretting angering me, huh, Flame Haze?" the Rinne asked smugly. That smugness was shattered when he heard the blonde begin to laugh once more, though there was something within that laugh that enraged him. Shaina narrowed her eyes when she detected the disappointment within the blonde's laughter. Why would he feel disappointed? "Weak," Naruto said aloud, his wide smirk plastered on his face. "You couldn't kill me, and you won't be able to now," the blonde declared. Before everyone's eyes, the blonde's injuries began to heal at an unbelievable rate. Soon, the only thing that could be proof of the blonde's injuries were his torn clothing. What? The Tomogara whispered, a thought shared by Shana and Yuji. "You're just like the rest," a disappointment, Naruto uttered, anger simmering in his insane eyes. "Naruto. Enough." Kurama finally roared, causing the area to remain deadly silent at the cold tone his voice held. Naruto merely lowered his head to look at the gem that hung around his neck. His slitted crimson eyes regarded the gem with barely noticeable sanity. "Stop playing around, and kill him already, Naruto. Remember what I said about losing yourself. Now get a hold of your sanity, and end your opponent," Kurama coldly ordered. Naruto merely stared blankly at the gem hanging around his neck. For a moment, everyone was afraid the blonde didn't hear the Crimson God, but their worry was short-lived as they noted the insane gleam in the blonde's eyes vanish, and the overly large grin on the blonde's face began to slowly fade, until finally, the blonde HD his usual cold face of cold indifference. "The blonde TSKED can't believe I lost control for a moment," he silently muttered. He glanced at Shaina and Yuji, and he winced inwardly at the fear in Yuji's eyes. The blonde felt a pang in his chest, but he ruthlessly destroyed that feeling. He glanced at Shaina, and the black-haired girl had a concerned look, before it was replaced with indifference. Naruto felt almost relieved that she didn't have fear in her eyes, yet he didn't know why. The blonde returned his attention on his opponent, and he glared when he saw the confidence return to the Tomogara's eyes. "I am going to end your existence today," Naruto coldly stated. The Rinne scoffed. "Please, you may have had the advantage with that little insane power-up of yours, but it's gone now. You're done." The Rinne was interrupted when killing intent erupted in the area. Shaina felt a bead of sweat roll down her neck. However, instead of feeling fear or nervousness, all she felt was excitement. She idly wondered if she was starting to develop what people called a fetish. She blinked, and she wondered what kind of fetish he was having, if she had one at all. Yuji went stiff, and he felt as if his entire body was frozen in ice so cold that he may as well live in the Arctic. The Rinne, however, had it worse, as he was the primary target of the killing intent. His life flashed before his eyes, before they were replaced with images of his death. "Naruto TSKED once more, you're so weak and pathetic that you can barely withstand my killing intent, and this isn't even a tenth of what I can do," the blonde stated coldly, much to everyone's disbelief. Shaina felt so much weaker now. She had been a flame haze for a fairly good amount of time, and she believed that strength came with time and patience. It was how she was taught. Yet, even though Naruto had been a flame haze for a century, there were other flame hazes who lived just as long as he did, and they didn't even measure up to the blonde at the moment. Shaina made a vow to get stronger. Alistair was impressed at what the boy was capable of. He didn't know that the Kyuubi's flame haze was so powerful, yet he felt this was good for Shaina. He had noticed that small traces of arrogance beginning to form up in her, and this would surely keep her humbled. Yuji was shocked. Already the blonde was so powerful enough to just freeze people with a glance, and paralyze them with his intent alone. Yet this wasn't even a tenth of what he could do. Just what were flame hazes truly capable of? The Rinne, filled with fear, threw away any rational thought, and he charged recklessly at the blonde, hoping to surprise him. However, his efforts were in vain, as the blonde caught his first strike, and kept his locked in place. Naruto made another tisk. "I don't really want to waste any more time than I already have. So, you're going to die quickly and painlessly," The blonde stated, you should feel proud to die by the technique I am going to use. Only one other person in both the Crimson World and the human world knows this technique, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. Great fire annihilation. With that shout, a torrent of black flames shot from the blonde's mouth. Inside his pendant, Alistair's eyes widened slightly. That technique, he thought. The flames took on the shape of large fireball, before it began to rapidly spread, and it covered almost an entire quarter of the classroom, burning desks and chairs to ashes within moments. Fortunately, no students were harmed, but the Tomogara on the other hand. All Shaina and Yuji heard was a gasp of pain, before there was silence. Naruto scowled as he looked at his handiwork. Pathetic. Madara-sensei's flames are able to destroy entire armies within moments. Meanwhile my flames, despite them being black, can only amount to this. How pathetic. I need more training it seems, the blonde thought. Naruto turned his attention back on Yuji and Shaina. The blonde began walking towards them, but he faltered slightly when he saw Yuji flinch of fear. The blonde ignored the pang in his chest, and he indifferently walked past them. Shaina, I trust that you'll be able to deal with repairing everything here, the blonde said. Wordlessly, the black-haired girl nodded. Naruto glanced at Ike's fallen form. He felt his chest twist painfully. It seems he was going to lose a friend in a few days. Of course we all know that's not happening, as Yuji will be offering his flames to repair the damage. The blonde glanced towards Yuji and Shaina once more, and he silently vanished. You can't keep doing this to yourself, Naruto, Kurama solemnly stated. The blonde didn't answer, he just continued looking at the night sky, the moon reflecting off his face, and the blonde flame haze eyes were blank, devoid of any and all life. Naruto was silent for several moments, before he spoke, his voice blank and emotionless. I lost control, he said in disgust. I thought I learned proper control for the last several years, as it did not happen as frequently, but when I saw Ike injured and bleeding, I lost control. Everyone loses control, Naruto, Kurama said. I am different from everyone else. It's dangerous for me to lose control, and you know it. Come now, Naruto, I know it's dangerous for you, but you can't be too hard on yourself. I should died the day I met Madara-sensei, and you should have let me die, Kurama. Don't say that. Kurama remembered that day. It was only a week after Naruto became a flame haze, and after he killed everyone en route. He was fighting a Crimson Lord, and the Crimson Lord had nearly killed the blonde. That is until Madara made his appearance. He destroyed the Crimson Lord, and later took on the blonde as his apprentice, saying that the blonde reminded him of himself. Kurama was wary. After all, Madara was well known for not interfering with any matters related to a flame haze, but later accepted him as the blonde's teacher, though he couldn't help but wonder what Madara was planning. Kurama, I am a weapon. I have no purpose, or a dream, or ambition. I am simply a weapon without a master, and we both know that weapons with no masters are dangerous. Kurama tried to speak, but he was interrupted when he heard Shaina sit next to the blonde, and she gazed upon the sky alongside him. The two were silent for several minutes, before Shaina spoke. So, what was that back there? She idly asked. She had just came from spying on Yuji after he had given half of his flame to repair the damage by the Rinne. She was shocked to see his flame regenerate at the chime of midnight, and the blonde was nowhere near him. Now Shaina and Alistair had their suspicions. Now she was right next to the blonde, wondering what was happening to him, and why he could have possibly lied to her when he said he was feeding Yuji power of existence. It's none of your concern, Naruto tonelessly said. Shaina narrowed her eyes. Not my concern? My friend just went insane, and he tells me it's not my concern? She said in outrage. Naruto turned his head towards her. I didn't realize we were friends, he emotionlessly stated. Fine then. Shaina snapped. Comrades, friend, or partner, whatever relationship we may have, she stated. Outwardly, the blonde showed no reaction to what Shaina said, but inwardly, he was surprised. He tsked slightly, feeling a bit annoyed at her reasoning. Your reasoning is foolish. Shaina looked like she was gonna have another fit of anger. However, it is not unwelcome, the blonde abruptly added. Shaina tilted her head slightly. What Naruto means is that while your concern is not necessary, it is appreciated, Kurama answered. Baka Kitsune, I didn't mean it like that, Naruto mumbled. Then tell me, how exactly would have you worded it? The blonde merely remained silent, before he tsked in annoyance. He idly noted that he has been doing that a lot lately. So, you appreciate my concern, Naruto? Shaina asked, her eyebrows slightly raised. Naruto merely remained silent. He was not going to answer such a trivial, and, to him, insignificant question. Shaina frowned at the blonde's lack of response, before she turned her gaze up towards the night sky, wondering why the blonde found it so interesting. After several minutes she heard some shuffling beside her. She turned her head to see the blonde standing, and he walked towards the edge of the roof. "I'll see you at home, midget," was all he said, before he jumped off. Shaina only had one response to that. "I am not a midget," she cried in outrage. "Shut up. I am sleeping here," a man roared out his window, shaking his fist at Shaina. Shaina chuckled sheepishly, before she turned her gaze upon Naruto's distancing form. "He is an interesting flame haze," Alistair spoke. "How so?" Shaina asked. "You didn't notice how he stiffened when the topic of Root came up in the classroom?" Shaina shook her head. "Well, from what I was able to gather, either he was there during the massacre of Root or he was the one who did it," Alistair grimly stated. Shaina gasped lightly. But why would he do such a thing?" "I am unsure." Also, after his little episode, he revealed that he knew the Great Fire Annihilation. "What's so special about that?" the black-haired girl asked. "The Great Fire Annihilation is something that only one other being knows, besides Naruto. That being has many monikers, but his real name is Madara, the Crimson God of War and Battle. He and the Kyuubi were known as the ultimate partners. Together, they were given the moniker the combo of warring destruction. Madara is quite nomadic, and often separates himself from any matter relating to that of a flame haze," Alistair explained. "It is quite surprising that the flame haze of Kyuubi knows Madara's signature technique. I can only conclude that Madara taught him that technique. The question is, why? When Madara himself said he would never pass his teachings on to someone else," Alistair mused. Shaina pursed her lips. Maybe he saw something inside Naruto that convinced him to take him under his wing?" she offered. Alistair thoughtfully hummed. "That is a possibility. Nonetheless, this requires more investigation. I advise that you return to the manor immediately. No doubt Naruto is waiting for us." "I doubt it," Shaina said. "He confuses me at times, and I can never get a good reading of him, so I doubt I'll be able to tell if he was truly expecting us," she added, before she jumped off her perch and began walking towards Naruto's home. "Madara, why would you take the boy under your wing? You've never shown any interest in matters related to flame hazes, or matters related to other denizens for that matter, yet you took on a student. I wonder, what did you see in the boy to convince you to train him?" Alistair thought. "Danzo-sama, the boy's mental conditioning has reached satisfactory levels. His emotions and his will has been stripped of him. We suspect that he will be able to perform missions in a week. His physical conditioning has surpassed our expectations. Also, we have done as you've asked. The enhancements you had us give to the boy proved fruitful. He is now more durable and resilient. Also, it appears that he has gained a healing factor from the enhancements. As of now, Root Agent Namikaze Naruto, code-named Fox, Subject 9, is now under your direct command after his assessments has been completed." Naruto felt like banging his head against the wall as he sighed heavily. He growled lowly in frustration as he resisted the urge to stomp out of the classroom. Kyuubi quietly snickered at the blonde's problem. It was lunch period in school, and all the students were chatting among their friends, eating lunch, or just mingling around. You may be wondering why the blonde was so frustrated. The reason why was because today, he had forgotten to bring his lunch. As such, the blonde was forced to simply sit in his seat, silent, and not even acknowledging anyone. Even if he was hungry, he was not going to ask his friends to share some of their lunch with him. He refused to. His pride wouldn't allow it, and he didn't like depending on someone else, as he was taught by Danzo and Madara so long ago. Depending on someone else is a sign of weakness, and the blonde took those lessons to heart. Another reason why he was so frustrated was because of his damn fangirls eyeing him like hawks. They knew that he didn't bring his lunch, and they were waiting for him to show a sign of hunger so that they may share their lunches with him. He nearly snorted at the thought of him having lunch with fangirls. Kurama would never let him live it down. Once more he quietly sighed in frustration, his stomach grumbling silently. Beside him, Yuji gave his friend a worried look, and he glanced down at his own lunch. He knew the blonde didn't bring his own lunch, and he tried to offer him lunch, but the blonde politely refused. Yuji didn't understand it. He knew the blonde was hungry, so why didn't he swallow his pride and accept his offered share? Honestly, what was wrong with accepting lunch from another person? Yuji didn't know, but he knew that Naruto was like this every time he forgot his lunch. Him and Ike had tried dozens of times before to share their lunch with the blonde when he forgot his lunch, but each time they had been politely rejected. Yuji sighed as he looked at Naruto. The blonde was merely leaning back on his chair, with his arms crossed and eyes closed. If it were anyone else, they would have thought the blonde was napping, but Yuji and Ike knew the blonde was merely trying to focus on something else other than eating and lunch period in general. And they knew it wasn't working out because of the subtle twitches his brow gave, and the slightly clenched jaw he had. They were able to just barely hear the blonde's stomach growl, but they heard it. They watched as Naruto slowly clenched his fist, while an almost inaudible growl escaped his throat. Finally, Yuji couldn't stand to watch his friend starve, and he decided to try and offer the blonde some of his lunch again. "Naruto, my mother made a bit too much lunch for me. Do you think you could take some off my hands?" he asked, pleaded. Without even opening his eyes, the blonde answered no. Yuji felt a little disappointed, but he didn't let that stop him. "Come on Naruto, there's more than enough in here, besides I am almost full." "No, Naruto, you have to eat something. It's not healthy to do what you're doing right now." The torch tried again, hoping that he would get through to the blonde. "You're annoyingly stubborn," Naruto snapped, annoyance leaking in his voice. Ike sighed slightly, and decided to assist Yuji in this situation. "Yuji has a point Naruto, you have to eat, otherwise you'll start feeling tired, and you will start to lose focus. Eating not allows our brains to think at a higher capacity, but it strengthens the body." Naruto sighed in annoyance. "Do you not think I know this, Ike? You forget that I am the top student in the entire school," Naruto stated, "and since I am the top student, I can afford to lose focus in class, because my grades are high enough that they won't be affected by the neglect." Ike's eyes narrowed, as he thought over the words the blonde said. It was subtle, so subtle that you would need to be a detective, but Ike was able to see it. The blonde was hinting at something, but what? He thought back over the blonde's words, and the way he reacted to them, but several things stood out. Grades high enough that neglecting school wouldn't be a problem. He could afford losing focus, or skipping classes because his grades were so high. He had said this the second that Ike said that eating would keep him from getting tired, to allow his brain to think more clearly. Could it be? Ike looked at blonde sitting across from him, and he noted how the blonde's eyes were only just slightly open. He saw many things in the blonde's eyes, but one thing stood out the most, and it was the concern in his eyes as he looked at both Yuji and Ike. However, the emotion was gone not a moment later. Naruto gave him an expectant look, before he shut his eyes once more. Ike's eyes widened slightly as he finally realized just why Naruto was rejecting their lunch. He wanted them to eat, to keep their strength up, to allow their brains to think more clearly so that they by extension would do a bit better in school. But Ike himself was doing well in school. Heck, he was at least within the top 10, so the question still stands, why was he rejecting their offers? Ike opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted as he felt someone sit beside him. Ike turned his head, and he saw that the person that was sitting next to him was the new student, Hakare Shaina, if he remembered her name correctly. The black-haired girl sat down, disregarding both Ike and Yuji, and simply stared intently at the blonde in front of him while he absently ate some melon she brought with her. While others may have found it rude that she didn't offer a greetings towards them, Yuji and Ike took it in stride, as they were used to such actions. As Naruto did something similar, the blonde would just ignore the presence of everyone in class, completely disregarding even the teacher. However, Naruto at least gave them both small nods of acknowledgement. Come to think of it, Ike didn't think that Naruto had many friends, and he remembered that when he asked Naruto if he did have any. Of course, Naruto completely ignored him when he asked that question, and Ike made it a mission to observe the blonde more often, and Ike learned very little from observing the blonde. The only thing he learned about Naruto was that he loved ramen, and that he didn't interact with the other students of the school at all. Ike was shaken away from his thoughts when he heard Naruto speak. "Can I help you, little girl?" the blonde neutrally asked, not even bothering to open his eyes. Ike and Yuji noted the small twitch of Shana's eyebrow, but the small girl seemed to rein her anger in. Though a small tick mark remained on her head, the long-haired girl simply stared at the blonde for several more moments, before she gave a small huff. She dug into her bag, and pulled out a wrapped item from it. She gave the blonde a small glare, and set the wrapped item in front of the blonde. Satisfied, Shaina went back to eating her melon bread. Ike and Yuji shared a look, and stared at the interaction between the two more intently, idly wondering what the wrapped item was. After several moments, the blonde opened his eyes, and simply stared at the wrapped item in front of him, with his sharp nose, and the blonde was able to smell the scent of ramen coming from the wrapped item. The blonde simply knew that inside was a ramen cup, a recently heated ramen cup. The gem around its neck flashed red for a moment, and Naruto could practically feel Kurama's growing amusement. "What is this?" Naruto blankly asked, shifting his gaze towards Shaina. Shaina scowled slightly as she ate her melon bread. "Baka," she began, much to the surprise of both Ike and Yuji, "when you left the manor, I noticed you left your lunch on the table. I thought I would be considerate and bring it to you." She neutrally answered that, and Alistair wouldn't stop bothering her about it. While Alistair was neutral to the blonde, he was still a flame haze, that, and the blonde Kurama's flame haze. Suffice to say, he would look after the blonde whenever Kurama couldn't. Although he did wonder why Kurama didn't tell the blonde he was missing his lunch. Maybe the nine-tailed kitsune loved messing with the blonde sometimes, or maybe he was sleeping at the time. Alistair believed it was the latter, as the god of destruction was always sleeping when nothing interesting was going on. "I didn't ask you to bring it to me," Naruto coldly stated. Shaina glared. Urusai, I don't care. I went through the trouble of heating that up for you, and just take it, and be grateful," she exclaimed, giving the blonde an angered glare. Why couldn't this blonde idiot be grateful? The blonde glared at her, and he opened his mouth to argue with the girl. However, he simply shut his mouth, and huffed angrily. He stared at wrapped ramen for a moment, before he begrudgingly took it, and began eating it. Satisfied, Shaina went back to eating her melon bread, her eyes shining a bit more brightly. Ike and Yuji shared a bewildered look. The two eyed the flame hazes in curiosity, and they wondered, just what did Shaina mean when she said he left the manor without his lunch? Unfortunately, Ike and Yuji were not the only ones who noticed when Shaina said that. The students that were within hearing distance, which were mostly girls, all glared at Shaina, trying to bore a hole in the back of her head. They were promptly ignored by the black-haired girl, as she focused on savoring her melon bread. Yuji, his curiosity getting the best of him, spoke. Shaina-san?" he asked nervously. Shaina glanced at the brown-haired boy, a raised eyebrow adorning her facial expression. "I was wondering, what did you mean when you said Naruto left the manor without his lunch? The way you said it implied that either you're a neighbor, or is it possible that you two live in the same house?" Yuji asked, gaining the attention of all girls within hearing distance. Shaina blinked as she chewed her food. She swallowed the food in her mouth, and she simply Yuji a blank look, one that made Yuji nervous. Finally, Shaina spoke, and she answered in a very blunt manner, "The two of us live in the same house." That answer was enough for everyone within hearing distance to freeze. Both Ike and Yuji swore they heard the hearts of Naruto's fangirls shatter like glass. "What?" Ike exclaimed, choking on his rice ball. "Why you two live in the same house? Surely you must have some parental vision." Naruto ignored the entire conversation for the most part. Instead, the blonde was more content to merely slowly eat his ramen. Shaina on the other hand paused. Technically Alistair and Kyuubi could be considered their guardians. "Technically we do have guardians, but they mostly leave us to our own devices," Shaina added, before turning her head, signifying the end of the conversation. However, Ike wouldn't let the matter drop just yet. "Mostly leaves you to your own devices? That is irresponsible of them," he declared, several students, mostly girls, nodding in agreement. "Who's irresponsible, you hairless ape?" Kurama's voice suddenly echoed, causing the entire class to envelop in pure silence. What was that?" one student asked, the other students in the class frantically looking around. Shana's eye twitched, while Alistair gave a deep sigh. Suddenly Naruto stood, and he cleared his throat quite loudly. Catching everyone's attention. "Everyone, I want you to pay close attention to my eyes," Naruto blankly stated. The other students, including Ike, all looked into Naruto's eyes. Shaina and Yuji would have looked as well, but the blonde subtly told them not to look. The blonde's eyes flashed into a blood-red color. However, instead of the usual slid pupil, his eyes had three tomo that was slowly rotating around the pupil. "Sleep, and forget," Naruto coldly ordered. Slowly, one by one, every student fell to either on top of their desks, or on the floor. Small snores being heard from their fallen forms. Naruto simply eyed them all in disinterest, making sure he had gotten everyone. Satisfied, the blonde sat back down. "My bad," Kurama sheepishly commented. Naruto casually picked up the gem, took it off his neck, held it high in the air, and let it fall to the desk with a loud clank. "Ow! You motherfucker, that hurts more than a hangover," Kurama yelled. "I say you deserve worst," Shaina murmured. Alistair agreed with her. Kurama may have lived for over thousands of years, but that didn't do anything for his temper. Alistair sighed. His friend and fellow god always had quite the temper. Alistair mentally shook himself from his thoughts, and instead turned his attention to Naruto's eyes. The blonde's eyes changed back into their sapphire blue. However, Alistair already saw the other change in his eyes, and to say he was shocked would be an understatement. Those eyes he held were similar to Madara's, and if he had any doubts of Naruto being the Crimson God's student, those doubts were erased immediately once he saw those eyes. The Sharingan, only one other being has ever had those eyes, and that was Madara. Many Crimson Lords had set out in hopes of learning under Madara. It was a well-known fact that Madara had never taken a student, and that he would never pass on his techniques. The other Crimson Gods questioned this, yet Madara never gave them an answer. As a matter of fact, there are only two Crimson Gods that were close to Madara. The first was of course, Kurama, the Crimson God of Destruction. It was well known that Kyuubi and Madara were close friends, and often fought side by side in battle. Together the two were nearly invincible. The second Crimson God could be considered Madara's best friend, and that Crimson God was Hashirama, the Crimson God of Peace and Kindness. It baffled the others at how two polar opposites could fight and argue like they were friends, yet somehow it was a great friendship between the three Crimson Gods. Together, Kurama, Hashirama, and Madara were considered the strongest of all the Crimson Gods, possibly even stronger than the Crimson God of Creation. Originally, I wasn't going to add Hashirama into the story, but then after a lot of thinking, I realized, it's not Madara without Hashirama. When the creation and concept of flame hazes came into light, Madara had immediately stated that he would never take on a flame haze, and stated that he would remain neutral to flame hazes. After that, Madara became nomadic, and separated himself from society, choosing to live in seclusion. That was the last he heard of Madara. Hashirama, while interested in the concept of flame hazes, decided that he wouldn't take on a flame haze. Instead, he chose to live in a style similar to Madara, only instead of living in seclusion, he would wander the world, occasionally offering aid to any flame haze that required it. As a matter of fact, Hashirama was well known and respected within the flame haze community. Alistair was broken from his thoughts of the past when Yuji spoke. "And Naruto, what did you do to them?" Naruto glared at Yuji coldly, successfully freezing the brown-haired boy stiff. "Shut it, Yuji. All I did was erase their memories of what transpired within the last several minutes. They won't remember a thing," the blonde stated. But what about the memory gap?" Yuji pressed. Naruto sighed. "I've already taken the precaution of implanting false memories to them. They all stayed up till late last night, and they fell asleep during half the lunch period," he stated. Oh. Yuji rubbed the back of his head, idly wondering if the blonde had a solution to every problem. Shaina, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, suddenly snorted. "You know, you are the most panicky and jumpy torch I have ever met," she stated, causing Yuji to chuckle sheepishly. The girl sighed as she shook her head. "Stupid defective torches, making life more difficult than it already is," she murmured. Naruto nearly snorted in amusement as he heard her. Instead, the blonde merely sat back down and resumed eating his lunch, paying no attention to the half-dozen that were sleeping on either on the desks or floor. Yeah, how exactly were they going to explain this if a teacher comes in? Naruto slowly inhaled and exhaled, his breathing steady, no amount of movement being seen through his body, the night sky twinkling with stars. The blonde slowly repeated his breathing process. "Inhale, exhale. You know that this meditation exercise stopped working 7 years ago, right?" Kurama idly commented. Naruto ignored him, choosing to continue his meditation. "Inhale, exhale. Seriously, it's not gonna work. The meditation exercise may have worked for the first 4 years, but they won't work now." The Crimson God of Destruction was promptly ignored, and the blonde resumed his meditation, though a small twitch could be seen. "Meditating didn't help with controlling your insanity. It won't work again. You need a different method," Kurama seriously stated. Naruto sighed, and the blonde opened his eyes. "I know, Kurama, but this is the only method open to me at the moment," he said in a grim monotone. "Don't worry, we'll find another way to suppress your insanity, I promise you," Kurama solemnly declared. Naruto didn't respond, instead opting to close his eyes and resume his meditation. However, just as he was about to continue his steady breathing, a presence made itself known by entering the city. The blonde's eyes snapped open, and he tsked in annoyance once he recognized the feel of the presence. "Well now, it's been a while since we've been in contact with those two," Kurama lightheartedly commented. "Shut T. Kurama, the chanter of elegies enjoys making my life miserable. I know she does," Naruto darkly said, giving a cold and annoyed glare over in the direction of where he felt her presence. "Come now, at least Marchoja's doesn't annoy you as much as he does her," Kurama stated. That the only plus of our relationship," the blonde blankly stated. "Well, it seems like she knows we're here, seeing as she's heading over in this direction," the Crimson God of War commented. Kurama was well aware of how stubborn Naruto was with his relationship with the chanter of elegies. They were both blonde, with almost the exact same type of hair color. Both had the same sapphire blue eyes. The only real difference was that Naruto was male. He had whisker marks, and his hair was spiky. Since the chanter of elegies was older, many had mistaken the two as mother and son, or siblings, something that Naruto fiercely denied. The chanter of elegies, however, well, she had been warming up to that idea, seeing as she never had a child, nor did she ever have a little sibling in her former human life. One day, she had declared she would be Naruto's adoptive mother and sister. Of course Naruto denied her claims. However, just like Naruto, the chanter of elegies was as stubborn as him, if not more so. "Yo, Naruto-chan," a voice sang out, her voice haughty, slightly arrogant, but still welcoming. "Yo, how's it going, Namikaze?" her book yelled out. Naruto slowly turned around, a completely blank expression on his face. "Marjorie Da, and Marchoja's," he blankly stated. The woman the blonde was staring at was, to put simply, stunning. Long golden blonde hair tied in a ponytail, two bangs framing her face, while several bangs shadowed her forehead. Her eyes were a stunning and sparkling sapphire blue. She wore glasses, giving her the sexy librarian look. She wore a white dress shirt, over that a blue zip-up jacket that hugged her curves and her well-endowed breasts. Her wore a black skirt and black high heels. In her hands she carried a large green book that was strapped around her shoulder. "Kyuubi, long time no see," the book suddenly bellowed, its cover flapping like lips. "Yeah, nice to see you," to Marchoja's, Kurama awkwardly greeted, still not used to Marchoja's outgoing attitude. "Why are you here, Marjorie Da?" Naruto interjected. Marjorie smirked at the younger blonde era, she began. "Is that any way to treat your older mother, sister? I am hurt. You don't see me for so long, yet this is how you greet me," she said, wiping away a fake tear. "We are not blood-related," Naruto coldly stated, glaring at the older woman. The blonde-haired woman smirked at the blonde. "True, but who said we had to be blood-related to be a family?" she asked. Naruto hmphed, and promptly turned around, turning his attention to the night sky, preferring to watch as 2 or 3 shooting stars passed by. "So Naruto-chan, did you get a girlfriend yet?" Marjorie teased, her eyes shining mischievously as she sat down next to him. "You know that no girl can handle Namikaze's attitude, Marjorie Da," Marchoja's commented, amusement evident in his tone. Naruto snorted. "It is useless to pursue a romantic relationship. We are flames hazes, and flame hazes do not require any type of romance," he coldly stated. Marjorie looked at her fellow blonde, her eyes just a tiny bit saddened. "You still think that way, huh?" she murmured. "HMPH, we both know that you think in a similar manner." Marjorie's eyes hardened slightly. "Wrong. I refuse to have a relationship until I complete my revenge. You, on the other hand, simply refuse to have a love interest simply because you believe it's useless," she lectured. "Love is useless," the male blonde shot back. "Root really did a number on you, didn't they?" Marjorie thought. "Well, has anything interesting happened lately?" she asked with a friendly smile, hoping to change the subject. "Nothing noteworthy," Naruto curtly responded. "Nothing noteworthy." Kurama suddenly piped. "Nothing noteworthy, my ass." "Oh, tell me, Kyuubi, has anything happened?" Marchoja's asked, Marjorie leaning forward in interest. "Hell yes," Kurama answered, and ignoring Naruto's withering glare, the kitsune spoke. "Get this. The brat here has a female flame haze living with him, and they already shared a bed," Kurama slyly added. If looks could kill, then Kurama would have been killed a million times over, as the look Naruto was giving him was downright murderous. Oh, oh. My little Naru-chan is growing up so fast. Marjorie grinned, wiping away a fake tear. Naruto snarled as he flickered the gem around his neck, causing Kurama to yelp. Ha. So when can we expect brooding blonde midgets to be wandering around here? Marchojas teased. Naruto growled at the book, but he was saved the trouble of hitting the book when Marjorie casually whacked it. Now Marcho, did you forget what happened the last time you teased Naruto like this? She asked. If it were possible, the book seemed to have paled slightly. Shut up now. With that said, the Crimson Lord fell silent. Wise choice, fool, Naruto darkly uttered. Seriously though, Naruto-chan, what can you tell about this girl? Marjorie asked, curiosity getting to her. She's hot-tempered, annoying, and stubborn, the male blonde immediately answered. Oh, is that so? Sounds like someone I know, Marjorie said knowingly. Naruto grunted, but otherwise said nothing else. The blonde stared up the night sky, idly wondering if such a thing as the afterlife existed. Was there even a place that beings who lost their power of existence went to? Did they simply just truly wash away from existence? Or did they go someplace else? The blonde didn't know, nor did he care. It was just his curiosity getting the best of him again. So Naruto, how are you feeling? Marjorie asked seriously. Fine, the blonde curtly answered. It's gotten worse, hasn't it? The female blonde said grimly. The blonde didn't respond, instead letting the area envelop in silence. Naruto's bangs overshadowed his face, while his already dim eyes lost the what little life in them, his face twisting into an emotionless look. Other people would have found hard to get past the blonde's mask. However, Marjorie, who had encountered her fellow blonde many times, and even worked with him on occasions, could see the expression of self-loathing, and his desire to die, an expression he hid quite well behind his mask. You can't keep doing this to yourself, Naru, Marjorie softly said in the solemn silence. Is it not what I deserve? Naruto lowly answered, yet his voice was heard clearly by his fellow blonde. My hands are coated in blood. My heart has died long ago. I am a monster. Kurama remained silent, though he wanted to say something. He knew it was best to keep silent. Likewise, Marchojas knew it wasn't his place to say anything. Naru, why won't you let me, or anyone help you? Marjorie asked. Because monsters don't deserve help, the blonde answered, standing up from his perch. Naa Tomogara is near, ill deal with it, Naruto interrupted. Besides, it seems you have a date with Shaina, seeing as she's heading over here. With that said, the blonde disappeared within a burst of speed. Marjorie sighed, but she put on a haughty smirk once she felt the other flame haze's presence near her location. She hummed as she caught sight of the black-haired girl landing in front of her. She had to admit she was cute. Shaina scowled as she looked upon the female flame haze, before she started looking around the area, having sensed Naruto's presence before. If you're looking for Naru-chan, then sorry he's not here, Marjorie said. Shaina furrowed her eyebrows, and she glared at the woman, idly wondering how she knew Naruto. Who are you? And why didn't Naruto tell you to leave? Shaina demanded. Oh, getting territorial now are we? The blonde woman said with a smirk. Shana's scowl deepened. I want to ask again. Who are you? The black-haired girl demanded once more, unsheathing her blade, and igniting it with flames. Shaina, calm yourself. Alistair interjected. Is that Alistair? Yo. Been a while, Alistair. Marchojas suddenly piped up. Ah, indeed it has claws, and fangs of violation, Alistair greeted. That's the claws, and fangs of violation. The Crimson Lord whose roar could reach even the outside world in a Fusuetsu? Shaina stated more than asked. Then that means that the woman is the chanter of elegies. Marjorie clapped. Not bad, just from one conversation you were able to deduce that much. You got a smart flame haze, Alistair. Hopefully she knows how to fight as well. Marchojas said in excitement, his lust for battle becoming apparent. I'll ask you once. Shaina began. Leave now. This city already has 2 flame hazes, it doesn't need another, she spat coldly. I am pretty sure Naruto doesn't mind my presence, Marjorie remarked casually. Shaina faltered slightly, but she quickly stood firm. I said leave, she said with enough ice to freeze hell several times over. Wow, this girl is pretty territorial. I like, Marchojas commented. This will be fun. Don't you agree, Marjorie? Marjorie smirked. Yes, very much so, she said as she lifted her hand, which was a glowing red, Fusuetsu. Instantly, the entire surrounding area was enveloped with a red hue, and time slowed to a still. Shana's eyes narrowed as she widened her stance, holding her katana tightly with both hands, her hair turned crimson red, embers floating around her, while her red eyes glared at the blonde woman with burning intensity. A swordsman, red hair, along with red eyes. Hey, this is almost nostalgic, correct me if I am wrong Marcho, but isn't this how we met Naruto-chan for the first time? She asked. Oh, that's right. I remember him being very angry that day, Marchojas responded. Shaina growled. Despite the fact that she found their conversation interesting, she didn't like the fact that they were purposely ignoring her. Gritting her teeth, the black-haired girl tightened her grip on her blade, and dashed at the blonde flame haze. Marjorie smirked as she dodged the swipe of Shana's sword, the of it almost cutting into her nose. The blonde woman spun around quickly, and kicked Shaina in her torso, sending the black-haired girl back several meters. With surprised eyes, Shaina placed her left hand on her torso, shocked at the strength behind the kick. What's going on? I heard that the chanter of elegies mostly relied on spells in combat, yet she actually engaged me in close quarters. Shaina thought in confusion. Marjorie smirked at the black-haired girl. Era, is this all you have? Surely the flame haze of the god of atonement can do better. She taunted, igniting her hand with a fireball, and hurling towards the black-haired girl. Shaina dodged, and once again dashed towards the older flame haze, her katana gleaming with hostile intent. Marjorie dodged, and prepared to hit the smaller girl with a low-level fireball. However, she was forced to duck as Shaina brought in her sword for a horizontal swing. Shaina, anticipating Marjorie dodging the attack, lifted her knee, and smashed it against the blonde woman's chest. Marjorie grunted from the attack, but otherwise remained unfazed. She was surprised as Shaina used her chest as a stepping stone to jump in the air. The black-haired girl brought her sword down for a vertical strike, red flames burning furiously. Marjorie managed to move her body just in time to avoid the strike, however strands of her hair were lost in the process. Marjorie paused for a moment, and examined her barely cut hair. Nice, she complimented. If anyone would be able to see Marchojas or Alistair, they would have been able to see the identical sweat drops they held. Shana's eye twitched slightly, and the girl once again dashed towards the older flame haze, attempting to bisect the older woman. Marjorie dodged the attack by jumping off the ground, the blade missing her feet by inches. Shaina, however, expected Marjorie to dodge her strike, and she instantly brought her blade for upwards vertical slice. Marjorie's eyes widened slightly at the sudden attack, but she managed to twist her body away from the sword. The sword just barely missed, and Shaina had no time to be surprised as she felt Marjorie's foot plant itself into her cheek. Shaina winced at the strike, and backed away, however she kept her guard up for any surprise attacks that Marjorie may have planned. The blonde woman smirked at Shaina as she landed on her feet. She stood up straight, and she felt small satisfaction as she watched as Shaina eyed her more warily. You're pretty good little girl, a lot better than I actually thought, Marjorie complimented, but not good enough I am afraid, she added. Shaina grit her teeth at the way Marjorie was looking down on her, and her flames furiously ignited on her blade once more. Era, quite the temper you have there, don't you? The blonde woman taunted. Instantly the woman was forced to dodge as Shaina appeared before her, her blade gleaming to remove the woman's head from her shoulders. Shana's eyes blazed with anger as she attacked the woman more fiercely, and angrily. She had enough of this woman taunts. However, she became frustrated as Marjorie dodged, and weaved by her attacks. The blonde woman lashed out with a kick again, but Shaina was not going to allow the foot to connect as she blocked it with her forearm. Marjorie used Shana's arm as a stepping stone, and she stood on the girl's outstretched arm. The blonde woman spun around, and her other leg lashed out to kick the girl in the head. Shaina let out a small gasp of surprise. Before she ducked her head down, the kick missed its mark, and Shaina prepared to counter the older flame haze. However, Shaina widened her eyes as she noticed Marjorie's right hand burning with blue flames. The chanter of elegies smirked at the girl, before she brought down her flame-encased fist. Shaina brought her kanata forward, and the flames on it burned with more intensity. She struck out with the blade, and it collided with Marjorie's flame-encased one. A large explosion lit the area, and when the smoke cleared, it showed Shaina panting as she stubbornly stood her ground, determination in her eyes, despite the burns that were on her hands, and the small stream of blood trailing down her cheek. A few feet away, Marjorie stood, her right arm held several burns, and her lip bleeding slightly. Despite her injuries, the woman had a small smirk on her face. Well now, this little girl is a lot stronger than I thought, although I shouldn't be surprised. All of Naruto-chan's friends are either strong, or have a personality that sets them apart from the rest, but, the woman stared into the girl's eyes, that fire in her eyes. She smirked internally. This is the perfect girl for Naruto-chan. Now all Marjorie had to do was to find a way to get them together. Her external smirk grew larger. First things first, she took a short and quick glance at the damaged building to her right. And her theory was confirmed as she caught sight of a mop of spiky blonde hair. There was never a Tomogara to begin with. Naruto-chan just wanted to either see how much stronger I've gotten, or he wanted to see just how strong this girl was. Even though he seems as if he isn't going to interfere, judging by how slightly tense his legs are, he's prepared to stop our fight the second it becomes life-threatening, or when one of us is going to be seriously injured. The woman's smirk grew as she stared at the girl. The first step towards getting those two in a relationship is to show that Naru cares, and the best way to do that is to force Naru's hand, and I know just how to do it. With that thought, Marjorie conjured another fireball in her hand, only this time it was burning with more intensity. Up on the rooftop, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the shift in Marjorie's power. "Hey little girl," Marjorie teased in a haughty tone, making Shaina grit her teeth in anger. "I am gonna take this fight more seriously now, try not to die. Be careful to not let your bloodlust take this too far." Marjorie Marchojas slightly scolded, however the effect of his scolding went far into the wind with his next words. "Now let's go kick that little flame haze's ass." Marjorie chuckled at her contractor, before she threw her fireball towards the Shaina. Shaina narrowed her crimson-red eyes, she swung her kanata, and it connected with the fireball, causing it to fly off into another direction. Shaina had no time to feel any satisfaction however, as she was forced to move from her current spot. Marjorie swooped down from above. The blonde woman's leg connected with the ground, and it caused spider web cracks to form under her feet. Such strength, Shaina thought in surprise. However, her surprise was short-lived as a fireball was hurling towards her. The crimson-haired girl brought up her kanata, ignited it with flames, and deflected the fireball. Her victory was short-lived however, as she felt a kick connect to the back of her head, sending her skidding across the ground. The girl stabbed her kanata into the ground, forcing her to grind to a halt, and she held the back of her head in pain as she glared angrily at the blonde woman. Her opponent flashed her a haughty smirk, and that caused Shaina to see red. Her once ignited with flames, only this time they were burning with even more intensity. Above on the rooftops, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The heat generating from her flames were hotter than normal. In fact, the heat and intensity of the flames were increasing second by second. It got to the point where things around her were practically melting. The male blonde narrowed his eyes. It seems he would have to interfere soon. Marjorie had her eyes widened significantly. The blonde woman was surprised by the heat and intensity of the girl's flames. However, she quickly regained her composure. She couldn't allow this to faze her. After all, she faced an enraged Naruto while he was in his, as she dubbed, insane mode. She was confident she could counter this. With a roar of anger, Shaina disappeared in a burst of speed, and appeared above the female blonde flame haze. She brought her kanata down on the woman, flames hungrily flickering. Marjorie quickly ignited her hands with two fireballs, and she thrust both her hands forward. The two clashed, their flames trying to overpower the other, and it was evident that Shaina had the advantage when it came to flames. Marjorie cursed slightly, and added more power of existence into her flames, trying to stall for as long as possible. An explosion larger than the first one occurred, and the oncoming smoke obscured the two female flame hazes from sight. Naruto narrowed his eyes into slits as his eyes shifted forms into his Sharingan. With his improved sight, the blonde was able to make out the figures in the smoke. However, one of the two was bigger than the other. Inside the smokescreen, Shaina coughed as she waved her hand in front of her, trying to clear the smoke in front of her, and get at least a new breath of fresh air. The smoke slowly cleared, and the girl was relieved as she didn't get sight of the other female flame haze. Her relief was short-lived however, as a loud and fearsome roar broke through the clearing, and forcing the smoke to clear faster. Shaina spun around, and was met with the visage of a large wolf-like creature with purple fur, golden-colored eyes that held bloodlust, and a desire to maim. It had sharp claws that seemed as if they could tear through steel, and the razor-sharp teeth that seemed ready to tear into her flesh. The wolf-like creature seemed to grin at her, before it raised its clawed hand. Shaina brought up her blade to block the claws of the beast before her. Claws met steel as the two met in a lock, the wolf trying to bear down on her, while Shaina struggled to push the beast back. Feeling something breathing on her head, the girl looked up. Only to come face to face with Creature's open mouth. She was confused for a moment, that is until she caught sight of the fireball formed inside the beast's mouth. Shaina could not react as she received the full blast of the attack. Shaina did not scream even as she felt the pain of flames licking her body. Instead she merely grit her teeth, and went through the pain. Throughout her pain-induced state, Shaina felt arms encircle around her waist before she lost consciousness. The flames dissipated to reveal Naruto kneeling on the ground, his back towards the wolf-like creature as she cradled the unconscious girl in his arms. The blonde male did not know why he moved to save the girl in his arms, nor did he care. All that mattered at the moment was that she was alive. The blonde slowly turned his head to give the wolf-like creature a cold glare, his now sapphire blue eyes becoming glacier-like with the amount of ice in them. "You went to far marches," Naruto coldly stated, his voice containing enough ice to freeze several suns. The wolf-like creature rubbed the back of its head. Oops, my bad, Marchoses said in an apologetic tone. If possible, the glare the blonde gave the Crimson Lord became even colder. Blue flames suddenly encircled Marchoses' true form, and it cleared a second later to reveal Marjorie. "Sorry Naru, Marcho got carried away," the female blonde sheepishly stated. Naruto didn't speak, preferring to raise a hand that was glowing a light green color, and to place it over Shana's wounds. Instantly the girl's face relaxed, and she sighed in relief as her injuries were being healed. Once her more serious wounds were healed to a satisfactory level, the blonde stood, carrying the now black-haired girl bridal style. Shaina unconsciously snuggled closer in an attempt to gain more warmth from the male blonde. "I healed most of her injuries as best I could, but I am not that well versed in healing spells. I should have followed Madara-sensei's advice, and studied in the art of healing," Naruto thought before he began to mentally scold himself as the Fusuetsu ended. Giving one last glance towards Marjorie, the male flame haze made his exist by blurring away from the area, a streak of black and yellow moving through by the buildings. Marjorie smirked slightly as she watched them leave. Her plan went through without any problems. Now all that girl had to do was figure out that the blonde actually cared, and she could watch the drama unfold. She mentally pumped her fist in the air. "Well, that girl was a lot stronger than we thought, huh?" Marjorie Marchoses commented. "Yes, very much so," the blonde beauty answered. "Did you see how fierce Namikaze was in defending her? Looks like he has the hots for her." Marjorie chuckled in amusement. "True. I can't wait to see how everything will unfold," she mused, an amused smirk crossing her face. The blonde woman turned around, and began walking down the street, only for her to freeze a second later. "Damn it," she suddenly cursed. "I forgot to ask Naru-chan if he could let me stay at his place for a while." It was silent for a few more moments before Marchoses spoke up. "Well, looks like we'll be sleeping on top of a roof again." Marjorie could only give a depressed sigh. "My couldn't little brother, son, offer me a place to stay?" she thought in misery. Her misery was forgotten as she caught sight of a sign that said that a nearby hotel was allowing others to stay a night for half price. "Jackpot!" she exclaimed, before memorizing the address, and walking the street. Inside his book Marchoses blinked at such a coincidence. What were the odds of that happening? Shaina groaned as her eyes twitched at the sunlight bathing over her eyelids. Why couldn't that blasted star just snuff out? She swore she was going to destroy that ball of flames for ruining her sleep. She wanted to sleep, and she did not want to wake up at the moment. She would wake up when she's good and ready. She grabbed the blanket, and placed it over her head. She sighed in content as the sun's rays were successfully blotted out. Wait. Her brown eyes opened slowly. She did not recall ever going to sleep, and why did her body hurt at the moment? She felt as if she had been burned. She slowly sat up, the blanket falling off her head. She examined herself, only to see that her arms were covered with bandages. She lifted the blanket to see that her legs were also bandaged. Her eye narrowed slightly as she tried to remember what caused her to be in this state. She remembered going on patrol after school, and she was just about to head back home after she was done. She felt the presence of another flame haze, but she didn't do anything at first as Naruto was near it. She didn't sense a battle taking part, nor did she sense a Fusuetsu in use, though she was both worried and curious as to why that blonde was taking so long with their new flame haze. She went to go investigate, and moments later Naruto's presence suddenly went on the move, and vanished. She reached the spot the two were at, only to encounter one female flame haze, and no Naruto. She immediately searched the area for the blonde, but he was gone. There even signs of a struggle, so she assumed the blonde left the flame haze to her own devices. That though made her scowl. The city already had 2 flame hazes. 3 was a crowd. She remembered exchanging words with the blonde female flame haze, and they engaged in combat. The rest was a blur, but Shaina remembered one thing vividly. I lost, she thought with a scowl. That fight I had with her was strange. Based on the information I've gathered about other flame hazes, the chanter of elegies relied mostly on spells, but a flashback of Marjorie engaging her in close quarters flashed through her mind. Through the entire fight, she relied on close quarters and spells. Also, the way she moved, and the way she was able to dodge and counter my sword means that she fought someone with a sword as well. She scowled as she recalled how the woman referred to Naruto as Naru-chan. Come to think of it, with that blonde hair and blue eyes, she could very well pass off as Naruto's sibling, or mother, she idly thought. The sound of the door opening caught her attention, and her head snapped towards the entrance. Standing in the doorway Naruto, a small scowl on his face. She idly wondered if he scowled all the time. The blonde was carrying a tray full of pancakes, and a glass of orange juice was held in his other hand. She noted that around the blonde's chest was a pendant resting there alongside his chest. She tilted her head slightly. That pendant looked a lot like hers. She glanced down to her chest only to notice that Alistair wasn't there. She glared at the blonde as if he were the source of all her problems. Naruto ignored her as he set the tray of food down on the table near the bed. He took Alistair from his neck, and casually tossed the pendant to the black-haired girl. Shaina caught Alistair's pendant, and set it around her neck. Shaina, Alistair greeted. Shaina nodded towards her contractor. She turned her head back to the male flame haze, and she saw him staring at her intently. A small blush settled on her face at the intensity of his stare. She felt like she was being, as normal humans call it, checked out. She noted the blonde leaning closer, and she slowly leaned back. Your injuries seem to have healed quite remarkably. That's good. It means that you can start pulling your own weight around here soon, Naruto suddenly stated, leaning back. Shaina let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, so that blonde was actually looking her over for injuries. She didn't know what to feel about that. One part of her wanted to feel relieved. The other part of her was slightly disappointed. She brutally beat down that traitorous part of her mind. It was then that she realized the second part of the blonde's words. What do you mean start pulling my own weight around here? She yelled, glaring at the blonde accusingly. Naruto glared at her in response. You didn't think that you would be staying here at the cost of nothing, did you? He asked blankly. At Shana's blank look, he sighed in annoyance. Nothing in this world is for free, he stated. Damn straight it ain't, Kurama agreed, with Alistair nodding in agreement, not that anyone could see it. What do you want me to do? Shaina asked warily. In response, the blonde pulled out a small sheet of paper, and passed to the black-haired girl. Shaina took the sheet of paper, and looked at it curiously. That is a list of things that needs to be bought at the grocery store by today, Naruto stated, folding his arms. Shaina curiously looked at the list of things that needed to be bought, and her brow twitched slightly as she read it. 2 packs of eggs, 3 gallons of milk, 2 loaves of bread, 5 packs miso of ramen, 4 packs of pork ramen, 3 packs of vegetable ramen. She twitched as she noted that most of it was many different types of ramen on the list. Once she went further down the list, she found her twitch becoming non-existent as the list became more agreeable, and she couldn't spot any more mentions of ramen. However, she froze with the next item on the list, 8 packs of melon bread. She thought in bliss. It took all her restraint to not hug the blonde outright in pure joy. As you can see, we are running low on various things, and it is in need of being replenished. I expect you to eat your breakfast, get dressed soon after, and begin purchasing the items on that list, Naruto casually stated, moving towards the door. Wait, what are you going to do? Shaina demanded. Business, was the blonde's simple reply as he walked out the door. Shaina grumbled as she began eating her breakfast. She made a mental note to make the blonde pay for making her go grocery shopping alone. I am glad you are well, Shaina, Alistair commented. Shaina gave a small smile. Yeah, it's strange. I can barely feel my injuries from last night. How could they have healed so fast? She murmured. Namikaze-san spent nearly the entire night healing your injuries, the god of atonement answered. Shaina paused, and she stared at her pendant in surprise. What? why would he spend nearly the entire night healing me? I believe that while the flame of cursed flame acts impassive, he does care in his own way. Based on my observations, Namikaze Naruto-san protects his allies and friends, while at the same time making it seem like he did not care what happened to them either way. It's how he acted around that human Ike, and the torch Sakai Yuji, Alistair explained. You're saying that he does care, but he makes it seem like he doesn't? Shaina questioned. Exactly, Alistair said, and if you could see the Crimson God you would see him nodding his head. Shaina hummed in thought as she ate her breakfast slowly. What Alistair said made sense, but she had a feeling it was a bit more complicated than that. She somehow knew that Naruto was a bit more difficult to understand. Based on what she observed of him already, he wasn't so easy to understand. No amount of observation or information you have on him would lessen the mystery of the blonde, and she hated mysteries. You should hurry, Shaina. We do have quite the list of things to purchase today. Alistair's voice broke her from her thoughts. She glanced at the clock, and scowled slightly as she noted the time on it. She sighed, and she began eating slightly faster to make up for lost time. She had a lot of things to buy today, and she was going to end up bored. She just knew it. Naruto stared in disinterest as people walked the streets of the city, his blank and dull eyes staring at them with apathetic air around him. He looked up to the sky, and he grunted when he noted the sun's position in the sky. The blonde reached into his pocket and pulled out a Pocky stick. He idly began chewing on the small snack. It was noon, and with his impressive sensory abilities he could sense where the location of Marjorie, Yuji, and Shaina within the city. Marjorie was somewhere within the shopping district, along with two other people he faintly recognized. Maybe he went to school with them. He could sense Shaina within the shopping district as well. The blonde assumed she was buying the items on the list he gave her, but it seemed both Shaina and Marjorie was distracted by something else as they weren't moving towards each other. Either that, or they just did not want another encounter. As for Yuji, the torch was currently at home. The blonde could sense Yuji moving around the house, probably helping his mother move some things within the household. Maybe he should pay him a visit? However, that thought would have to wait. The blonde's disinterested gaze went to the nearby park. He narrowed his eyes as he noted the faint presence of a Tomogara. He sighed in annoyance as he stood, discarding his stick of Pocky into the wind. For some reason he felt as if a certain black-haired root agent would have been upset with him. Naruto cracked his neck, making a loud pop sound off, and casually moved towards the direction of the park at a sedate pace. The blonde jumped onto a nearby tree, and patiently waited for the Tomogara to reveal its presence. Hey Naruto, remember that time we made a Tomogara so scared that it couldn't stop shitting itself until we killed it? Kurama suddenly asked with an eerie grin on his features, not that anyone could see it. The Crimson God was promptly ignored by the blonde flame haze. Okay, fine. How about the time we blew up Antarctica to kill that one guy? What was his name again? Damn it, I can't remember. What I do remember was that he was a Crimson Lord. Just can't remember what he looked like. Kurama tried again. Naruto ignored him again. What about the time when you had to enter a brothel in order to kill the Crimson Lord that was using everyone in there as slaves? Naruto twitched at very memory of the event. One more push and I'll get the reaction I want, Kurama thought with a sly grin. How about that time when a female Crimson Lord tried to have you as her toy to play with eternity? Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he glared at the Crimson God, his body shivering slightly. Never, ever, mention that incident again, Naruto hissed. Remembering the incident brought a shiver down his spine. So much leather. The blonde shook his head to rid himself of those thoughts, and he glared at a snickering Kurama for reminding him of the incident. The blonde regained his composure, and a stoic look crossed his face. I can sense the Tomogara in the area, but it looks like this one is smarter than most as it's keeping its presence hidden. It's either that or this one is cowardly, he thought with narrowed eyes. He's either trying to feel out my weakness and wait for the perfect chance to strike, or he's waiting for me to leave. He scowled slightly. I won't let him do either. With that thought, the blonde's hand flashed into a dark red color. Fusuetsu, he said in a monotone, and as the area froze in time, the everything became enveloped in a red hue. The blonde's hair changed from blonde to fiery red, embers floating around him, while his eyes turned red with slitted pupils. Naruto's black robe appeared over his clothes, the blood-red nine-tailed fox design making his visage seem even more intimidating. Naruto shifted his dull crimson eyes, and he sent a glare towards a bush, fire dragon projectile. He coldly murmured. Black flames encircled the flame haze, and from those flames emerged a dragon composed of black flames. With deadly crimson eyes, the dragon roared, and launched itself towards the bush. A figure managed to move out of the bush just in time as it was instantly vaporized on the spot along with some concrete. Naruto grunted, displeased at missing his target. He reached into his robe, and pulled out his 2 katanas. He gave the katanas a single glance, then glared at the squid-like Tomogara that was before him. After this fight, my katanas will be utterly useless, he thought with a sigh. Naruto turned his attention to the squid-like Tomogara as it seemed to shift forms, and took the shape of a larger and more muscular form, while a patch of green hair grew from the top. A shapeshifter then? Naruto murmured. A shapeshifter? Those are extremely rare. Only 6 shapeshifters exist at the moment. Let us savor this moment of rarity, Kurama stated as the area became silent. Naruto swore he saw a smug expression on the shapeshifter's face. Now let's kill the fucker. Naruto simply stared at his gem, giving it a deadpan look as he spoke. If shapeshifters are as rare as you said they were, then wouldn't it make sense to let him live? The shapeshifter in front of them nodded its head timidly. You have a point, but we're still gonna kill the little fucker. Why do you want to kill it? I have a mental checklist on things I want to kill, and right now I have killed one of everything except for 2 beings, a shapeshifter and a flame haze. Why would you want to kill a rare shapeshifter and a flame haze? Naruto deadpanned. Bragging rights, what? Bragging rights, me and Madara have this bet going on. Whoever can kill one of every species first wins and the other has give up all the valuables they obtained over the course of their adventures. I just need to kill a shapeshifter and a flame haze. Naruto stared. Why haven't you killed a flame haze yet? 1. One of you flesh bags haven't turned evil yet. 2. There are hundreds of you bastards. I can kill one you at any time, but since you are my flame haze, you will have to kill for me. Now I order you. Kill that little shape-shifting bastard. The shapeshifter, who was trying to sneak away during Naruto's and Kurama's conversation, suddenly stopped as the blade of a katana embedded itself right in front of him, its blade just inches away from its face. You didn't think about trying to run away, did you? Naruto asked the shapeshifter, glaring at the Tomogara. The shape-shifting Tomogara shivered slightly, and it gave the blonde a pleading look. At least that's what Naruto was assuming, as the shapeshifter did not have eyes or a face. Sorry, Naruto stated, not really feeling sorry at all, but I am still going to kill you. If I don't, Kurama is just going to hound me about it until we find another, and judging by how rare you guys are, it might take another 100 years or so. Damn straight. So in order to not deal with Kurama's complaining for Kami knows how long, I am just gonna kill you to get it over with, he continued as if he wasn't interrupted by his contractor. The arms of the shape-shifter formed blade-like with spikes protruding from the tips. The shape-shifter seemed more determined as he stared at the blonde with its faceless visage. Naruto arched an eyebrow. So you wish to fight for your life? The blonde asked. The shape-shifter nodded, and it readied its blade arms for good measure. Naruto scoffed slightly, and the blonde's grip tightened on his blades. I don't really want to waste time with you, so I'll let myself cut loose. Oh, Naruto, does that mean that you, Kurama trailed off? Yes, Naruto answered. It's time I brushed up on my root skills anyway, he mused. With that said, the bright red eyes of the blonde flashed brightly. Before they dimmed, however, there was something different. This time there was no void that seemingly occupied the space of the blonde. The blonde's eyes were still empty, and devoid of any emotion, yet, there was a certain emotion in his eyes, a glint that could not be identified. Madara's teachings are questionable, even by me, yet, I cannot deny that they bring results, Kurama thought. I am going to turn your entire body to dust, Naruto stated it as if it were a fact. The shapeshifter tensed its legs, and shot off towards the blonde at breakneck speeds. Naruto only narrowed his eyes slightly, before his blades were engulfed in black flames. He positioned his sword in a X pattern in front of him, as the shapeshifter's arm blades made contact with his swords. Naruto harshly pushed the shapeshifter back, and he swung his sword with speed that would have surprised even the most elite warriors. However, the shapeshifter proved to be more battle-hardened than previously thought, as the being was able to avoid the gleaming blades by crouching down. Naruto, however, proved that he wouldn't be surprised by such a move, by jumping up as the shapeshifter tried to kick in his feet. The blonde flame haze extended his arms, and began to spin rapidly, creating a tornado of black flames as he descended. The shapeshifter black flipped away from the area that would be damaged by the attack. However, it underestimated the range of the attack, and black flames settled itself on the shapeshifter's arms. The shapeshifter comically waved its arm around, trying to put out the flames on his arm. After several moments, the shapeshifter succeeded in putting out the flames. The shapeshifter sighed in relief, and it wiped its arm across its forehead to rid itself of the imaginary sweat. "Don't get distracted on the battlefield," a blank voice said behind him. The shapeshifter spun around just in time to avoid that was going to vertically slice it in half. The shapeshifter winced as it looked down to its hand only to see 2 fingers missing from its hand. The shapeshifter eyed the blonde more warily as Naruto had the same glint in his eyes. The shapeshifter tilted its head. It recognized the glint in the blonde's emotionless eyes now. It was of bloodlust, yes. This bloodlust reminded it of its master. It was somewhat controlled, yet wild at the same time. The shapeshifter almost seemed to smirk. Its master will be very pleased with the blonde's progress. But, didn't its master say that the blonde's most favored weapon were a bit similar to that of a small axe? The kind that a brute would use? If so, then why was the blonde using swords? No matter, its master will still be pleased with the blonde's progress regardless. The arms of the shapeshifter morphed into axes, and its legs grew thinner and sharper. Naruto scowled slightly, and quickly engaged the shapeshifter up close. The blonde swung both swords ruthlessly and relentlessly. The shapeshifter proved skilled as it avoided, dodged, and sometimes deflected most blows that came close. The two engaged in a deadlock, and they struggled for dominance. However, Naruto surprised the shapeshifter by letting go of his swords, and leaning back almost completely to the ground below. The shapeshifter axed arms passed over the blonde's head. Naruto placed his hands on the hand, and double-kicked the shapeshifter into the air above him. The blonde stood immediately, bent his legs, with great force jumped into the air, making the ground below him exploded inwardly. The flame hazes swords were near the spot the blonde jumped from. As a result, the blades were launched into the air. Blonde grabbed both blades in mid-air, and drove his knee into the shapeshifter's back, earning a pained motion from the Tomogara. Naruto's eyes flashed with a desire for blood as he stabbed his swords into the back of the shapeshifter. However, before the swords could connect, the shapeshifter's body morphed, and the blades only passed through 2 newly formed holes on the shapeshifter's back. Naruto frowned, before he used the shapeshifter's body as a stepping stone, and he brutally kicked the shapeshifter into the ground below. Landing on the ground with a soft thud, the blonde-turned crimson-haired flame haze glared at the shapeshifter. What was that? Just now, Naruto's mind flashed back to the moment of where the shapeshifter's body morphed to form holes in its back to avoid his katanas. At that moment, it felt as if he knew exactly what I was going to do. That should be impossible. Even those with battle-hardened instincts would have found that attack difficult to avoid at the speed I was going. Shapeshifters may be rare, but the records of when they appeared occasionally through history did not include a mind-reading ability. However, I highly doubt that the shapeshifter has mind-reading abilities. Shapeshifters, while cunning and intelligent, do not have the capacity for mind-reading abilities. Their brains would overload, Naruto thought. His crimson-slitted eyes narrowed dangerously also. Why'd I feel like I've fought him before? The male flame haze shifted his feet slightly to the right, widening his stance ever so discreetly. However, to his surprise, the shapeshifter immediately shifted his feet to match his movement. Naruto scowled at the movement. He truly felt as if he had fought this person before, but he couldn't for the life of him remember. "Brat, what's the hold up?" Kurama asked impatiently. Although he had a similar feeling to Naruto, he did live inside the former root agent after all. Naruto's suppressed emotions and thoughts were an open book to him, so to speak. Right now all he felt from his flame haze was confusion and a sense of familiarity. Naruto's thoughts only served to deepen his suspicion. If he had more clues, he could possibly figure out why this shapeshifter seemed so damn familiar. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, not really expecting a response from the shapeshifter. The shape-shifting Tomogara tilted its head, and it seemed to giggle slightly as it shook its head at the flame haze. Naruto scowled deeply, and his eyes began to shift shape. The slits in his eyes got thinner and smaller. 3 tomo began to appear around the slitted pupils. The shape-shifter stiffened suddenly, and its movements began to take on a more cautious feel to them, as if it knew that this battle had just gotten a lot more difficult. With a small scowl, Naruto took a deep breath. Suddenly a large fireball shot out from the flame haze's mouth, and it sped towards the direction of the shapeshifter. The shapeshifter tensed, its arms shifting into that of a shield large enough to cover its entire body. The fireball harmlessly bounced around the shield, keeping the shape-shifter safe from harm. When the flames dissipated, the shape-shifter released his shield. Reacting on instinct, the shape-shifter morphed his hands into blades, and successfully engaged in a blade lock with Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and he pushed more strength into the blade lock. He succeeded in pushing the shape-shifter back slightly, but cracks began forming on his swords. Naruto's narrowed his eyes in surprise. He gave a small grunt as he pushed the Tomogara away. With his opponent pushed away, the blonde glanced at his swords for a moment. They're beginning to crack. At best the blades will take several more strikes before they completely shatter apart. He scowled slightly. Kurama was right. Weapons created by humans are useless, but they will have to make do, the flame haze thought with a small sigh. Naruto turned his attention to the Tomogara, and black flames began to emerge from the blades in his hands. I am going to turn you to ash, Naruto darkly murmured. The shapeshifter's response was to tense its body. Shaina passed in the middle of the sidewalk, paying no attention to the people as they looked at her strangely. The black-haired girl looked in the direction of where she knew a battle was taking place. Her grip tightened on the bags she held in her possession. She had finished shopping for all the things on the list several minutes ago, and she was just going to return to the manor to drop them off and organize them before she felt a Fusuetsu occur. She was worried at first, but when she felt Naruto's unmistakable presence, her worry lessened as she knew the blonde could handle anything that a weak Tomogara could throw at him. After several minutes, she grew a bit worried, as fighting a Tomogara should take so long. It was then that Alistair's words echoed in her mind. I fear Kyuubi's flame haze has suicidal tendencies. Didn't you notice that when the Mystique was no longer in danger he moved at a much slower speed than yours? During the battle with the Tomogara, the flame haze of cursed flames did not do anything but stare at you. Even when the Tomogara was moving towards him he didn't act. He only acted when the Tomogara picked up the Mystique, and even then he purposely moved at a speed at which the Tomogara could easily have slapped him away. Naruto, don't tell me you're giving the Tomogara chances to kill you? Shaina thought in worry. The black-haired girl walked briskly towards nearby alley. Once she entered the alley, she glanced around the area for anyone close by. Positive that one was near her position, the black-haired girl placed the bags inside her coat, which disappeared as soon as they entered. She closed her eyes, and the wind picked up slightly around her form. Embers began to form around her, while her hair suddenly turned into a fiery crimson red. Her eyes snapped open, revealing her brown eyes had changed into the infamous crimson red she was known for. The now crimson-haired girl glanced around to ensure no one saw her, and she quickly jumped onto the rooftop above her. With determined thoughts in her mind, Shaina set out to where the blonde was fighting, determined to help the male flame haze in his fight should he require it. You are beginning to annoy me, Naruto darkly stated, giving the shape-shifter before him a glare of pure unadulterated anger. For past few minutes that shape-shifting bastard had been able to either to dodge, or outright avoid most of his attacks. Even with the extended RNAGE that his black flames provided, the shape-shifter was still able to avoid his strikes. It frustrated the blonde to know that this shape-shifter was able to dodge, and avoid his attacks like it was doing. It was as if it knew all of his moves before he even made them. It was maddening. The worst part? The faceless motherfucker was taunting him. Even with the help of his Sharingan, Naruto had difficulty striking the shape-shifter. It was as if it knew how to fight the Sharingan, but that should be impossible. The blonde-turned redhead felt more anger begin to fuel his thoughts. His hands clenched around the handle of blades tightly, drawing blood from hold it so tightly. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to quell the anger that was filling his body. He couldn't give in to anger too easily. It was against what he was taught. His root training kicked in, and the words of his former adoptive parent echoed in his thoughts. Your emotions are useless. Anger, hate, love, joy, sadness, all of these emotions, and more, are completely and utterly useless. In root, there is no such thing as morals or codes. Fox, while your emotions are indeed suppressed beyond imagining, there are several instances where you would feel an emotion, the most common being anger and irritation. Those two emotions, while making you a bit stronger, are overall a weakness. Anger clouds judgment, and irritation leads you to missing vital details. Lose your anger and irritation, or at the very least suppress them. If you can't, then become a mindless beast with no rational thought. Naruto took several more deep breaths, his mind clearing of clouded thoughts as he repressed all his anger and irritation, his eyes losing their anger, and becoming emotionless voids with no end in sight. The shape-shifter tilted its head at the flame haze's new attitude, idly wondering why the anger that was rolling off of him in waves suddenly disappeared. The shape-shifting being had no more time to ponder the blonde's sudden change as he was quickly brought up his bladed arms to block Naruto's blades from slicing into its body. The faceless shape-shifter looked at the flame haze's face, and it felt just a small shiver down its spine when it caught sight of Naruto's eyes. Those expressionless and emotionless red orbs were like looking into a black hole. It was unnerving. The shape-shifting being jumped back as Naruto's leg came up to strike him in the gut. However, Naruto did not allow that to deter him. Instead, the male flame haze used his other leg to propel himself forward, and he began striking the shape-shifter with lethal means. Sparks flew as both the shape-shifter traded blows with the flame haze. Each one more powerful than the last, small shockwaves being created from their clashes. Suddenly, Naruto's grip on his blades tightened, and as if in slow motion, black flames ignited on the blades. The shape-shifting being brought up his arms, which were shifting into shields, and with a mighty clash, black flames surrounded an area of at least 20 meters. However, Naruto, having been taught to fight with no remorse and to be ruthless, quickly took a deep breath. Great fire annihilation. A massive torrent of flames shot out from Naruto's mouth. However, unlike the time in the classroom, the torrent of flames was far more spread out and wide. A large explosion engulfed the area, the explosion being large enough to be seen at least a few miles away. Shaina, who was in the process of running across the rooftops, stopped, and she stared at the explosion with surprise. Shaking her head, the small-sized girl quickly resumed her pace in order to reach her male counterpart. Back at the site of the explosion, Naruto impassively peered into the smoke with swirling and dull Sharingan eyes. Causally, the flame haze brought up one of his swords, and tilted it slightly to protect his back. Instantly a clash was heard as the shape-shifter appeared behind Naruto. The shape-shifting being's arms trapped in a deadlock with the blonde-turned redhead. Slowly, in an almost eerie fashion, Naruto turned his head to regard the shape-shifter with one visible eye, his right eye being shadowed from both the smoke emerging from the site of the explosion, and from the flame haze's bangs. "You survived," Naruto toneless sly murmured, as if such a concept was foreign to him. Naruto stared into the shape-shifter's faceless visage for several more moments, before his eyes traveled down to the katana he was using to hold the shape-shifter in place. He left off an annoyed grunt as he noted the cracks on the blade spreading out slowly. With a grunt of effort, Naruto pushed back the shape-shifter, making the shape-shifting being slide back several meters away from him. With an expression of disinterest, Naruto threw aside the blade he held in his right hand as more cracks appeared on the katana, until finally, the blade shattered into pieces. Naruto eyed the second sword he held in his left hand. He eyed the cracks on the blade, and he scowled as he noted it was only good for 2 or 3 more strikes. With a sigh, the male flame haze casually threw the weapon, point first, at the shape-shifting being. As expected, with one good strike, the shape-shifter destroyed the blade with a well-placed hit, shattering the katana with little to no effort. Naruto grunted as his hands became coated with black flames. The flames engulfed his hands, and Naruto clenched his fists slightly. Naruto tensed, knees bending slightly, preparing to shoot off towards the shape-shifting Tomogara. The shape-shifter tensed also, only its right arm shifted into a large axe, while he used his other arm to hold the axe steady. The shape-shifter's feet began to morph once more, and they transformed into what seemed to be rocket engines, the shape-shifting being tensed, and its rocket-powered feet flared slightly. Naruto, likewise, tensed, his body stiffening, his muscles tensing. The blonde-turned redhead was prepared to move any given notice. Even a fly landing on the male flame haze would result in the most extreme of actions. However, before anything could really happen, a fireball suddenly impacted the spot where the shape-shifter was. Tisking in slight annoyance, Naruto turned his head to the side as Shaina landed beside him, her flaming red hair flowing elegantly down to her back, her crimson red eyes radiating coldness so deep that it would have made even Madara raise an eyebrow in surprise. "I did not require your assistance, midget," Naruto irritably said, his eyes losing their black voidless feel to them, something that made Kurama glad for. God of destruction, he may be, but he did not enjoy it when Naruto ever go into that state. It was simply too robotic. The cold look in Shana's eyes disappeared immediately as several tick marks settled themselves comfortably on her head. "Urusei. Urusei. Urusei. It looked like you were having trouble anyway. Just shut up, and let me help." "Got it," the girl comically yelled. her eyes going white as her head suddenly enlarged, her teething turning triangular as she pointed a finger at the blonde, all while fire engulfed the background. Naruto merely settled for a deadpan expression as he looked at Shaina coolly. "Annoying midget," he coolly said, sparing her a glance, before he stared into the smokescreen. "Stubborn Teme," Shaina grumbled, her eyes glaring into the smoke she had unintentionally created. Alistair hummed softly, while the two still argued, and fought over many things. The god of atonement could not help but notice something different. When the two insulted each other, usually they did as a way to rile up the other. Maybe he was hearing things, but did he catch a twinge of playfulness in Namikaze's voice? No, it couldn't be. Perhaps his old age was getting to him, and he was turning senile. Wait, could beings from the Crimson Realm even turn senile? Moving on, can you tell me what we're dealing with? Shaina asked. Shape-shifter, Naruto curtly replied. The female flame haze whirled her head towards her male counterpart, her eyes widening in surprise. Seriously? A shape-shifter? She asked in slight shock. It was no wonder her fellow flame haze was having so much trouble. Shapeshifters were not only rare but they were also difficult to kill. They were slippery beings, always being on the cautious side of things, and always patiently waiting for their opponents to slip up so they could either escape or land a killing blow. Correct. The denizen we are facing is a shapeshifter, although there is something that troubles me about this one in particular, Naruto answered. What? Shaina asked curiously. During her brief time with the male flame haze, she already doubted that anything could trouble him, or would faze him for the matter, but what could trouble him about this shape-shifter in particular? It seems to know how I fight, Naruto answered darkly, glaring at the slowly diminishing smoke. I see, Shaina murmured, glaring at fading smoke as if it were the source of the entire world's problems. She understood somewhat how her male counterpart felt. She would have been upset as well if someone came out of nowhere suddenly knowing how she fought. It was concerning and worrying. She had once fought an opponent who somewhat knew of her battle methods. Yes, she could somewhat understand Naruto's plight. Also, the thought of someone spying on Naruto and learning his fighting methods, along with his battle tactics, angered her greatly. Shaina glared at the figure she saw as the smoke finally cleared. She was a bit surprised. She didn't think that a shape-shifter wouldn't have a face. To be honest, she expected to see a face that was constantly morphing through dozens of different faces. Then again, this was her first time seeing a shape-shifter, so she should judge a book based on the rumors around it. The shape-shifter regarded both flame hazes with curiosity. The being tilted its head slightly, wondering on what it should do. It perked up slightly as its master's deep voice echoed in its mind. You have done well in testing him. You no longer need to stay any longer than you should. Return to me at once. The shape-shifter nodded once as it began to think up of ideas on how to escape. It closely observed the two flame hazes before it and, without removing its eyes from the flame hazes, glanced at the surrounding buildings. An idea sparked in its head, and it suddenly shot towards the two flame hazes. Naruto and Shaina both took their stances, preparing for any sudden attack, 2 feet away from the two flame hazes. The shape-shifter suddenly split into 3 other beings, and they shot off into 3 different directions. Both Shaina and Naruto had their eyes widened in surprise at the shape-shifter's actions, both having different thoughts. It can multiply, Shaina thought in surprise and shock. It multiplied in order to confuse us. There's 3 of them, and only 2 of us. If Shaina takes 1, and I take 1, that means there is a 1 in 3 chance that we will kill the real one. We'll have to take that chance, Naruto thought. Shaina, you take the one on the left, I'll take the one on the right. Go, Naruto ordered, preparing to chase after his target. Wait, what about the third one? Shaina asked. There's a 1 in 3 chance that one's a fake as well. We have no choice but to take that chance, Naruto answered before he shot off towards his fleeing target. Shit. Shaina cursed before she began chasing after her own target. The female flame haze saw her target, and she grit her teeth as she saw it getting away. It was at times like this that she wished she could fucking fly. Flying made things so much more easier. She made a mental note to find a way to fly. Her eyes caught sight of her target running into a nearby alley. She tsked as she took a slight detour. She jumped atop the roof, and ran along the edge, her eyes glancing downwards. She caught sight of her target, and she glared as her sword was engulfed in flames. Her eyes shined for a moment, before she swung her blade forward. A wave of flames shot forth, and impacted upon the building in front of her, causing large chunks of debris to fall. and create a blockade in the shapeshifter's path. The shapeshifter stopped for a single moment, and that was all Shaina needed. With a yell, Shaina dropped from her position on the roof, her sword held up high as the flame upon it flickered hungrily. Shaina brought her blade down vertically, and she was rewarded with the sound of her blade slicing through flesh. It was silent in the alley for a moment, before the flames on her katana died down. Once the flame died down, a vertical line appeared on the shapeshifter, before its entire body was split in half. However, instead of disappearing in blue flames, the body of the shapeshifter faded into a goo-like substance. Shaina sucked her teeth as she glared at the goo-like substance that was once a moving target. "So this one's a fake," she murmured. Her red eyes turned to the general area of where she could sense her male counterpart. "The second one is yours, Naruto," she uttered as she closed her eyes and tried to locate the third one. Her eyebrows furrowed as she could not detect the third one's presence. She tsked as she jumped onto the roofs, refusing to believe the third one got away so quickly. A few streets away, we find Naruto running after his own target. The flame haze of the god of destruction was dodging and weaving through the still crowds. Naruto caught a glimpse of his target through the thick crowd. With a small grunt, the flame haze jumped and landed next to a pair of police officers. Without batting an eyelash, the male flame haze swiped both of the officers' pistols from their holsters. Naruto jumped high in the air once more, and with the use of his Sharingan, he instantly caught sight of his target. Naruto pointed the pistols at possible clone of the shapeshifter, and pulled the triggers repeatedly. Several bullets whizzed past several people, and nearly hit the fleeing shifter. Another few bullets hit a few civilians, but Naruto deemed them as unimportant. Naruto pulled the triggers once more, only to be rewarded with the sound of clicking. Landing on the ground, Naruto tsked in irritation, before he began channeling power of existence into the pistols. The chambers of the pistols made a click sound as the chambers closed. Naruto jumped onto a streetlight, and he quickly spotted the shifter jumping across several cars. With a small grunt, Naruto pointed the guns at the car the shifter was planning on jumping onto next. With the shifter being only several meters away from the next car, Naruto pulled the triggers, and black flames in the shape of bullets shot out from the barrel of the two pistols. The newly created bullets sailed through the air before making contact with the gas tank of the vehicle, causing it to explode. Unfortunately for the shifter, he was in the vicinity of the blast, and he was set flying off into the wall of a nearby building. The shifter twitched slightly, and a few dozens flame bullets began pelting its form for several moments before they stopped. The shifter remained stuck on the wall for a few moments, before it slowly began to turn into a goo-like substance. Naruto looked upon the goo-like substance with a scowl, glaring at the substance as if it were the source of all his problems. "A fake," Naruto murmured darkly as his eyes began searching for the third. He scowled. He couldn't detect its presence, nor could his Sharingan detect any residual power of existence. With a small sigh, the male flame haze threw the pistols away. He heard a soft thud, and he didn't have to turn around as he knew it was Shaina. "Did you kill the real one?" Shaina asked, crossing her eyes. "No," Naruto answered curtly. Shaina sighed. "Mine was a fake as well. I tried searching for the last one, but I couldn't find him, nor could I sense him," she said. "No shit, Sherlock," Naruto murmured. Shaina glared at the male flame haze heavily. "What did you say?" she growled. Naruto turned around, and returned her glare with a harsh one of his own. "You heard me, you annoying midget," he answered. Shaina nearly snarled. "I am not a midget, you insufferable giant," she yelled angrily. "I am above average height, so what does that say about you, you little 8-year-old? Gr. I am not 8 years old, I've been a flame haze for about 20 years, I just didn't hit my growth spurt when I became a flame haze, you teme." "Oh, so you're an old lady then?" Naruto returned. "Look who's talking, old man," Shaina snapped back. The two growled in unison as they butted heads, their foreheads pressed against the other as lightning shot between the two, red eyes glaring into red-slitted eyes. The two continued growling insults toward each other. Below the two, Alistair and Kurama sighed in unison. "Alistair?" Kurama asked. "Yes, Kyuubi," Alistair responded. "When do you think they'll stop?" Kurama questioned. "I am uncertain, I have a pretty good feeling." "Oh, yeah. Care to share?" "My theory is that they'll just kiss out of nowhere, and then they will return to the mansion to resume their makeout session. After that, I believe that clothes will end up being removed, and then they'll spend an entire night in the bedroom with very lewd sounds coming from the room," Kurama shared. Where do you even come up with these ideas? Alistair asked. If you could see the Crimson God, you would see a bewildered look across his features. You'd be surprised how much sexual tension humans emit, despite the fact that flame hazes could hardly be considered humans. Their instincts, along with their emotions, are still human, and I've come with the theory that flame hazes have more sexual tension than humans. How do you figure that? Duh, flame hazes hardly ever interact with other flame hazes, or any other being, besides their contractors. In general, it's obvious that their desires would unknowingly build up, not to mention that flame hazes barely age, so yeah, if I was a flame haze I would be a sexual deviant, Kurama proudly proclaimed. For the sake of my sanity, I am not going to respond to that. You do that. An awkward atmosphere overcame the two Crimson Gods. Alistair was not sure how to respond to Kurama's statement, while Kurama himself was content to simply remain silent, hoping to not make the awkward more awkward than it already was. Oh look, they're done arguing, and indeed the two flame hazes did stop hurling insults at each other, and they were now looking off in opposite directions, though there seemed to be a comfortable air around them, as if the frustration they felt at letting the shape-shifter get away was now completely gone. You do realize that your help wasn't necessary, right? Naruto idly asked, giving Shaina a small glance. I know, Shaina answered, but I wanted to help, as I said. We are both the same, though very different. In the end, however, we're the same. We're both tools, I, of hunting, and you, of destruction. Even though I knew you could defeat that shape-shifter, I wanted to help. My reasoning is selfish, as I did not want the only person who could understand to suddenly disappear, Shaina answered. That, and she was worried that her fellow flame haze would allow himself to get killed by the shape-shifter. Though it appears her worry was for naught, as the male flame haze was fighting the shape-shifter with some effort. That relieved Shaina slightly, as it meant that Naruto was not suicidal. That meant Alistair was wrong. Still, whenever Alistair made an observation of someone he was usually 70% right most of the time, and that small fact made Shaina want to keep a closer eye on Naruto. He was the only one who could understand her, and she would be damned if he let him die just yet. Regardless of your reasons, Naruto suddenly began, shaking Shaina from her thoughts. You assisted me even when it was not truly necessary. Ultimately, you merely wasted your time. Shaina bristled. A waste of time. He called her concerns, and desired to help him a waste of time. She opened her mouth to tear the male flame haze a new asshole. She was halted, however, with Naruto's next words. But, I would like to thank you for your assistance, Naruto slowly gritted out, as if saying such words were both disgusting and foreign to him. Shaina felt a surge of disbelief as she looked at the male flame haze with a bewildered look. Naruto, seeing Shana's shocked face, merely sighed in annoyance. I am never saying such words again, he thought to himself, clearing his throat. Naruto lifted his hand, and the streets, lights, ground, trees, buildings, pretty much anything that had been destroyed in the battle began repairing at an alarming rate. That surprised Shaina slightly, as she had never witnessed anyone repairing the damage done in a Fusuetsu so quickly. Now to release the Fusuetsu, Naruto murmured as his hair changed back into his blonde hair, and his eyes shifted back into sapphire blue with normal pupils. Likewise, Shana's hair turned from crimson red to black and her red eyes changed into her usual intense brown ones. Naruto's entire hand glowed with power of existence. Shortly after a brief flash of white, every type of damage done during the battle was instantly repaired. Shaina watched with slightly widened eyes at how fast everything was repaired. Incredible. Usually it takes so much slower to repair the damage done during a battle, but Naruto repaired all of it in an instant, and the amount of power he put into the action as well. Did he channel it from other torches around the area? She glanced at the torches around the area, only to notice something amiss. What? Their existence has not diminished at all, and, is it my imagination or did Naruto's power of existence lower drastically for a brief moment? She thought in confusion. Her mind raced as she tried to come up with theories and explanations to this strange situation. Eventually, Shaina stopped her thinking with a small sigh as she couldn't come up with anything. She would investigate the matter another time. It's time to resume our day, she heard Naruto announce. Shortly after his sentence, the Fusuetsu that had engulfed the world around them faded, and time resumed as normal. Shaina turned her attention towards her fellow flame haze, only to see the blonde already walking down the street, causally tossing the guns he had taken into an alley as he passed it. Her brown eyes narrowed as she noted the slight and almost unnoticeable sway in his step. To others, they would not have seen it, and if they did, they would pass it off as nothing. However, with her perception skills, something she had to have seeing as she was technically a hunter, she was able to notice it. In the animal kingdom, various predator would move the same way the blonde was moving now after a tough battle. While his steps were graceful and careful, it still carried a hint of exhaustion. Shaina frowned. Why would he be exhausted? Surely having a small skirmish with the shapeshifter could not have worn him out so. No, perhaps it was the chase the shapeshifter had given them? No, the blonde was still fine after that. Her mind flashed back to the moment when. Her eyes widened in realization as she quickly power walked next the blonde. She gave him a piercing look, one that demanded an answer. Can I help you? Naruto blankly asked as they turned a corner. You used your own power of existence to fix the damage done, didn't you? Shaina asked, keeping her voice calm and level. And if I did? The blonde responded. Shaina bit the inside of her lip. This guy was both stubborn and reckless. The power of existence was important to every creature and object, especially to flame hazes as they used it to power their spells, and to fix the damage done during a Fusuetsu. However, when a flame haze fixes the damage done during a Fusuetsu, they mostly use the power obtained by torches and other objects, but never from within themselves, and with very good reason. The simple fact was using power of existence from within yourself was dangerous. It was alright to use a small chunk of it, but use too much, and you put yourself in danger of dying, or worse yet, erasing your own existence. That, and pulling power of existence from within your own body took constant concentration. One slip up, and you would either end up blowing yourself up, or destroy everything around you within a rather sizable distance. Shaina glared at the blonde with only a hint of concern making its way into her eyes. Why would he do something so reckless? Let me help you, she said as she saw the blonde continue to stagger. She moved to take one of the blonde's arms, but Naruto jerked away and glared. It'll be fine, he practically hissed. Judging by your sluggish movements, you are more exhausted than you let on. Stop being stubborn, and let me help, Shaina said in frustration. Kyuubi is supplying me with more than enough help, Naruto stated. Shaina blinked before she looked at the gem hanging around the blonde's neck. It wasn't doing anything, it was just hanging there, no slitted pupil being visible, nothing was happening. It was then that Shaina noticed that the blonde's power was slowly returning to his usual large amount. She estimated that the blonde would be at full power by tomorrow. But how was that possible? Unless, as Kyuubi, she trailed off. Yes, Naruto immediately answered, he is supplying me with power of existence. It's way I haven't dropped dead on my feet yet. Kyuubi is taking care of it, but he needs the utmost concentration, something we are not providing. Shana's lips formed a thin line. She could accept that explanation, but she was still going to keep a very close eye on the blonde. Just because the blonde's situation was well taken care didn't mean she was going to stop worrying, and if Naruto did succumb to his exhaustion, then she would be the one to help him. She refused to allow him to do this to himself. After all, they were alike, and only they could understand each other. My darling little Marianne, it seems that we now know a little about the tool of destruction's power, said a man who appeared to be in his early 30s. He had chin-length blue hair that was smooth, free of any rough edges and roughness, blue eyes that seemed to be the cross of the sky and the ocean. He wore a charming smile on his face as he spoke, his voice smooth and soft. He wore an all-white suit with a black tie. In his hands he softly held a white doll with brown hair, and wearing pinkish-brown dress, a red bow tie atop the doll's head. The blue-haired man was standing in the center of the room, while a large blue circle was glowing in the room, with the image of Naruto and Shaina being shown in the image. Yes, he seems a bit more powerful than expected, but nothing compared to you, master. The doll, apparently named Marianne, said. Your confidence in me is most appreciated and welcome, my little Marianne, the blue-haired man spoke, snuggling the doll to his cheek. To think, we owe it all to our friend there, he once again spoke, as his attention turned towards the very same shape-shifter that had engaged Naruto. The shape-shifter with green hair was standing stoically in front of the Crimson Lord, its faceless visage holding no expression. Truly you are a gem. I wonder, is there a possibility to sway you to work for me permanently? The blue-haired man mused to himself softly. A moment after the blue-haired man spoke, a cold, emotionless, and chilling voice echoed throughout the entire room. I sincerely hope that I was hearing things, because I could have sworn that I heard you were going to try and take my favorite servant from me. Know your place, Frying. As the voice echoed throughout the room, a menacing aura engulfed the room. The man now known as Frying gulped as he felt sweat begin to fall down his brow. I would never truly try to seduce your servant to my side, my lord. Phryane mentally cursed at the slight stutter in his voice. The doll Phryane held in his hand bristled in rage at her master's fear. She wanted to destroy the person who was making her master feel such fear, but ultimately she could do nothing, as she too felt fear enter her entire being. I could care less even if you tried, simply because I know that my servant would never betray me. Now care here. Immediately, the shape-shifter moved into a dark corner of the room, and allowed the shadows to engulf it, before its entire form disappeared from view. I shall be taking my leave now, do not disappoint me, Phryane. Wait. Phryane yelled, gaining a bit of courage, I do not understand. You come to me, let me borrow your servant in order to test the tool of destruction, and then you leave. Why? He asked. The room was silent for several moments, before a small scoff was heard. You're probably going to end up dead anyway, so I see no point in telling something to a dead man. Phryane bristled slightly, but made no action. Why do you sound so sure of that? Because I know that the tool of destruction will defeat you. It's as simple as that, the voice answered. What? Phryane nearly growled. You are but entertainment for me. Not only that, but you will prove to be a stepping stone for the tool of destruction. You are but one of the many tests that I have in store for the tool of destruction. I am nothing but a test for the tool of destruction. Phryane hissed, quiet rage laced in his tone. The voice chuckled in amusement. Correct. And should I kill the tool of destruction? Phryane asked, a small smirk on his voice as the room was engulfed in silence for several moments. The smirk was wiped off his face as a massive amount killing intent overcame the room. Phryane felt something pass by him. A second later he felt an unbearable pain in his right arm. Glancing at his arm, he found it tore from his elbow, leaving nothing but a stump in its place. Phryane bit his lip harshly in order to stop the scream of pain that would have broken through his lips. He did his best to not scream as his favored servant, Marianne, fretted over his wound and tried to heal his wound. A soft thud was heard as Phryne's severed arm was thrown in front of the two. The arm was engulfed in blackish blue flames, and the duo watched as the arm was literally burned into nothingness. Should you kill the tool of destruction, then it is your life that I shall take for compensation, but before I allow you to die, I would force you to watch as I torture your precious little doll of yours. Am I understood? The voice spoke in monotone, though there was a certain undertone to it, one that Phryane knew all too well. It was of rage and bloodlust. I understand. Please forgive my arrogance, my lord, Phryane spoke, bowing his head in humiliation. Consider yourself fortunate. Be grateful I need you alive if I am to test the tool of. So I end story. So friends, see next video.